Hello and welcome to the 2026 February 17th public hearing meeting of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oki, Ambawastish, Danetara, Tanshe. Indigenous peoples have their own names for this area that have been in use long before settlers named this place Calgary. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Mukinstis. The Ethkin Nakota Wakstabi First Nations refer to this place as Wachispa Oyede, and the people of the Tsuut'ina Nation call it Gutstis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otasquini. We appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Nations of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, the Ethkin Nakota Wakastabi First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Godstroni First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The City of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and to the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Obo Métis District 6. We acknowledge and give gratitude to the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who live here and call Calgary home. So we have an abundance of opening recognitions and remarks. First, I will go to Councillor Kelly for a Lunar New Year message.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today, February 17th, we celebrate the start of the Lunar New Year, welcoming 2026, the year of the Fire Horse. The Lunar New Year is also known as the Spring Festival, and it is a time of renewal, family, and hope. It's celebrated across many Asian cultures, including China, South Korea, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia. Here in Calgary, it's also a celebration of who we are as a city, diverse, inclusive, and connected through culture and community. Over 2 weekends in February, Calgarians from all backgrounds are coming together at events across the city, from the Chinese New Year Festival at the Calgary Chinese Cultural Center just this past weekend to many other community celebrations that I plan on going to several of them myself, and I hope you will too. These events welcome everyone to enjoy traditional lion dances, dragon dances, and share music, food, and stories. The Year of the Fire Horse reminds us to move forward with courage and optimism. It represents independence, confidence, and the strength that comes from shared momentum, qualities that reflect Calgary as we continue to grow, adapt, and support one another. As we share in this celebration, we may carry forward the spirit of the Fire Horse, honoring tradition while embracing new beginnings. To all those celebrating this important holiday, I wish you prosperity, Gong Hei Fat Choi, and Happy New Year, Xin Yin Kuai Le. May 2026 bring you good health and continued connection.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. And then over to Councillor Jameson to mark the beginning of Ramadan.
Thank you, Mayor. Today also marks the first day of Ramadan. I would like to extend warm wishes to Calgary's Muslim community as you begin the sacred month of fasting, reflection, and compassion. Ramadan is a celebration centered in faith, self-discipline, generosity, and care to others. It is marked by daily fasting from dawn to sunset, prayer, giving, and gathering to break the fast together. Celebrating Ramadan in Calgary is a reminder of our city's diversity and community spirit. Throughout the month, mosques, cultural organizations, and neighborhood groups host community meals, education programs, and bring people together in the spirit of openness and shared understanding. These gatherings remind us of the value it is to unite in kindness, generosity, and looking out for one another. Values that resonate deeply across cultures, communities in our city. To all Calgarians observing Ramadan, I wish you a blessed celebration, Ramadan Makbar, which means blessed Ramadan. This month, brings peace, strength, and reflection to you and your families, and may it continue to deepen the bonds that connect us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. And Deputy Mayor Pantzopoulos, if you don't mind taking the chair, I'm just heading down to the public podium here to mark the results of the 2025 Calgary Food Bank Councillors Challenge.
I did not win this. I can guarantee you that I'll be not even in the top 30. How did you do that?
Morning, everybody.
Today, we are pleased to welcome the President and CEO of the Calgary Food Bank, Melissa Frum, to present the 2025 results and to award the coveted Golden Lettuce Trophy to the winning ward for the most donations raised in the month of December. Or rather, I should actually start at the beginning of my notes. We're going to get the hang of this. So, Council, we all had the opportunity to be able to join Melissa and her team for the Potato Challenge, which was exciting. And through the course of the month, we had the opportunity to, I think it was the first time that as mayor I felt the really strong competitive streak. And as I saw Councillor Dhaliwal and his hands gripped around the trophy, I knew that this was going to be a different kind of challenge this year. And I know that everyone brought their A game. So the month-long challenge that we went through began on December 8th with us competing in that potato bagging contest. I want to thank all of our council colleagues for having unanimous support and the fact that all of our teams participated through yourselves into the challenge. I want to extend a very special thank you to all Calgarians who participated, who donated through the campaign and throughout the year. And whether it's a little or a lot, every donation helps make a difference, and every act of kindness builds the kind of community that we are proud to call home. So without much more wait, I'm going to throw it over to Melissa here to announce the results.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the 37th Annual Mayor's Food Drive and Councillors Challenge. It was so wonderful to share in this decades-long tradition with our friends, old and new, representing Calgarians in this meaningful opportunity to demonstrate how strong our sense of community is in the city of Calgary. Since becoming the president and CEO at the Calgary Food Bank 3 years ago, I can say that this competition has certainly become one of the highlights for me. This challenge embodies so much of what we do at the Calgary Food Bank. As we have said for 44 years, we are by community for community. We're by community in that our organization is grassroots, and we are truly powered by the generosity of ordinary Calgarians. Up to 300 volunteers come to the Calgary Food Bank every single day, good weather and bad. Right now, there are folks in our parking lot greeting our clients despite the storm, and they make sure that Calgarians in need are given the food and the support that they need. Nearly $68 million, 98% of our annual operating budget, is funds and food raised from individuals and organizations in our city, which allows us to focus our partnerships with various levels of government on policies and actions to support those in need, rather than meeting operational and budgetary needs. We are for community in that we are fiercely committed to showing up for our neighbors in our community who are facing food insecurity, leveraging our ability to innovate to meet rising demand. We use technology in recent years to streamline the application process and save time for our clients who need help, while providing them with choice in the food that they receive. We've leveraged our purchasing power and operational efficiencies to provide food to more than 80 charities in our community, to the tune of nearly 3 million pounds of food last year, going to other organizations in our city who are helping to address root causes. Evolving our distribution approach to meet clients where they are, where the need exists, with our new hub and spoke model, most recently opening our downtown Neoma building location. Mayor and council absolutely stepped up this year for community. $79,458 in food and funds were raised through the Councillors Challenge, with an additional $532,186 in combined food and funds from the Mayor's Christmas Food Drive. Incredible. This means that almost 5,000 more Calgarians will have access to emergency food hampers because of your work. Thank you. Now, as the mayor has said, we know now that this council loves a challenge and perhaps loves a little bit of friendly competition. We want to give an honorable mention to Ward 5 Councillor John Pantazopoulos, who benefited from what we lovingly call potato points. He brought the muscle and the enthusiasm. His team bagged 880 pounds worth of potatoes in 15 minutes. And that is incredible. And that sounds like a lot, but just a friendly reminder that we go through about 12,000 pounds of potatoes every day at the Calgary Food Bank. So that was not quite a 12th of what we go through in a day. But ultimately, the golden lettuce is about more than just the potatoes bagged. It's about the food and the funds that came into the Calgary Food Bank to help us help Calgarians in need. And I am pleased to once again award the coveted Golden Lettuce Trophy for the 4th year in a row to Councillor Raj Dhaliwal, who raised a total of $15,179 in food and funds. Thank you so much to all of you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your support, not only in this challenge, but throughout the year. When you help the Calgary Food Bank, you're helping Calgarians, and we are so grateful for the partnership that we have with you.
I was hoping someone else takes it from me.
Incredible. Okay.
Yeah, let's do a quick photo up here. Councillor Dhaliwal, do you have anything to say for yourself?
No, I think at the end of the day, thank you, Mayor, for continuing this tradition. It's a great tradition, like it was mentioned. I think the real victory belongs to all the residents who are in need of food during the times when we are all celebrating holiday season. So thank you to all the councillors for being part of it, and thank you to all those Calgarians who donated generously, and thank you to the great people of Ward 5 for making us winners again. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Melissa, and again, congratulations, Councillor Dhaliwal and your team for again winning the famous Golden Lettuce. I think it's safe on your desk for this year, but I think based on the competitiveness I saw from each of our teams, I think don't rest on your laurels, Councillor. So our final acknowledgement for today is Freedom to Read Week, an annual national event celebrated in Canada for the past 42 years. Next week, February 22nd to 28th, highlights the importance of literacy, tolerance, knowledge, free expression, and a love of reading among Canadians. Freedom to Read Week reminds us of our privilege to write, publish, and read freely in this country, whether through books, print media, or online platforms. This week also raises awareness about information control and censorship. Around the world, many have lost their rights to access books and other information. As a result, they can no longer explore new ideas, defend their beliefs, seek different perspectives, or challenge injustices. Our Calgary Public Library continues to champion intellectual freedom and provide safe spaces for important conversations, including those that may feel controversial or challenging. Sarah Mueller, the CEO of the Calgary Public Library, is here with us today to share more about the impact of book bans. Sarah, it's a pleasure to have you with us here again. Please come on up. Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas and Council, for having me here today. I'm here on behalf of our more than 815,000 Calgary Public Library members, our staff, our board, and our volunteers. And I'm joined by a great team of library staff and folks from the foundation who believe in the freedom to read as well. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here so that we can all celebrate our freedom to read together and not take it for granted. At Calgary Public Library, we have an obligation to protect your right to read, and we have a professional responsibility to provide you and all Calgarians with the resources, tools, and spaces to access information freely while respecting your choice and your privacy. Now, why does that matter? Well, the right to access information and to freely explore ideas without fear or restriction is outlined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a basic right for all Canadians. And yet right now, we're at a moment in time when the freedom to read is being challenged across North America. Over the last 5 years, there has no doubt been a drastic increase in challenges to intellectual freedom from both sides of the political spectrum, across North America and across the world. There have been more than 800 book challenges in Canada in the last 5 years, with 120 of those coming in 2025. So for a moment, I want you to imagine. I want you to imagine a world where your access to information and ideas is denied, and your right to have difficult conversations is silenced. Censorship shuts down stories and ideas. It erases perspectives and experiences. And when that happens, entire points of view lose the chance to be explored, considered, and understood. A censored world weakens our collective ability to learn from one another and to build a better tomorrow together. The freedom to read matters, and we have to stand up to censorship. And let me be clear, having the freedom to read does not mean you have to agree with everything. The public library's role is not to tell you what to read. We're here to ensure you have the ability to make the choice that is right for you. Next week, as the mayor said, February 22nd to 28 is Freedom to Read Week. It's an opportunity to celebrate, to highlight every individual's right to access information, to learn and consider new ideas, and to express your own thoughts, opinions, and feelings. And I have to say, having watched some council meetings, I know that expressing your thoughts and opinions is something you're all good at, and that matters. Every year I come to council so that we can celebrate our freedom to read together. And I often present you with a book that has been challenged or banned. What you might not realize is that even groups who are often opposed on ideologies will call for the same item to be banned, but for different reasons. Today, Mayor Farkas, I bring you 2 books, and the first highlights just that. I have here The Giver by Lois Lowry. It's been challenged on both sides of the political spectrum. It's a dystopian novel written for teens, and it follows 12-year-old Jonah, who lives in a community that's devoid of pain, color, but also love and emotional depth. The Giver has been challenged for descriptions of euthanasia and eugenics that were thought too sensitive for teens. It's also been challenged for what might be considered anti-religious views. It's been challenged for depictions of a teenager's dreams that include early awakenings of sexual attraction, and also for depicting familiar structures outside of what might be considered traditional. The Giver has been challenged for so many reasons, and yet it continues to be a book on the curriculum because of the conversations it elicits. The Giver focuses on what choices youth should have about who they want to be, what they want to do, and the world they want to live in. It's a book about self-discovery, about what is important, and about the freedom to choose. I want to share a quote from the author Lois Lowry. "Anytime there is an attempt to ban a book, you should fight it as hard as you can. It's okay for a parent to say, I don't want my child to read this book. But it is not okay for anyone to try to make that decision for other people." Freedom, access, and choice. That's what matters. That's what I want you to remember. Because anytime we try to ban a book, the slippery slope begins. You have the right to intellectual freedom. Your Calgary Public Library provides you access, and you have the choice what you want to read for yourself and your family. So this is The Giver by Lois Lowry. But this year, I'm also bringing you a second book. It hasn't been challenged, but as conversations about censorship increase, I wanted to bring you a resource that shares more about the history and impacts of censorship. On book banning, or how the new censorship consensus trivializes art and undermines democracy, is written by Alberta-born Ira Wells. It discusses how book bans and challenges come about, how they come from both sides of the political spectrum, and the impacts that censorship has on society. It's a quick read, I promise, and it's an important survey of censorship from ancient Rome to present day, highlighting landmark legal cases, literary controversies, and philosophical arguments. And it makes you think, which is the point? Both of these books are designed to make you think, consider, and ask questions. And that's one of the most beautiful things about books. So when all of you were elected, just a few months ago, I gave each of you, on behalf of the library, a copy of If You Were a City by Kyle McClear. I firmly believe that everything you ever needed to know can be found in a picture book. And it felt like a fitting tribute to inspire you as you make the decisions every day about the city you want to build for today and for future generations. So Mayor Farkas, councillors, and city administration, today I'm adding 2 more books to your reading list. I encourage you to think about the city you envision for the future, to consider the impacts of censorship, and I invite you to join the Calgary Public Library and all Calgarians today and every day in our commitment to intellectual freedom, in our commitment to standing up to censorship of all sorts, and to celebrate and to protect our freedom to read. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and on behalf of the City of Calgary, we truly appreciate your thoughts and your leadership, especially at a time when we're seeing book banning occurring from other orders of government, especially here in Canada. It's quite concerning. I had no idea that this was the book, The Giver, that you were going to be presenting us. It's quite fitting because this is one of the first books that I personally remember reading as a youth. It was certainly one that its depictions of government very much challenged me, and I think early in my council career, the bit of the anti-authoritarian streak definitely reflected my own in my own take on governance, power structures, and it's quite fitting that this is what you've presented to us. So in honor of Freedom to Read Week and for those who are fighting for their own freedom to read, we encourage all Calgarians to visit their local library, choose a book that will make you view the world in a different way, and learn a new perspective. So thank you again for your leadership, and I'd like to invite your team up for a photograph as well with the books. Those are yours.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for keeping the seat warm for me. Don't get too comfortable out there. I'm going to need you back shortly here. We're now on to question period, starting with Councillor Yule.
Thank you, Mayor. This Family Day weekend, both Councillor Ward and I had tragic events occur. Pedestrians were killed in both of our wards in marked crosswalks. And so I just wanted to kind of bring up a couple of things. In November, we passed significant increases around traffic safety. Council is still grappling with the significant reduction in fine revenue and enforcement rules by the province. But during that budget deliberation, we requested you, Mayor, to write Minister Dreeshen to work with us on restoring some enforcement and the revenue back to us, earmarked for traffic safety investments. So my question is for you, Mayor, what is the status of this letter, and did we get an answer?
Thank you. Following the deliberations, I was able to speak in person with Minister Dreeshen. I raised the issue. I let him know the correspondence would be forthcoming. I can confirm that last week a letter was sent, and given that it's relatively brief, I'll just read it into the record and provide it as an attachment perhaps that can be added to this meeting. It reads, regarding traffic fine revenue and automated traffic enforcement. As directed by Council on the 10th of November 2025, I'm writing to highlight a public safety issue and the barriers preventing the City of Calgary from implementing effective traffic safety measures. On April 1, 2020, the Government of Alberta increased its share of provincial traffic fine revenue to 40%, up from 26.7%, causing a fiscal gap of approximately $10 million per year for the city. Further, on April 1, 2025, the provincial government ordered the removal of photo radar from provincial roads and connectors, widening that gap by up to $28 million per year. The removal of photo radar in April 2025 has led to an upswing in speed-related collisions. Between 2024 and 2025 alone, Calgary Police Service reported more than 900 pedestrian crashes and an unprecedented 27 fatalities, on top of what you referenced in your ward, Councillor Yule, as well as Councillor Ward's, underscoring a critical public safety crisis. Calgary City Council calls on the Government of Alberta to restore the municipal share of traffic fine revenue and review the decision to reduce photo radar enforcement based on safety outcomes. Any restored revenue will be earmarked for traffic safety improvements, including safer intersections, crosswalk upgrades, school zone protections, and traffic calming measures. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further, including potential areas for future collaboration. To date, we've not yet received a response, but I'll keep Council informed. Thank you for the question. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, Mayor.
I believe that is it for our queue, except for Councillor Atkinson. You're in under the wire for question period, sir.
Thank you. So yes, we had a driver hit and killed a senior on Monday, and another driver hit a family, killing a toddler in their stroller. Both of these in marked crosswalks, and these are the second and third fatalities of this year. And after we had 15 folks killed on our streets in 2025, and that's people dying on our streets. But there have also been 56 pedestrian strikes that we know of. And this is the ones that are not reported in the news in the same way. But meanwhile, what my office is starting to find out is that we actually don't have sufficient data about pedestrian strikes on our streets. Our internal data only accounts for pedestrian strikes that result in a traffic interruption for cars. It's not the full picture. How are we supposed to make informed decisions when we don't have the full picture? And the data that we're being provided, the data available from the province has actually not been reported since April of last year. So I guess my question is, how do we improve and prioritize pedestrian safety and the data that we're collecting and providing so that we as a council can make better recommendations around pedestrian safety, because where we are at right now is completely unacceptable.
Over to administration. Jim Thompson, would you like to take your crack? Director Fleming.
Yeah, we are aware of the pedestrian fatalities that occurred over the weekend, and of course, our hearts go out to the families. We were really saddened to hear about the loss. We continue to assess our road network continuously to support the safety of all Calgarians. We have a recently launched Vision Zero campaign encouraging drivers to stay alert, avoid distraction, and drive safely. But in agreement with Councillor Atkinson's, more data provided in a way that informs us would be critical. Let me take that back and work with our mobility colleagues to see what data is available, whether or not that we could work in collaboration with CPS to provide that data in a way that would be materially useful to your team.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. And last up is Councillor Chabot for question period.
Well, first of all, I'm going to apologize for not advising admin in advance of a question. And I'm looking at you, GM Hamilton, for a reason. So I've had a constituent raise some concerns with me recently about a development permit that was occurring next door to them, where the work that was being done resulted in material being deposited on the adjacent property, as well as some damage caused on cement blocks. So I guess the question is, what opportunity or what enforcement capability does the city have to ensure that some of that material doesn't negatively impact the adjacent neighbor, or alternatively, what recourse do they have for cost recovery for damage caused to some of their property as a result of development that was next door?
Thank you, Councillor Chabot, for the question. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that I've heard about this, and I've been speaking with our team in Development, Business and Building Services. We do have limited ability to address this situation, but I'll take this, if you don't mind, since you just asked me the question, I'll take this back to the team, see where we're at with the authority that we have as the city and what we can do and work with the construction industry on. I'll get back to council on it.
And of course, trying to be compliant with the Protection of Privacy Act. I will see what information I can provide to you as far as the details on the case specific.
You're welcome to give me the development permit number in question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Prior to us starting confirmation of agenda, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos to take the chair. There's an item 7.3.1, Policy and Land Use Amendment in Springbank Hill, Ward 6 at 30 Elvedon Drive, Southwest. Out of an abundance of caution, I am citing a perceived personal conflict of interest. I do not have a pecuniary interest, as my family is not the applicant, landowner, or developer. However, I do have family that lives in the immediate vicinity, so questions around height, parking, density, and so on could be seen by a reasonable person to affect my family's private interests. And for that reason, I'm abstaining from the item, as well as abstaining from the agenda setting pertaining to the item. So as soon as I leave the chair, we'll begin the confirmation of agenda with Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos in the chair, and I'll come back after the agenda, if amended, is approved.
Good morning, everybody. Perfect. May I have seek a mover and a seconder for the confirmation of agenda? Councillor Clark, seconder. Councillor Kelly. Perfect. Madam Clerk, can we bring a vote to that, or do we move right into amendments?
There's amendments, Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, so you can move on to the first amendment that will come from Councillor Schmidt.
I see Councillor Schmidt, RTS for agenda item. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Would like to move item 7.2.7 to have that withdrawn from the agenda. This is at the request of the applicant. So to remove that item today completely from the agenda.
Perfect, thank you. So, Councillor Schmidt, would you move that motion?
Yes, I move it.
Fantastic. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any debate, discussion?
I'll just quickly use my open to say that this came to us as a request directly from the applicant, so expect this to be straightforward.
Thank you so much. Seeing none, Councillor Schmidt, would you close?
Closed.
Madam Clerk, would you please bring the vote?
Just looks like eScribe is delayed to launch. One moment, please.
It's stuck in the snowstorm.
And it's now ready. Thank you for your patience. Councillor Atkinson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are
Please show the results.
in. Thank you.
Motion is carried, 14-0 unanimous. Thank you. Understand there's other amendments. Look to Councillor Tyers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm putting forward a motion to postpone item 7.2.1 land use amendment in bonus at 6516 35th Avenue Northwest to the March 17th public hearing meeting of council. So this is a motion to defer to the next public hearing meeting.
Fantastic. So moved. May I have a seconder? Councillor Atkinson? Any debate?
Yeah, just to give some context, the developer is requesting more time to engage with the community for some different options for this item.
So much. Councillor Chabot, is this for this matter you want to speak to?
Same question. Asked and answered. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. Any other requests? Speak on this item, this amendment, proposed amendment? Thank you. Seeing none. Councillor Tyers, are you closed?
Yep, closed.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, would you please launch vote?
Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are in.
Please display the votes. Results. The motion is carried for the amendment, 14-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk, I understand you have an amendment as well to bring forward?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be looking to a member of council to support moving an amendment to today's agenda. Council, you'll recall that at the last strategic meeting of council, you had asked me to conduct a quorum check to schedule a new strategic meeting of council. I held that quorum check. I can confirm that there's sufficient members of council. So in order to give the public notice about an upcoming meeting as required by the Municipal Government Act, I am asking you to add this item onto today's agenda so that the agenda be amended by adding item 9.1, procedural requests, schedule a strategic meeting of council to be held on February 25th, 2026, and for that to be dealt with as an item of urgent business. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Atkinson would move the item. May I get a seconder on the item? Councillor Tyers, thank you so much. Councillor Atkinson, thank you. Perfect. Yeah. The clerk said it all. Fantastic. Well, I do see Councillor Chabot request to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the special meeting of council, subject matter?
It's not a special meeting, it's a strategic meeting.
Oh, so just a strategic planning meeting.
Yeah, it's a continuation of the strategic meetings of council that administration has been holding.
Just recently?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Any other debate, discussion? Seeing none, Councillor Atkinson? Closed. Madam Clerk, please launch the vote.
Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are in.
Thank you so much. Please display the results. That motion is carried 13-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against. Thank you. Perfect. And finally, Councillor Yule.
Yeah, I am asking that council refer 7.2.3 back to administration. I've talked to many of you about this, lots of letters from community, and I appreciate Dorothy, president of Sierra's condo, and everybody that came today. I've discussed with them. We're a lot of the letters that you'll see in the package, there was a little bit of concern that there wasn't enough engagement done through this time, and so I'd like to continue that engagement, bring this back in June. Also, there's no way to kind of split the parcels in this land use, so I'd like administration to go back and look at it to see how we can continue the west parcel and look at more of the transit parts of the east parcel before we bring this to land use. So I hope you all can support this, and I appreciate the support of the community. And thank you for coming in on this wintry day, and look forward to engaging with the community as we go forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Councillor Yule. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Kelly. Councillor Yule, any open? I'll take that as your open.
That was my
Any
open,
debate? Yeah. Any debate? Seeing none. Councillor Yule, look to you to close.
Closed.
I'll just take a moment. Everybody have a look, just because it wasn't in the agenda. Have a read through, and then I will call the question. Perfect. Madam Clerk, please launch the vote.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are in.
Thank you so much. Please display the results. This item is passed unanimously, 14-0. Perfect. So with that, is there any more proposed amendments to the agenda?
Not that I'm aware of from any members of council.
Thank you so much. Seeing none. So I'll look for a motion that the agenda for the 2026 February 17th public hearing meeting of council be confirmed as amended. Councillor Kelly, seconder. Councillor Atkinson.
Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, it was moved by Councillor Clark and
Oh, I
Councillor Kelly
apologize.
at
Sorry,
the
that's
start.
Councillor Clark and Kelly.
We can just proceed to a vote.
You're correct. Thank you for that clarification. Any debate? Seeing none. Councillor Clark, we've closed. Perfect. Madam Clerk, please launch the e-vote. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are in.
Please display the results. Confirmation of the agenda as amended is passed 14-0 unanimous. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you.
All right, folks, just give us a couple moments here as we swap everything up. All right, we are about to start our public hearing portion. For all items on the agenda under Section 7, reports for public hearing, we will start with a presentation by administration representing the recommendations of the Calgary Planning Commission. Then we will open the public hearing. The applicant, if present, will make the first presentation. Once the applicant is finished speaking, I will go to the list of registered speakers, rotating the remaining registered speakers between those in favor, against, and neither. Council is restricted in these public hearings to issues of land use, the use and not the user. I will stop you if you aren't speaking to the use. I will also take this time to remind everyone that for every public hearing matter, council members are amenable to persuasion. Public speakers have a maximum of 5 minutes to make their presentation. For those that are presenting in the council chamber, there's a timer on the screen at the podium to help you manage your time. Council members may ask questions after each speaker is finished presenting. For our remote participants, please set a 5-minute timer for yourself. After your presentation, please remain on the line as we may have questions for you. After your item concludes, please drop off the telephone line and continue following through the live stream. We may establish panels of up to 5 speakers if there are enough people registered to speak to an item, and council will ask its questions after all speakers in the panel are done. Panels of registered speakers will rotate between those in favor, against, and neither to the extent that is practicable. A speaker cannot transfer any of their speaking time to another speaker. And once we finish with all of the speakers, we'll close the public hearing. Questions of clarification from council members to administration can be taken at this point. Then we will go to council to debate the item. Great, so 7.2.1 has been struck, which means that we will start with 7.2.2 with Ms. Stingle.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. My name is Courtney Stengel, Senior Planner with Community Planning, and I'll be presenting the first batch of items on the agenda today. Item 2 is a land use amendment to allow for continued build-out in the developing community of Moraine. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 25D 2026 for the redesignation of 3 parcels from the Special Purpose Future Urban Development SFUD District to a variety of residential and special purpose districts. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Moraine, north of Stony Trail and adjacent to 14th Street. The northern city limits can be seen with the dashed red line. The neighboring communities of Carrington, Livingston, Ambleton, and Evanston can be seen here as well in various stages of development. Next slide, please. The site is currently undeveloped with some stripping and grading occurring on the south and the majority of the area being used for agricultural purposes. Next slide, please. As seen on the previous slides, surrounding development is currently under various stages of build-out, with Carrington to the east and Ambleton to the southwest. These areas have a variety of districts to allow for complete communities to serve future residents. The lands to the west and the subject site are currently designated as the Special Purpose Future Urban Development SFUD District, which is intended for lands that are awaiting urban development and utility servicing. Next slide, please. The application proposes a suite of 4 residential districts and 2 special purpose districts. The residential districts provide a range from low-density housing in the forms of single-detached, semi-detached, and row house-style development to multi-residential developments such as apartments. The multi-residential, low-profile support commercial MX1 district also incorporates commercial businesses and mixed-use developments to serve local residents. Increased density and intensity is located in nodes and activity centers. The suite of special purpose districts is intended to allow for municipal reserve for community amenities such as parks, schools, and open spaces, and to allow for infrastructure and utility facilities as well as transportation facilities. Next slide, please. The proposed land use designations are in alignment with two associated outline plans, the first being the original 2020 outline plan for the area, which did not assign land uses to this section due to water servicing constraints, which has since been resolved, allowing the application before you today. It is also in alignment with the outline plan portion of this 2025 application, which includes outcomes from a motion arising requiring administration to reassess the planned roadway for 160th Avenue, reducing the roadway from 6 to 4 lanes and facilitating a multimodal cross-section. This updated outline plan was approved at the December 18th, 2025 Calgary Planning Commission meeting. Together, these outline plans feature an updated 160th Avenue roadway, a neighborhood activity center in the center west of this image, a variety of parks and open spaces, and 2 school sites. Next slide, please. The application is in alignment with the Glacier Ridge Area Structure Plan, which anticipates this to be a residential neighborhood with regional pathway connections, school sites, open spaces, and a neighborhood activity center. The proposal allows for an anticipated density of 20.8 units per hectare and an intensity of 70 people and jobs per gross developable hectare, meeting the requirements of the Municipal Development Plan. Next slide, please. This application would allow for the continued development of a neighborhood that aligns with the vision of the Area Structure Plan and the targets of the Municipal Development Plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Farkas.
Thank you, Ms. Stingle. Before we open the public hearing, I'm going to go over to Councillor Yule for a recognition.
Yes, today we have Coventry Hills Schools here. So if I could get you guys to stand up and we'll welcome you to council today. Now, Coventry Hills School, that's where my kids went. And actually, Miss Draper was one of my kids' teachers. And also in my advocacy days, I would come in to C grade 5 classes to talk about wetlands, because you guys have the wetlands unit, and I was the Nose Creek guy coming in to teach about, and I would come to Miss Draper's class and I would teach about the Nose Creek. Which brings us to the big question or theme that you guys are contemplating this week is, how does being an active citizen connect us to our community? And as an active citizen, I was coming in to talk to you guys about, about wetlands. So thank you for coming in, and I appreciate you guys coming, and looking forward to talking to you guys.
Thank you so much for being here, and looking forward to spending time with you as well. Too bad I can't ask Ms. Draper for advice for how to handle you if you're out of line. Councillor Gill. All right, we're still on 7.2.2, land use amendment to Moraine. We will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in person here to speak to the item or on the line? Okay, come on up.
Morning, Mayor, members of council. Apologize, I do believe we signed up to speak, but I'm Jack Bottle. I'm with B&A. We are the applicant, and we're here to speak in favor. With me is Elton Ma from Brookfield. We know you have a very busy day today, so we won't give a presentation, but we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. And you did sign up. I just had misplaced the sheet. That's totally on me. But Madam Clerk's keeping me very organized. Are there any questions for the presenter, for members of council? Sorry, was that you, Councillor Kelly? Okay. Go for it.
Appreciate you guys being here today. Just wondering for clerks, attachment 1, page 1. Just the site, pardon me, attachment 5, page 1. How'd you come up with your street design? I'm just sort of wondering, like, a lot of the roads don't connect or go through, and I'm just sort of curious what the, you know, I'm thinking about how we're going to service this with transit, et cetera. So I'm just wanting to get a bit of an idea from you first in terms of, like, why this particular layout.
Thanks for the question. Is it possible to pull up admin's presentation with a outline plan? This would be a good starting point. Obviously, we use the area structure plan as the guiding document for where the skeletal and arterial network will be, as well as main collector roads. Is it possible to move to the slide with the outline plan? I think it's just the most recent.
Sorry for clerks, that's 721. We're on 722. I think it's just the slide before this one would actually work. There you go. I assume that was the one you were looking for.
There we are. So I will make one point of clarification that the original outline plan was approved previously. So this is mostly a housekeeping amendment to update the land use and update the road right-of-way on the north. As I would assess this plan, I think there are a lot of considerations when putting together a design like this, some of them environmental, obviously needing to work around some major pieces of the community like the school site. I do believe that this plan would have a fairly high level of connectivity. Primarily, we're looking at where the main collectors travel through the plan, past key nodes like the community neighborhood activity center, and the school sites. Yeah, I guess I could speak to it further, but I would say that I think this plan will have relatively strong connectivity.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Your Worship, for the applicant.
Thank you. Anybody else for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us. Anyone else wishing to speak as part of the public hearing? Going once, going twice, last call. All right, public hearing is closed. Over to Councillor McLean for question for admin.
Yeah, just a quick question. Speaking of connectivity, so 160th Ave is going to be a major road. It's going to be reduced from 6 to 4, which could probably work. But I guess my only question is that going to connect 160 ever to the Cross Iron Mills or to QE2? Is that in the plan?
Tom Hopkins, Development Engineering. So in the long term, 160th would connect over to the Cross Iron Mills area, eventually through other developments on the east side of Keystone Hills and through Nose Creek.
Yeah, that was what I was just thinking. It seems like that'll obviously be a lot more traffic. So why would we not just stick to the 6 lanes, I guess? Or I hate that. People always tell us when you build something and then they rip it up and then they build it again and they rip it up. Maybe we should just think forward and thinking and make it 6 lanes. Again, I'm not the expert here, but just looking for your input.
Through the chair was studied through the functional study that reduced the number of lanes and also added active modes, better active modes connectivity. So some of the questions before to the applicant about connectivity have been improved with this, where there's better biking or walking and wheeling along 160th, as well as sufficient capacity to allow for traffic to get in and out of the area.
Yeah, that was my other question, if there was like a traffic impact assessment, which sounds like all that's been done. So, all right, that's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks. Admin, on attachment 1, page 1, the background references there's not being enough water capacity to serve the entire area when the existing outline plan was first approved. I'm just wondering what's changed between now and then, i.e., is there enough water?
Through the chair, Lawrence Wong, Development Engineering. So when the outline plan was approved, the North Calgary North servicing was underway. It's being planned. Now there is a more firm schedule in terms of construction. So 27 is when the first phase 1 will be done. Subsequent phases would be done a couple of years later. So that's the critical piece in terms of the water servicing. So we know it now. So it is good now.
And I just wanted to confirm again that we anticipate that the North Water Servicing Project will be done before we get out to any form of build out here that'll require water.
Through Chair, that is correct. And just a bit of added detail is that we were pacing the building permit releases as we were going to enable development to proceed in advance of the construction being completed. But yes, to your question, yes, there will be adequate servicing and water for the area.
Okay, that's great. And I guess I'm not sure who asked this question to, but it's more just a newbie question. I'm just wondering, has the previous council already approved the street names for this for this area, or is that part of this application, or is that a future item?
I believe that came through with the original item, but I would have to double check on that.
Okay. My only question as it relates to here specifically is just looking at Starling Drive. It's 148th Avenue is a rather long continuous road, and it's a little bit strange that as it gets here, we changed the name of it. It would have been nice to just finish off 148th Avenue here instead of crossing the street and changing the name. Those are all my questions, Your Worship.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Winehouse to move the item.
Just moved. This is something that's been in the track. Council's been working on it since last term, so moved.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Chabot. Any debate? Over to you to close, Councillor Winehouse.
Closed.
Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote on 7.2.2.
Councillor Jameson, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. That motion is carried 15-0. We'll now move to the readings. First reading of bylaw 25D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 25D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 25D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 25D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, that concludes 7.2.2. 7.2.3 has also been struck, so we are now on 7.2.4, Aspen Woods, Ward 6, again with Ms. Stingle.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 4 is a land use amendment to allow for additional residential and open space development within Aspen Woods. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 21D 2026 for the redesignation of 1330 and 1380 85th Street Southwest from a direct control DC district to the residential low-density mixed housing RG district and the special purpose school, park, and community reserve SSPR district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Aspen Woods, south of Bow Trail and east of the city limits and Stony Trail. The 69th Street Blue Line station can be seen at the lower right-hand image of this image. The site, or next slide, please. The site is comprised of 2 parcels located adjacent to 85th Street Southwest and north of Aspen Summit Close Southwest. The parcels are currently developed with single detached homes and accessory residential buildings. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is single detached dwellings shown in yellow with parks, open space, and play fields shown in green. The subject site and lands to the immediate north are designated as a direct control district labeled as 12Z96. This DC district is based on the special districts of the previous 2P80 land use bylaw and was intended to accommodate large lot rural residential development in the form of single detached homes with a maximum height of 10 meters. Next slide, please. The application proposes 2 land use districts. The first is the residential low-density mixed housing RG district, which allows for a variety of low-density development, including single-detached, semi-detached, and row houses with a maximum building height of 12 meters. The second is the Special Purpose School Park and Community Reserve SSPR District, which allows for municipal reserve to be provided along the eastern portion of the site in alignment with the existing playfields to the southeast and the anticipated open space to the north. Next slide, please. The proposed land use designations are in alignment with the associated outline plan, which was approved at the December 18th, 2025 Calgary Planning Commission meeting and is shown here. The outline plan features vehicular access from Aspet Summit Close, which was anticipated in the previous approval of lands to the south. It also anticipates future connection to the lands to the north. A pathway connection to 85th Street is provided for pedestrians, as well as open space along the eastern boundary. Next slide, please. The application is in alignment with the East Springbank Area Structure Plan, which anticipates urban development in this area. The proposal allows for an anticipated density of 17 units per hectare and an intensity of 40 people and jobs per gross developable hectare, meeting the targets of the ASP. Next slide, please. The application would allow for the continued development of a neighborhood that aligns with the area structure plan and provides additional open space connections for residents. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 21D 2026. Thank you, Mayor Farkas.
Thank you, Ms. Stinger, or Stingle, rather. Thank you. We will ask the applicant to come on up.
Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Scott Cruz with Civic Works, and we're here today on behalf of Truman. Next slide, please. So at a high level, the proposal is to allow for new housing and park space on 2 rural lots in Aspen Woods, which is consistent with local policy and the approved outline plan. We are here to kindly ask for council support, and if the land use is approved, Truman is ready to move forward to the subdivision stage almost immediately. When the application was launched back in March, our team notified neighbors through flyers and shared ongoing updates with the Ward 6 Councillor's Office and local community association. Through numerous conversations, 3 main feedback themes emerged, including building form, site access and traffic, and parks, trees, and privacy, each of which I'll touch on in this presentation. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at a quick overview of the site. The main goal is to provide low-density housing which matches the context of the neighborhood and uses the established road networks and growth patterns in the area. Note that we are applying for RG zoning, which is the standard base low-density zoning used for most new suburban development in Calgary and allows for a range of different housing types, including single-family homes. I want to be clear about Truman's intent for this application. The intent is to move forward to build only 22 single-detached lots and homes. On the screen, we've provided the lotting that would be proposed through the subdivision process and provided this on record to give community members certainty around exactly what is being proposed. In addition to housing, the plan features new park space and boulevard improvements to create better pathway connections to the site and future school site next door. Next slide, please. The first main feedback theme that we heard through our community outreach was related to building form. So at multiple points, we heard concerns from neighbors who were worried that this may turn into a high-density or multifamily development project. To reiterate, Truman has no plans for multifamily development on this site, and the plan is to move forward with low-scale, single-detached homes that fit into the context of the area. The images shown on screen are examples of homes that Truman has already built in the area to give you a sense of the type of housing and building quality that is being proposed on this site. Next slide, please. In June, we received a petition signed by 23 neighbors that were concerned with the location of the proposed access and its impact on traffic safety. The petition requested that access be provided from 85th Street instead of the existing connection along Aspen Summit Close. In response to neighbors' concerns, we explored multiple different options, but there were a number of standard technical reasons why this request could not be accommodated. This includes a lack of necessary sewer infrastructure along 85th Street and minimum intersection spacing requirements that made permanent access to 85th Street not possible. City administration confirmed these findings and found that the existing road connection and servicing network could accommodate low-density growth on this site. Next slide, please. Lastly, we heard from neighbors that were concerned with the loss of privacy and removal of existing private trees. During review of the application, the team met with city staff on site to discuss the best way to maximize the retention of existing trees and vegetation. It was agreed that creating a clear buffer along the western edge of the site provided the best opportunity to save trees and also create a clear pathway connection to the future school site next door. In response, the conditions of approval were updated to require the submission of a detailed landscape construction plans and a comprehensive tree report to make sure that this process is reviewed and handled appropriately moving forward. In addition, quality fencing and landscape features will be required around the edges of the site, and housing has been limited to single-family homes to mitigate privacy concerns for those adjacent neighbors. That concludes my presentation. We appreciate your time, and our team is here to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump in real quick, and Madam Clerk, if you don't mind going back to slide 3 from the applicant here. So a lot of this is predicated on the parcel to the north. Do you have assurances that it'll be built out that way? Because as I look, just the roads end awkwardly. I am concerned about traffic flowing through from Aspet Summit Close for so many units, especially if there's greater density being built to the north.
Thanks for the question, Mayor Farkas. Truman's intention was to purchase this property to the north and include it as part of this application. They were unable to do so, so what we presented within our outline plan was a shadow plan. Shadow plans are not binding per se, but what it does is sets a natural framework for how that area will build out. What we've done on this site is provided a logical layout for servicing, for roads, and for how the blocks would lay out to essentially mirror what's going on to the south. So understood about the concerns around there kind of being dead ends. I think this is an interim kind of development outcome. Truman's ultimate intent is to move forward and try to acquire that site to the north, and would handle any concerns around additional traffic or servicing requirements through an additional application.
So to be crystal clear, that parcel that says DC 12Z 96, it's hatched in gray. It shows roads going to the north, a turn, and then access to 13th Avenue. That is not what exists today. That's your suggestion to whoever owns it?
Correct. So that is a shadow plan that's provided on the outline plan. It extends the current road network that we're proposing as part of this application and would ultimately loop up to 13th Avenue in the north.
Have you spoken to the landowner? How do they feel about the road being built through the property?
Truman has tried to engage them through the process of acquiring that property. This was a part that had come up through administration's review of the application to say, have you had further conversations with that landowner about this layout? Due to health concerns with the existing landowner, we were not able to follow up, but what we've done is that we've made sure that the servicing connections were done in a logical way, again, to try to mirror what's going on to the south. And the intention there is that we would maximize both access and potential development opportunities for that landowner.
And was our city administration given opportunity to comment on the shadow plan? Like, do they agree that transportation in and out of 13th Avenue is doable?
They were given the opportunity to comment on this. There was multiple rounds of conversations with administration about this shadow plan. Ultimately, what was discussed was that any sort of future connection to 13th Avenue in the north would require kind of cooperation with the city, as it is city-owned property. So ultimately, that road connection would need to come through city land and would require another round of review in the future.
Okay, that's it for me. Over to Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos.
So much. The mayor took a lot of my thunder, but I'll just add in there. I mean, this just very defines the bespoke nature of development in Ward 6, those random little acreages. And I've driven by this parcel for 20 years that I've lived there, and it's been an empty lot, and now we're finally building it, and you can just see maybe I won't go so far as frustration, but again, it's one little piece which is great, and then we're going to wait for another one in 5 to X number of years. So, hope that we can get this done and start filling in those donut holes. Because, you mentioned a school site immediately to the east. This Calgary Board of Education just announced a brand new school. And wouldn't it be amazing to have that park system and the home so families can go to that school when it's built in the next 2 to 3 years? So thank you so much for bringing this forward. So I will speak a few of the questions that the mayor hasn't addressed. Maybe just speak about engagement. There was one slide prior, you talked about 200, and I think in the submissions it talked about 200 meters. So you can just clarify, if you just go back a slide, Madam Clerk, maybe, there it is, 200 mailers delivered. In the document, it mentioned 200 meters. Can you just clarify which one?
If the clerk could actually please go to slide 15 in the presentation. So to clarify, it's 200 meters and 200 recipients of the flyer. So on the slide that we're going to pull up, I'll kind of show you the radius that was sent out to those neighbors. So that includes neighbors to the north, east, south, and west, and featured about 200 homes that those were delivered to.
Fantastic. Thank you for that clarity. I really appreciate that. Often we see 100 meters, and I think with areas like this, 100 meters literally gets to your neighbor. So I really appreciate the extra, and I'm sure the folks would be pleased to have that there. Traffic was one issue. Was there ever any contemplation to do a traffic study, given that there will be a parcel, there's a potential for the north to be developed as well?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Pantazopoulos. In our initial kind of pre-application inquiries with city administration, the threshold was not reached for the amount of traffic that would be generated from this site. So the original conversation from the very beginning was 22 single-family homes. There's a certain threshold when it comes to kind of triggering these sort of traffic impact assessment requirements on a site. Generally, anything that's higher density would require that. In this particular case, we did a preliminary scan with administration and found that the development to the south had actually planned for lots on this site, so that was already kind of worked into traffic capacities previously.
Is there ever an open house or an online virtual engagement with residents?
So as part of this application, we opted for more one-on-one conversations with those neighbors. So for an application of this scale and what was being proposed, we thought it would be more appropriate to have those one-on-one conversations. So that was through phone calls, emails, meetings with your office to try to kind of get a sense of what the community feedback was going to be and to make sure that their recommendations were heard through our presentations at the same time that we're presenting our recommendations.
And finally, I really appreciate you mentioning that trust building with community, the 22 homes on record, if you will, saying there. One item that did come up was clearing of trees and things prior to this date. And I understand that the trees were cleared earlier this week, last week, and even bylaw came out and sort of had a peek. And in attachment 10, there was one of the folks against it talked about developer non-compliance and trust and things. And we're making a lot of representations on trust. It's a good builder, has a lot of respect and trust in Ward 6. Maybe just speak to that. You're building that trust. People identified it. It was cleared. Folks came out. Maybe just speak generally about that building trust when people are concerned, and why would the developer gone out and cleared that? And is this how we're going to expect the conduct throughout the whole development process? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor. What I would say was that Truman acknowledges that there were trees, private trees, that were removed on site while the application was being reviewed. This was done by a contractor that had gone out to the site to prepare and ready the site as we were getting ready to move forward with the application. It's regrettable that there were private trees that were removed throughout the site, kind of out of this normal sequence that we would normally look at. However, there were private trees that were retained within a piece that we were contemplating for municipal reserve. So what we had done was we had received calls from neighbors and then from city administration when it had originally occurred in August, to meet with them on site and really address this issue head on, to have honest conversations about what was being done and kind of the checks and balances that would be in place to make sure that this does not happen in the future. Part of those checks and balances I kind of referred to in the presentation, but it was requiring things like detailed landscape plans, and a comprehensive tree report as a requirement and a condition of approval on this site. So that you don't just have to take our word for it. That will be a requirement of this site. And Truman would not look to move forward with this kind of approach in order to continue building that trust with the community.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for commenting on that. It just a few inquiries came, and then understand that what happened on Friday. So thank you so much. So no more questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
So based on the plans, it sounds like you've intentionally decided to keep this to all single-family homes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the maximum density and even the most intensive land use you could have applied for on this site?
So to answer your question, the ASP policy in this area, it dictates it as a urban development. So what it does is it allows a broad range of housing forms, but it limits the amount of density on the site. So at no point were we considering any other district other than the kind of base district that's usually used for suburban development. So that's that RG. What we're currently proposing on the site with those 22 homes works out to about a 5 unit per acre requirement. The upper limit of the policy area within the ASP is to 7, so that would be a maximum of 35 homes that could be built on this site without an amendment to that area structure plan.
So you've actually gone under that number?
Correct.
And this is relatively close to some transit routes that would have a direct connection to the 69th Street C train station?
Yes, that's correct. So it's about a minute walk, and if the clerks could please go to slide 5, it can provide a better understanding. But essentially, there are a couple of different bus routes that are located along 85th Street. The one is the Cougar Ridge. So just back to slide 5. So kind of at the bottom left of the screen there, you can see an existing bus stop. So that's Route 89, the Cougar Ridge bus. And what we've done is we've introduced a pathway connection through the site to make that about a minute walk for local residents.
So really, you could have gone for more units. You heard from the public. You decided not to.
That's correct. So Truman's intent on this site was to kind of match what was going on for the development to the south. So that was looking at about 40 to 45 foot frontages for those houses. So they wanted to match kind of what's going on in the area for context as well as quality to making sure that it matches the neighborhood.
So it sounds to me like you found a compromise.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the applicant? All right. Hearing none. Anyone else here in person wanting to speak to this item? Anyone on the line? Going once, going twice, last call. All right, public hearing has been closed. Over to questions now for administration. You have any, Deputy Mayor?
About that shadow study, just what if the developer, maybe just speak to the roads, like it's implying less home building, and then there's that weird little 13th Avenue Road right away, which will be forever gone. Maybe it's a park. Just maybe talk a little bit about that. Thoughts, conversations, how do we get something, can we move that? Yeah, just that little, there's a bunch of that in Ward 6 where you've got these stubby little road allowances that forever just places where weeds grow. Maybe just speak about that and how the roads could all connect through. Thank you.
Through the chair, Shane Batile, Development Engineering, thanks for the question. Councillor, as you can see from the road stub to the south, the parcel that's developed to the south has a road stub going to it. So it's always been planned to connect these parcels. It was never planned not to. And that's shown in the ASP, et cetera, which says we don't really want to have 13th Avenue directly connecting to 85th Street. We want it to be circuitous. Road networks have more than adequate capacity to handle the densities here. This is always a very interesting part of Calgary, any part of Calgary where we've grown over the years, and we get old road alliances from other orders of government, when we annex, et cetera, or old township or range roads that have existed for 100 years. And it does make it challenging to have that kind of master planning we see in a brand new community that has like a whole quarter section to it. So in areas like this, we really dive deep to see what's the best outcome for those roads. We did work with the applicant based on that road stub that had been set up previously and the shadow plan you see there, and we are happy that that will sufficiently address all the volumes in the area, let everyone get around safely. We will not be providing a direct connection to 85th Street. There's no way to safely make that happen. Safety is top of mind for us. So the remainder of that road right away, once the parcel you're talking about, the shadow plan parcel comes in, we will, as a city and with the ward office, kind of decide what's best for that. Does it turn into some kind of park space? Do we leave it as road right away, but it still acts like a park? But we'll get more into that conversation with that north parcel. But that shadow plan you see is pretty similar to how we would expect it to develop, and it will connect to 13th Avenue, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else for admin? All right, back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mentioned it before and often to fill in the donut holes. This is great to see that engagement, that compromise. Didn't go right. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of things that's right here. Looking forward to the school to the east. You know, the path park system, just to finally build out Aspen. If you drive to Aspen now, it's beautiful homes and then empty lots, and it's wonderful to just get this fixed up. And looking forward to the north parcel getting developed as well, so we can just finish it and complete our city. So hope for your support in this development. Thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor Pantzopoulos has moved it, second by Councillor Chabot. Any debate? No, I'll just briefly say I do have some concerns about the flow-through traffic on the lower portion there, Aspen Summit Close, but you can clearly see in the aerial photos that a connection road has been built to the north, and I think in good faith, pretty much anybody who bought a property there would have the understanding that that road would be leading somewhere someday, and that is today. Over to you, Deputy Mayor. To close?
Closed. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Dhaliwal, absent. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On 7.2.4, the item is carried 14-0 with Councillor Dhaliwal absent. We'll now move to the readings. First reading of bylaw 21D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 21D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 21D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 21D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're now on 7.2.5, land use amendment in Tuxedo Park.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5 is a land use redesignation to allow for grade-oriented housing units. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 16D 2026 for the redesignation of 253 19th Avenue Northeast from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northern community of Tuxedo Park, west of Edmonton Trail and north of 16th Avenue, both of which are identified as main streets in the Municipal Development Plan and as part of the primary transit network. A variety of bus stops and routes are located along both streets, connecting the site to destinations across Calgary. Next slide, please. The site is mid-block along 19th Avenue, the third home in from Edmonton Trail, and is currently developed with a single detached home with a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding uses consist primarily of low-density residential homes in the form of single detached dwellings, shown in yellow, and semi-detached homes, shown in orange, with multi-residential and mixed-use building forms located along Edmonton Trail and 20th Avenue. Commercial businesses, shown in red, are located at the intersection of 20th Avenue and Edmonton Trail, with more located along 16th Avenue and 1st Street. Parks and open spaces are shown in green. The subject site and surrounding parcels are designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill RCG District, which allows for a variety of low-density housing types, from single detached homes to row houses and townhouses. The RCG district has a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, which would allow for 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The application is proposing the Housing Grade-Oriented HGO District, which allows for a range of grade-oriented building forms that may be attached, stacked, or clustered. The district allows a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5. Next slide, please. The proposal meets the site selection criteria and the purpose statement of the HGO district, as the North Hill Community's local area plan identifies the subject site as being part of the Neighborhood Flex Urban Form category, which supports a mix of commercial and residential uses in the area. The LAP also identifies the site as having a low up to 6 stories building scale and as being within the 16th Avenue North station area within the transition zone, which has lower building scales relative to the core zone and allows further transition in scale to areas outside of the station area. The proposal is in alignment with the applicable policies of the LAP. Next slide, please. This proposal would allow for increased density on a residential parcel near a main street and the primary transit network in alignment with the local area plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 16D 2026 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Farkas.
Thank you. Let's open the public hearing. I believe that we have the applicant with us.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Li Wen from Horizon Land Development and Consulting, Inc. First of all, I want to say Happy Lunar New Year. This is the year of horse. In our culture, horse means speed, strength, and kindness. So I wish all Calgarians happy, healthy, and prosperous horse year. And also I wish our beloved Calgary a strong and resilient. As the presenter rightly pointed out, this proposal fully aligns with our local area plan. The local area plan defines this lot as neighborhood flag with a building scale up to 6 stories. And the proposal also contextually sensitive to what is already happening in the area. Our public engagement effort, including sending letters to residents within 100 meters, send people to site to meet with residents, contact community association, and also talk with the councilor's office. So all those public engagement effort are summarized in our summary, and our response to those comments received are also outlined in the summary. So I want to especially mention that during my conversation with Councilor bring up really a lot of good comments about the preferred building format, the shadowing effects to the neighbors with the existing proposed building format, the privacy concerns, the lot coverage, so things like this. So although those are development permit related issues, we definitely recognize the importance of that. So we will definitely committed to work with the office on revising the current proposed development permit to make it more sensitive to the neighbors on the way, especially on the west side. Those work will require some time, but the development permit is definitely will be closely collected with your office and the community association and local residents. So given that the proposal fully aligns with our local area plan, so I think the zoning of HGO is appropriate. So I strongly urge councilors to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us. Anyone in person or on the line who'd like to speak to this item 7.2.5 in Tuxedo Park? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Over to you, Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, some questions for administration. So we're looking at taking this to HGO. And I'm noticing a lot of sort of like applications as of late, RCG districts going to HGO. And basically where we were going to have a 4-plex or an 8-plex, we're now going to a 5-plex / 10-plex. I'm guessing, I guess I want to understand what is the HGO district for? Because I think actually understanding the difference between HGO and not just like the technical differences, but the difference in ethos. Like we already had RCG. What is the purpose of HGO? What is the built form that we're trying to make happen that is different than with RCG?
The HGO district is a lot more flexible than the RCG district, so it doesn't include a density modifier, as you noted. So it means that we're not necessarily going to get 4 units. We could get more units. The building form is really up to the developers and the designer because of the flexibility of the rules. Quite often, we do see something that looks similar to a courtyard-style row house or townhouse. So oftentimes you'll see a building in the front, some space, and then another building in the rear, but that is not the requirement of the HGO district. It does provide flexibility depending on how they wish their development to look in the future.
Are there requirements around front doors and access that how does that differ from RCG?
They both are grade-oriented districts, so we do want to have doors that are on the ground, but it doesn't have necessarily a rule that says all doors need to face a street or anything like that. The HGO district does allow for some stacking of units, whereas the RCG district does not allow for stacking of units.
So you could potentially be having shared door, like main door access. Is that right, with an HGO and
They would still have separate door access.
Separate door access. Yeah. They just have to be at grade.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just like, yeah, I guess my understanding is that we brought around HGO to kind of, there are a lot of these apartment buildings that exist in my neighborhoods that are like low-rise apartment buildings, right? 3-story apartment buildings that are actually, not really feasible with the current sort of structure, and HGO allows for the sort of creativity and different built form. In terms of this site and its location, I think that is appropriate. I also have seen the plans of what the architect's doing. Architects done some beautiful work. My concern with this sort of built form of RCG plus, we'll call it, with the like 5 instead of 4-plex, is that especially when we're doing the separated, you're creating sort of this backyard wall for the folks on the side, and I'm just not sure that this is what we want to be encouraging when we've heard a lot of the complaints from the public around the RCG built form. I do think that the site is appropriate for this, and I take the applicant on their word in terms of working with my office to sort of figure out how we minimize some of these challenges. But this is something I want to put out into the public, that I'm not a fan of this HGO just getting used for RCG plus. I'll just leave it there, unless there's any comments to address anything I've said there from administration.
Happy to answer any questions you may have, but I didn't hear a question in that one.
Thank you for that. Over to Councillor Kelly, please.
Thanks. Excuse me, to admin. Just wanted to, I'm not sure if we have the appropriate folks here today to answer my question, but let's give it a go. Edmonton Trail, as specifically outlined in the local area plan, is kind of this strange mix of neighborhood flex and neighborhood commercial. This particular site lands within the neighborhood flex area. And I guess what I'm getting at is through the Main Streets program, it's interesting to me that we haven't seen any related rezoning along the east side of, or pardon me, the west side of Edmonton Trail, whereas we have seen it along the west side of Edmonton Trail, which is in Ward 4. Just curious as to why that is, and specifically what I'm sort of driving at here to sort of help you frame an answer to this is by moving this to HGO, we're kind of taking away a little bit of the commercial possibility along this corridor. So I just wanted to kind of maybe first start off with the simple question of just why is Edmonton Trail such a patchwork of neighborhood flex and neighborhood commercial?
The LAP does have the neighborhood flex and the neighborhood commercial, as you noted. It is intended to have the commercial around the nodes, and then the flex is along some of the corridors. And then further south along Edmonton Trail, it does have more commercial as well too. And that was in response to some of the developments that were already existing, as well as just the change of how the Main Street functions as you go along Edmonton Trail. So we don't see it as a patchwork, more as just nodes and corridors, which is pretty typical. As for the land use along Edmonton Trail, those were brought forward by individual applicants and individual owners. So I can't really comment on why there's more on the east versus the west side. It's just the applications that we were able to receive and process.
No, maybe let's ask that question then. I'm curious on the zoning side, if we have any insight in terms of why along the west side we're seeing RCG zoning right up to Edmonton Trail, whereas along the east side we see a lot more MU and up there. It felt to me like at the end of the Main Street program, that was the goal, is that we would actually see a redesignation along there, but we've never seen it. So
those were individual applications brought forward by private landowners. So we can't control which landowners are going to bring in which applications. So I can't really comment on why we have more on the west side than, or east side than the west side, as they were done through private landowners.
Well, the short answer to it is the area redevelopment plan. It was in the 2006 Winston Heights Mount View area redevelopment plan applied a rezoning there, whereas the area redevelopment plan that was previous to our current LAP from Tuxedo Park was from the 1980s and never envisioned that. So it looks to me like what we've done here is we've actually taken forward what was in the old area redevelopment plans, but we've never applied, the city has never applied a rezoning along this corridor to match what's in the local area plan.
That is correct. We do rezonings based off of the applications that we receive, not the city rezonings along Edmonton Trail. We haven't done city-initiated rezonings here. So all of the ones that have been brought forward were done because of the individual landowners chose to bring them forward.
Yeah, and this is, I think, this is where I'm struggling, and I don't know if I really have a question for you here, but we're starting to see more of a patchwork of these kinds of developments happening along Edmonton Trail as a result of the fact that we don't have a contiguous zoning along there that expresses the values of the local area plan. This is where I'm struggling with this one a little bit, just in terms of going to HGO with it. I'm not sure what it does different than the RCG, and it certainly doesn't do kind of what appears to be envisioned within the local area plan of trying to move a little bit more towards the connector. Acknowledging fully that within the local area plan, the main difference, correct me if I'm wrong here, this is the question, the difference between the commercial and the neighborhood connector is simply that in the neighborhood flex, pardon me, not connector, neighborhood flex, it makes that commercial optional.
Yes, that's correct. Essentially, both of them do allow residential and commercial components, but in neighborhood flex, we do expect to see more residential, and in neighborhood commercial, we expect to see the commercial.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, hopefully you can see where my concern is here, is that when we start peeling off the third lot off of Edmonton Trail.
Fortunately, you're at time, Councillor Kelly, but it sounds like you might have some debate. So,
yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson, do you want to move the item?
Yeah, I will move the item. Yeah, I'll save my comments for close.
All right, seconded by Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos. All right, you got some debate for us?
A little bit. Yeah, I guess this is to my colleagues in terms of this, like, I have no major issue with this particular development. I think it's perfectly fine, but it feels to me like we haven't actually thought through how we should be zoning along these main streets that we've ran through the program in, because effectively what we do by zoning this as HGO and allowing something HGO to be built here is that the two lots then that are closer to Edmonton Trail will never be able to have that commercial development, because you need all three of the lots in order to be able to build it. So while I think this is good, I think I'm going to vote no, just because this really closes us off to potential along Edmonton Trail in the future.
Councillor Schmidt?
I think one important thing to remember here as well is that when we have these more comprehensive plans in place, they're kind of like a menu of what you could choose from for individual developers to look at a site and look at the financial elements, the economic elements, and the service elements all around it. And so to be so prescriptive with individual land uses and getting down to the architectural levels, the specific use levels, it may be beyond our ability to do on an individual basis here, and that at a certain point we have free market that deals with housing, and if we don't want that, then that will require a lot more resources and a lot more planning on our side as a council to be more prescriptive. But at this point, we've chosen this system because it's a system that works in the context that we have and the resources that we have. And so I'm not sure about the ongoing utility of us as a council getting down to these levels of details unless we want to become that, because the land use is appropriate. It follows with the policies we have in place. And again, if we don't like the policies, we should go back and change the policies and not do so on the individual basis in this context, because that's not really the purpose here today.
Yeah, I'll jump in the queue, and I'll say pretty much the same thing. I don't think we can let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I've seen a lot of votes against housing in various applications that have a landowner that's ready to go today. I've seen some of them fail, and it's left the area sterilized waiting for an LIP that may not necessarily come, or they may miss the wave. So I'm happy to support this one. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, I will support, and I appreciate the applicant and their willingness to sort of work with my office. I think this is actually an opportunity for me to do some of this learning around the policy of HGO and to hopefully have a real world example. Phase Architects and what they've sort of put into the plans here, like, to be honest, it's as is what's proposed. For what we've been seeing in the neighborhood, the quality of this, I'm excited by it. I just worry that we are sort of going down a path of changing sort of what RCG into HGO, and then HGO just becomes the next thing that the public sort of comes back on. So we need to sort of get in and understand what we're using these different tools for. And so to be able to explore this with a quality architect and a quality applicant that are willing to come to the table and sort of do that work with me, I do think that it is contextually right for this land use change to take place here. So even if this was to go forward, that might, in the way that it is proposed, that might change how I approach things in the future, or the policy pieces that I need to fix going forward. But for now, I'm okay for this to be the one that I do that work on. I'm looking forward to it. So with that, closed.
Thank you. That's closed. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Tyers, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion is carried 10-4 with councillors. Just a moment. Councillors Kelly, Jameson, Tyers, and Chabot are opposed. All right, we will now move to the readings. And that motion is carried 10-4. And I should mention Councillor Dhaliwal is absent, performing city business with Federation of Canadian Municipalities. All right, we will now move to the readings of the proposed bylaw 16D 2026. First reading of bylaw 16D 2026. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. That motion has carried. Second reading of bylaw 16D 2026. Councillor Chabot is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 16D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 16D 2026. Councillor Chabot is opposed, and that is carried. We'll now move to the item 7.2.6, policy and land use amendment in downtown East Village, Ward 7.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. Good afternoon. Good morning, members of council. My name is Cameron. I'm a senior planner with Community Planning, and I will be with you for the next 3 items this morning. The first item, item 7.2.6, is a policy and land use application in the downtown community of East Village. Next slide, please. Administration recommends council approve this policy and land use application, which would increase the site's allowable density without requiring the developer to provide bonus density amenities. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the amenity-rich community of East Village with immediate access to the Riverwalk, City Hall LRT station, the Central Library, the Future Rivers District, and a range of nearby grocery stores, restaurants, and services. Next slide, please. The site lies north of the National Music Center, Studio Bell, and has been used as a surface parking lot for the last 8 years. Next slide, please. Surrounding development include a variety of multi-residential, mixed-use, and commercial developments shown on screen in brown and red, as well as a variety of open space and civic uses shown as green and blue. Next slide, please. This application proposes a direct control bylaw that would allow the developer to build more square footage than what is currently allowed under the existing zoning and policy. The changes include an increase to the floor area ratio from 7 to 10 and larger building floor plates above 36 meters from grade. Collectively, these changes will result in a larger building footprint and overall increased density. Administration fully supports these amendments as East Village is a well-serviced downtown community designed to support large mixed-use towers. Next slide, please. To achieve the direct control bylaw regulations, an amendment is needed to the East Village Area Redevelopment Plan to exempt this parcel from providing bonus density amenities in exchange for larger floor area ratio. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the report and those presented today, both administration and Calgary Planning Commission recommend council approve this policy and land use application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now open our public hearing. And do we have the applicant with us? Come on down.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is Jennifer Duff. I'm with B&A Studios. I'm the applicant on behalf of TrioVest and speaking in favor of this land use amendment. Next slide, please. The site is ideally located in the East Village, adjacent to Studio Bell on the corner of 8th Ave and 4th Street. It is in close proximity to amenities, parks, and primary transit. This is a highly connected location that is suitable for high-density mixed-use development that is currently being used as surface parking. Next slide, please. The vision for the site is a high-density mixed-use development that will bring vibrancy and more residents to the East Village. The development will provide for an enhanced public realm with active street edges and leverage the area's transit and amenity-rich context. Next slide, please. To be able to achieve the vision for the site, an increase in density is required to realize development. We are proposing a direct control district based on the Center City East Village Integrated Residential District, which would allow an FAR up to 10. Amendments to the East Village ARP are required to align with the density proposed in the direct control district. Next slide, please. Our public engagement approach was designed to inform relevant groups, neighbors, and the public about the proposed land use amendment, share planning context and the rationale for the proposed changes, and invite questions and feedback and ensure transparency. Next slide, please. The public engagement included initial outreach to interest holders, promoting an online open house through bold signage, direct email outreach with a digital flyer, and social media graphics for online sharing. We attended an in-person meeting with the East Village Neighborhood Association in May 2025 and hosted an online open house in June where 17 people registered for the session and 11 attended. A post-event email was sent out after the session to share the event materials and provide a link to a feedback form. 5 written submissions were received. Feedback reflected a range of perspectives, but most participants supported the density increase, but emphasized the importance of design quality, overall neighborhood fit, and were interested in being engaged further when more design details were available. An additional follow-up email was sent in January informing subscribers of the public hearing date. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed land use amendment will enable a high-density mixed-use development that continues the build-out of the East Village community, provides additional housing in the greater downtown, and supports Calgary's downtown revitalization goals. We are asking Council to approve and give 3 readings to the bylaw to allow for the redesignation of this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone for the applicant here with us? Councillor Atkinson.
So really, this is a change in terms of the FAR is what's going on. There is in the area redevelopment plan, there is a mechanism for that through density bonusing. But what we're doing here is we're sort of eschewing that piece. Can you speak to why that's necessary?
Yes, absolutely. So when CMLC developed the East Village, they invested a lot of money into public realm and public improvements already. So they basically front-ended a lot of the public improvements that you would see in other neighborhoods when you get density bonusing. So that's why we felt it was appropriate to allow for the FAR increase for this site.
So the idea being that the recovery through the increased taxes in the area, the community revitalization levy, those amenities are already in place that would have come through the density bonus program.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us, Ms. Duff.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber wish to speak to this or on the line? About to close the public hearing, going once, going twice. All right, public hearing is closed. Anyone for admin? Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, I'll basically pose the same question around sort of this not pursuing the density bonusing and any, I guess, concerns around it regarding this file or just things we should be looking out for the future. Like if it was obviously included in the original ARP, at which point we would have also had a community revitalization levy in place. So just sort of the friction there, if you can speak to it.
Dwayne Drobot, Acting Manager, Downtown South. With the amenities, a lot of the amenities were front-ended when they did the actual development of East Village. So when they raised the roads, Riverwalk came in, a lot of the other amenities. We also did not see a lot of take-up on density bonusing in this area, simply because the developers were all developing within the FAR and the exclusions that were provided. I think it was very minimal. So a lot of the amenities that are already there, so the need to have a density bonusing system on this site wasn't necessary. We felt from administration's point of view as we were evaluating the application.
So then maybe can you speak to the original intent of why include the density bonusing? Is this just because this was the first community revitalization levy. We hadn't really done this before, and we included something that wasn't necessary. Yeah, just why have the density bonusing there to begin with if we're treating it like it was front-ended amenity that we're now sort of backfilling with the community revitalization levy?
If you take a look at some of the policies that we have, a lot of the policies of that time had density bonusing included in them. Mainly, they were drivers after the Beltline ARP got approved, where density bonusing was a requirement because there were a lot of amenities that were needed to be provided in the Beltline based on its pattern of history. In this case, with East Village, density bonusing was included. However, a lot of the amenities were front-ended at the very start. So it's not like you're playing catch-up with amenities to take care of the offset of increased density. You've already got those amenities there.
Gotcha. So, can you speak a bit to the wider history of the use of the density bonusing? You said that we haven't really seen uptake in the East Village based on sort of the previous applications we've seen to date.
A lot of the applications, specifically because you have shadow provisions on the riverbank, a lot of the density bonusing wasn't required because you couldn't build to the full potential. You didn't need to go higher than that, simply because you had other things that were, when you took a look at the urban design of the built form and shadowing on the riverbank, you couldn't achieve a density that required you to have density bonusing anyways.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else for admin, Councillor Atkinson, would you like to move it?
Yeah, I will move this. I was slightly concerned around sort of the not using density bonusing. We've seen it be very successful in other areas like the Beltline in terms of bringing in community amenities. But like we've heard from administration, many of the amenities are there in East Village, and are objective now through the community revitalization levy, where we're getting extra tax dollars from the province, is to get those funds and get them back into the city coffer. So bringing this level of density into this spot will be great and will help with the continued revitalization of the East Village.
All right, it's been moved by you, Councillor Atkinson. The other, I think, going to the downtown, or the other downtown, Councillor Schmidt to second it, but you got some debate, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, just as one of our representatives on the CMLC board, I just wanted to share with council. I had the conversation with CMLC. Very supportive of this. Primarily, there's a couple of sites in here that are a little more complex in terms of that's why they haven't developed quite yet. And so as a result, this is an application that makes a ton of sense on the site. It works on the site. And so huge thanks to Trio Vest on behalf of CMLC to be able to get to this point. We are excited about this particular application for this site because it achieves a lot of the goals that CMLC has been looking for.
All right, over to you to close, Councillor Atkinson.
Closed.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On 7.2.6, the motion is carried 14-0. Councillor Dhaliwal is away on council business. We'll move now to the readings. First reading of bylaw 5P 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 5P 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 5P 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 5P 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We'll now move to the second bylaw to read. First reading of bylaw 18D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 18D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 18D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 18D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, so I believe that we've scratched off 7.2.7, which means that we're up to, we're on 7.2.8.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.8 is a land use amendment in the southwest community of Shaganappi. Next slide, please. Administration recommends council approve this land use application, which proposes to rezone the subject site to allow for mixed-use development up to 6 stories in height. Next slide, please. The site is located in the actively developing inner-city community of Shaganappi, directly east of Westbrook Mall, Westbrook Underground LRT Station, and the Westbrook branch of the Calgary Public Library. Next slide, please. The site is roughly a quarter hectare in size and is currently developed with 4 single detached dwellings with vehicle access from a rear lane to the north. Next slide, please. Surrounding land use includes a variety of multi-residential and mixed-use developments shown on screen in brown, as well as a variety of vacant parcels adjacent to Westbrook LRT Station. These parcels are intended to accommodate future mixed-use development. Next slide, please. This application proposes to rezone the subject site to the mixed-use general or the MU1 district to allow for development up to 6 stories in height with optional at-grade retail. Administration fully supports this proposal given its close proximity to Westbrook LRT Station and adjacency to existing and developing mixed-use and multi-residential development. Next slide, please. No policy amendments are required to support this application as the proposed mixed-use zoning is fully supported by the council-approved policy for the area. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the report and those presented today, both administration and Calgary Planning Commission recommend council approve this land use application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Let's open up the public hearing on 7.2.8. I believe we have the applicant with us.
Good morning, Mayor Farkas, members of council. My name is Paul Needham with Civic Works, the applicant representing our client Truman. Next slide, please. This application is in support of a transit-oriented multi-residential building with 127 homes located immediately next to the Westbrook Blue Line LRT station. The proposal is fully aligned with the Westbrook community's local area plan and its station area vision for this location. As part of the application process, we have carried out robust community engagement, providing multiple opportunities for community groups and residents to get in touch with the applicant team and provide feedback through phone and email. Next slide, please. This proposal represents the delivery of homes at one of Calgary's key transit hubs with LRT, BRT, and primary transit bus connections directly adjacent to the site. To the south of the subject site, Truman has 2 approved mixed-use and multi-residential buildings. One is now occupied and the other is near occupancy. Altogether, these buildings aim to establish a consistent transit-oriented pattern of redevelopment along 33rd Street Southwest. And Truman is committed to providing a high-quality public realm, emphasizing the importance of the corridor that connects Boat Trail and 17th Avenue Southwest. Next slide, please. To support the LAP's station area vision, the application proposes a land use transition to MU1 with clear building height and density maximums of up to 28 meters in height and a floor area ratio of 4.0. These modifiers reflect the LAP's urban form and building scale categories that support 6 stories along 33rd Street Southwest and ensure an appropriate transition between the higher intensity station area and the surrounding lower scale neighborhood. Next slide, please. Truman also submitted an associated development permit for review alongside the land use application, providing opportunity for review and feedback by the community and urban design review panel on the bricks and mortar design concept and outcome. Design feedback has evolved the development permit direction toward mixed use, active street edges, and a stronger 33rd Street presence reflected in a revised design approach. As part of the ongoing development permit review, Truman is testing options for flexible commercial uses supported within the MU1 district. Next slide, please. We conducted a comprehensive community outreach process that involved 2 rounds of neighborhood mailers and a custom on-site sign. However, did not receive any direct feedback from the community members through the outreach process. We also met with the Shaganappi Community Association to share information and receive feedback. A letter from the CA has been submitted on record indicating support for the proposed land use change, noting that the scale and density are appropriate given the LAP and continued redevelopment on 33rd Street and surrounding area. The CA also provided a letter of support for the development permit along with design feedback for consideration through the ongoing development permit review process. That concludes my presentation. We respectfully ask for council support and are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to potential questions from council, I believe there's a clarification from administration that we need to hear on the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Farkas. I failed to mention at the end of my presentation, there is a minor clerical correction to the recommendation. The parcels were recently consolidated, and so that recommendation has been updated in your reports.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schmidt for the applicant.
Thank you. Just around the public engagement, typically the Shaganappi Community Association is quite engaged and educated on this issue. I noticed in their letter they had no objection to this. So are you able to just expand a little bit on how your engagement process managed to get to that point? Because often they have comments or they have suggestions, and it seems like you came to some common ground here.
Yeah, for sure. Councillor Schmidt, thank you for the question. Through the mayor, we did engage with them early on in the process, and part of our process is that associated development permit, so it gives them more certainty about what the bricks and mortar outcome will be. And so this is the third, essentially, proposal of 3 on 33rd Street by Truman, so they kind of know what to expect in terms of the building design and the public realm, because at this time, those buildings were significantly constructed that we met with the CA. So they do have some suggestions that were recorded in the letter in terms of the development permit and specific building design concerns, but in terms of the land use district, they found it appropriate. They were, co-signed on the Westbrook Community's local area plan, so they support the plan in its fundamental principles of locating this type of scale at this corridor to transition away from the highest intensity, which would be the Westbrook station, excuse me. So overall, it kind of was an application which they knew sort of what to expect from Truman specifically. It's tried and true a builder in the area, so there weren't really any surprises or things that they had to sort of vet, knowing what Truman can deliver on. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And slightly off topic for this one, but given that this is your, I think you said 3rd development in this area, and we have for over a decade now had the vacant sites directly adjacent to the Westbrook C train station. When you think about your developments surrounding the station, how important is it to you from your perspective, having these commercial uses propelling some kind of activity or development on the actual Westbrook site? Is that something that you would view from your experience there as being important and a next step for us?
I definitely think commercial uses will drive sort of eyes on the street, activity, a sense of place. Obviously, with the public realm integration, it just makes it a nice place to be a pedestrian, which is essential for connecting to, LRT, BRT, many frequent routes, the primary transit routes that go through there. So it creates sort of a snowball effect, I would say, in terms of generating activity that is good for community building and just the city in general. You think of Westbrook Station, it has been vacant for some time. I remember I volunteered in 2010 for the opening of the Blue Line. And, here we are, 2026. still the same kind of circumstance. So I think this is a first step of building a strong corridor, and I would expect, seeing those projects come to fruition and sort of the success that they will have, because it is a very strong corridor and it connects Boat Trail with 17th Ave, which is a main street itself, along with Westbrook as being a community activity center. I think it's building that momentum and hopefully carry on to that larger site where, a larger master plan of some type can take hold and really get the value out of that land that has sort of been underutilized for many years.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Anyone else for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you so much for being with us. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Going once, going twice. All right, the public hearing is closed. Back to you, Councillor Schmidt.
Yeah, actually, a quick question for administration, if I can. It's given we're seeing so much development and positive development around the Westbrook C train station and the opportunity there. A little bit off topic, but I think it's important given where we're developing that those lands around the station itself have been vacant for so long. Has there been any kind of prioritization or movement within the city to push forward, given the Matco no longer being on that site and that land being with the city, to have something happen there so we can really close the loop on the development that's happening around here to utilize the station to its full potential?
Mayor Farkas, through you to Councillor Schmidt, I'm not aware of any prioritization that's on those lands currently. I would say that we would like to see development on those lands given its proximity to the underground station. This is Calgary's only underground station as well, so I think we would like to see that, but as for your question, I'm not aware of any priority on these lands.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to actually jump on what Councillor Schmidt was just asking about there. Just knowing that we're working quite closely with CMLC to build transit-oriented development plans for a couple of sites. Do we have a similar plan already in place for Westbrook?
Mayor Farkas, through you, again, I'm not aware of that, any plans for that. I would say that this is likely a question for our Real Estate and Development Services team, who deals with city-owned lands, as well as like you say, CMLC that deals with these LRT stations.
Yeah, may Councillor Schmidt be willing to have a conversation with you about, because it feels like that might be missing here from Westbrook. That being said, are we in debate right now?
Hasn't been moved yet.
Okay. Then I will stop. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt, do you want to move it?
Yeah, so I'll move, and again, focusing on the Westbrook point, I've lived near that area myself for quite some time, and there's a real opportunity here, and we've seen developers like Truman harness that opportunity in the surrounding area to really utilize that underground station much more effectively than we have been in the past. And we're really not taking the opportunity at this time to develop around the Westbrook C train station. And so I think that given all the other discussions we've had here today so far about tinkering with things like HGO and those types of issues, that we really need to harness something like Westbrook C train station, because it is the perfect place to put a mix of developments, market, non-market, public realm, and to utilize the infrastructure that we've built that's not being utilized at this time. So this development itself will play a big role in that, and so I'm fully supportive of it, and the community is supportive of it. And should we see some plans for Westbrook in the future, I just want to use this as my pitch that I hope council could get on board to support something really great there, because it is a chance for us to show Calgarians how we can do this type of development right to benefit the whole community and provide housing. So that's my open. I'll pass it on to debate.
All right, moved by Councillor Schmidt, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. You got debate for us, Kelly? Councillor Kelly?
No, not really. I drive by this site all the time. It's a perfect site for something like this. Community associations on board. Yeah, this is good.
All right, seeing no other lights, Councillor Schmidt to close.
Closed.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote. We're on 7.2.8, land use amendment in Shaganappi.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The item is carried 14-0, and Councillor Dhaliwal is absent on council business. We'll move now to the readings. Before I do the readings, I'll just again reiterate the clerk's, or rather the correction for administration on the revised cover. First reading of bylaw 22D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 22D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 22D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 22D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, it's we got about 6 minutes. Council, let's squeeze in 7.2.9.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item, 7.2.9, is land use amendment application in the southwest community of Bankview. Next slide, please. Administration recommends council approve this land use application, which proposes to rezone the subject site to allow for mixed-use development up to 5 stories in height. Next slide, please. The site is located in the inner city community of Bankview, adjacent to the 14th Street Southwest neighborhood Main Street, approximately 20 meters south, 200 meters south of the 17th Avenue Southwest neighborhood Main Street, and west of Mount Royal Junior High School. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.05 hectares in size and is currently developed with 2 single detached dwellings. Vehicle access to the site is provided from the rear lane to the west. Next slide, please. Surrounding lands include a variety of multi-residential developments shown on screen in brown, as well as a variety of open space and civic uses shown in green and blue. Next slide, please. This application proposes to rezone the subject site to the mixed-use general or the MU1 district to allow for development of a 5-story building with optional at-grade retail. Administration fully supports this proposal as the site is located along the 14th Street Southwest neighborhood Main Street, which seeks to support multi-residential and mixed-use development up to 6 stories in height. Next slide, please. No policy amendments are required to support this application, as the proposed mixed-use zoning is fully supported by the council-approved policy for the area. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the report and those presented today, both the administration and Calgary Planning Commission recommend council approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing on 7.2.9 land use amendment in Bankview. I believe we have the applicant with us.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to point out, though, this lot right now is already zoned MC2 with building which allows 45 stories. The proposal is for mixed use with a similar building scale. As the presenter rightly pointed out, this proposal fully aligns with our local area plan. Under the West Abro Community's local area plan, this lot is categorized as neighborhood flag with a building scale of up to 6 stories. Under the policy, neighborhood flag areas support a mix of residential and commercial uses oriented to the street. In addition, this site is also within a neighborhood Main Street area where mixed-use retail buildings and higher density are encouraged. Our public engagement effort, including sending letters to residents within 100 meters, send people to site to talk with residents, contact community association, and reach out to the councilor's office. With the comments received, we also filed the development permit application to provide clarity to the residents of what we are building. All those comments received were summarized in our outreach summary and provided to the city clerk. I do want to point out, though, that last Thursday, we also received the comments from the community association. The community association had no issue with the zoning. but it does provide a lot of good comments with regard to the size of the commercial units on the main floor, the access for the site, and also the parking accommodation on the site. So right after we received that comments, we made a move to hire the professional engineer to do a parking and traffic impact analysis study, and our architecture team FAST has been reached out to the community association right away to discuss about those comments with regard to the DP. I do want to emphasize that on the comments by the community association, they didn't take any issue with the zoning, the mixed-use zoning along this main street, and also the proposal aligns with the local area plan was recognized. So the hard part on the development permit will be worked together by our architecture team FAST with the community association and local residents, and also, of course, the councilor's office. So with that, I conclude my presentation. I hope councilors support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do we have unanimous or general consent to conclude this item before starting our break? Anyone opposed? All right, seeing none, we will conclude the item. Councillor Schmidt for the applicant.
Yes, thank you. So can you describe a bit more the objective that you have from changing from the MC to the MU? What was behind that, given that you already had a multi-residential designation and you've made this application to amend it to something with slightly different uses, slightly more intensity?
Thanks, Council, for the question. So the mayor to councilor. So in the past, we have quite a few mixed-use projects in different communities. What we found that is those kind of mixed-use communities not only bring much-needed residential units, but also bring some much-needed commercial spaces, such as coffee shops, such as the professional service buildings like dentist office, like doctor's office, those kind of stuff to the community. Those quite often increase the walkability of the area, and also the we look at the local area plan, find that for this specific area, because it's main street, it's kind of a want to promote more footage to the area for people to enjoy this area and also the main street. So we want to create another mixed-use building that can create that kind of vibrate to the community and at the same time provide some housing.
And so we did receive the feedback from the community association. Our office received some as well. It sounds like those discussions happened in fairly close proximity to this hearing today. Can you touch on the timeline of that again? When did you hear from them, and what has been the communication since?
For sure. So our outreach summary summarized the date we reach out to the community association. So I think both our office and the city reach out to the community association, and now also received comments until last Thursday. But right after we received the comments, that comments was provided to us, and we worked right away with our architecture team, because those comments are not really related to the land use, but with regard to the development permit submitted. On that letter, they didn't take issues with the zoning, but they want a slightly bigger commercial unit on the main floor. They also talk about the additional parking they want to see here. So, given those comments, we immediately response to that. Our architectural team sent a letter to the community association, outlines the steps we're going to take, including the detailed parking and traffic impact analysis, including the continued work between our architecture firm with the community association to address their comments.
So, I mean, at this point, hypothetically, if you get your land use today, what would be your steps moving forward with that collaboration? Just given that I mean, you don't necessarily need to do what they ask, but what is your motivation to take those extra steps and to continue that conversation?
Yeah, sure. That's a fair question. Because those kind of use are always discretionary, so it's only to our benefit to work with the community association. And given the timing, the response received from the community association, both to our office and also by city, I would say we take very quick step to respond to those. And our architecture team is very experienced in this kind of a mixed-use design and stuff. So we have good confidence that our architecture team can work closely with them to address those concerns. Like I said, overall, the letter takes no issue with the zoning. For the mixed use in this area along this street is appropriate, but because the size of the lot and because the parking that currently provided in a development permit, so the community association made some comments. And my office, our architecture firm, will closely work with the community association and your office to address those comments. I have confidence those comments can be addressed in the development permit process because it's discretionary. So we have, yeah.
So then I'll ask that in a slightly different way, and it'll be my last question. But with our city-led engagement packages that you receive, they often talk about closing the loop on engagement. So you have closed the loop on the land use, but why do you feel it's important to close the use with this development, these development permit concerns, given that you have no obligation to do so?
From every project, at the start of the project, we always reach out to the community association. And also often with follow-ups. But as to when the community association will get back to us is up to them. So in this case, both our office and the city received those comments last week. And for the success of the project, the zoning part is just one part of the piece. Most of the comments we received and both by the residents and the community association are DP related. So the success of the project is more actually relates to the DP. So today, this zoning part is just the first step. And then to make this vibrate a good project for the community, the DP part will carry more weight. And I'm glad that my office and also our architecture team are very experienced with this kind of development. And then those comments, the comments raised are, I wouldn't say minor, but is not hard to handle. So we have good confidence that we can work with them and solve those problems.
Excellent. Happy to hear that. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Anyone else for applicant? Seeing none, let's continue the public hearing. Anyone else wish to speak to 7.2.9 Bankview? Going once, going twice. All right, the public hearing is closed. Over to you, Councillor Schmidt.
And just a quick question for admin. Apologies to my colleagues. I know people want to get to lunch. But in the applicant outreach summary, we have the outreach assessment tool here that has the scoring system. So two questions about this. This assessment tool, I believe, is optional, correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Schmidt, yes, this is optional. Administration recommends applicants, fill out that tool, but it is optional.
So it is an additional step that when they choose to take it, it is more, it sort of gives them more requirements as far as their outreach, given that they have to provide some record of what they undertook as part of the process?
Yes, applicants do have to provide a record. Yes.
And so the scoring system, is that's done by the applicant? Is that reviewed at all by the city for accuracy, or is it just for the benefit of the applicant to think about the site that they're developing? Like, does it receive comments? Because I can imagine some situations where somebody would choose to score the lowest for each one in order to give them a lower threshold.
Yes, no, that is a good point, Councillor Schmidt. The city does not review these for accuracy. It's an applicant-led process. I would say it's in the applicant's interest to score this accurately, though, especially when they're submitting it as part of their outreach.
And would there be any back and forth between administration and the applicant should you see this and have any concerns about the relative accuracy of what they've put in there?
I think it's dependent on the file manager, I would say, but again, we typically wouldn't review the applicant's scoring method as well. The city does its own engagement that we heavily rely on. The applicant-led portion is entirely a self-reported process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, do you want to move it?
Yes, I'll move it, and I can save it for close.
All right, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Over to you to close, Councillor Schmidt.
Thank you. And I did have some concerns about this application coming into this. At the package stage, there was no DP, not that that's a requirement, but just given some of the unique factors of the site, I am reassured by the amount of work that has been done by the applicant and undertaking to continue that work. And I think I've said it before, but Bankview is in a unique situation because of the lack of small commercial in one of the most dense neighborhoods of this type in the city. So any opportunity for us to add that commercial will improve the lives of people in Bankview who have gone for decades without necessary service and amenity upgrades. So given the comments I heard today, I will be supporting the application.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On 7.2.9 land use amendment in Bankview, the motion is carried 14-0. Councillor Dhaliwal is away on council business. We will now move to the readings. First reading of bylaw 15D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 15D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 15D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 15D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. So I'm about to bang the gavel. We'll be back at 1:25 on item 7.2.10 in Altador Ward 8. Hello and welcome back to our City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Here. Councillor Ewell. Here. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark. Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Chabot. Councillor Atkinson. And Councillor Clark. And Councillor Schmidt and Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you.
So last on Calgary City Council Television, our Merry Group of Adventurers completed 7.2.9, Land Use Amendment in Bankview. And now we are on 7.2.10, Land Use Amendment in Altadore. Take us away, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Bailey, and I'll be presenting item 7.2.10, a land use redesignation application to allow for a 6-story mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation is for Council to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 12D 2026 for the redesignation of the subject site from multi-residential contextual low-profile district to the mixed-use general district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Altadore and consists of 2 parcels on the south side of 34th Avenue Southwest, 1 block west of 14th Street Southwest. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.1 hectares and is currently developed with 2 low-rise apartment buildings. The site is bounded by 34th Avenue to the north, 14A Street Southwest to the east, a laneway to the west, and a neighboring parcel developed with a low-rise multi-unit development to the south. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a diverse mix of single-detached, semi-detached, row house, and low-rise multi-residential buildings, primarily designated MC1 district. Directly east of the site is a commercial neighborhood 2, CN2 district, which contains an established neighborhood commercial hub with a range of office, retail, restaurant, and fitness-oriented businesses. North of the site, along 33rd Avenue Southwest, are several mixed-use districts, including recently constructed 4-story and 6-story buildings between 15th Street and 16th Street. A mixed-use district is also located at the corner of 14th Street Southwest, with a maximum allowable building height of 24 meters, although this site has not yet been developed. The 33rd Avenue and 34th Avenue corridors are described as undergoing active growth and change. Next slide, please. The proposed MU district is intended to accommodate mixed-use development with either commercial or residential uses at street level, and if approved, would allow for a greater diversity of uses to be located on the subject site. The maximum floor area ratio proposed is 4, and the maximum building height is 24 meters, an increase from the current maximum of 14 meters under the existing MC1 district. Next slide, please. The West Elbow Community's local area plan identifies the subject site within the Neighborhood Flex urban form category with a low building scale modifier that supports development up to 6 stories. The Neighborhood Flex urban form are characterized by a mix of commercial and residential uses with buildings oriented towards the street. The proposed land use redesignation is aligned with the applicable LAP policies, as the MU1 district accommodates a mix of residential and commercial uses, and the 24-meter height modifier corresponds to a 6-story building form. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the presentation and report, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the site. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let's now please open the public hearing on 7.2.10. I believe we have the applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and Council. I just kindly ask the clerk to bring up, oh, perfect, thank you. My name is Boris Karn. I'm an associate and senior urban planner with Civic Works, and we are the applicant.
Joining me on the line today is Amrit Uppal, transportation engineer and principal with Bunt and Associates. They undertook the voluntary parking and transportation impact study to support this project. We're here today to present a land use change that will enable a unique mixed-use development on Marda Loop's 34th Avenue Main Street. And appreciating you still have several items ahead of you, I'll do my best to keep it brief. Next slide, please. In short, the proposal before you supports a unique and innovative mixed-use building with 3 separate uses, including 44 new homes for Calgarians. It activates the 34th Avenue Main Street with street-facing commercial bays and directly responds to the ongoing city investments in streetscape and public realm improvements in Marda Loop. To arrive here, this application has been supported by a robust outreach process and is fully aligned with the policies of the West Elbow Community's local area plan. To allow for meaningful outreach and detailed project information sharing, this land use redesignation was submitted with a development permit and were reviewed concurrently. Next slide, please. Administration did a great job of setting the application's background and context. This is a large inner-city corner site with lane access, located among other commercial and multi-residential buildings of various scales and vintages. It's also a 2-minute walk from the primary transit service along 33rd Avenue and 14th Street, and it also fronts onto the 34th Avenue Main Street corridor. A wide variety of schools, parks, shops, and community amenities are all nearby. This is the exact type of location where the municipal development plan and the local area plan directs growth and change in key nodes and corridors close to transit, services, and daily needs. Next slide, please. Having a more detailed look at the proposed building, we're very proud of the innovative mixed-use program planned, which includes street-facing commercial bays along 34th Avenue, 44 residential units on levels 2 through 5, and then a combination of resident amenity and medical office space on the top floor. All servicing, loading, and enclosed visitor and resident parking is accessed from the lane to preserve a safe and uninterrupted pedestrian experience along 34th Avenue and 14A Street, all of which will be upgraded as part of the proposal. Next slide, please. As part of our outreach process, we undertook approximately 4 months of applicant-led project outreach, starting in August 2025. One of the key community outreach strategies we include is pairing required large format city signage with our own applicant-led signage. This supplementary custom signage includes key project and team contact information, along with a QR code that takes interested community members to a comprehensive project website with detailed information about the proposal and opportunities to share feedback and ask questions of the applicant team. Next slide, please. As part of our outreach process, we also hand deliver project information packages, in this instance to over 300 surrounding addresses, while also meeting with the Marda Loop Community Association to discuss the proposal. We connected with the Ward 8 office and also maintained and monitored a phone line and email inbox throughout this process. Before moving to application decision steps, an applicant-led outreach summary was prepared and shared broadly on the project website to document feedback we received and the responses to key themes and concerns. This report is included in the agenda package today. To date, we've heard from 8 individuals through our outreach channels, with 5 folks expressing some concern and 3 voicing their support. Next slide, please. As we close, I'll simply recap the intent of the proposal: to create a small, diverse community of Calgarians within a thoughtfully designed mixed-use building that adds housing choice, supports local business, and strengthens our vital main streets, all within easy walking distance of transit, parks, and everyday amenities. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and we'd kindly ask for your support and are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Karn. We have a question from Councillor Schmidt.
Just around the relaxation or the amendment to the bylaw around parking, can you explain that in a little bit more depth, just around how that process came to be and why that decision was made for this particular development?
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question. For clarity, no amendment to the land use rules of the MU district are being proposed, so we're not modifying anything within the bylaw. So it's a stock district. However, the development permit application is proposing a relaxation of the required parking stalls here. So for a building like this with this program, it would be 21 stalls that would be typically required. And this building has 12. So it's a 9-stall relaxation that's being proposed as part of the development permit process, and that process continues today. And that relaxation is supported by a voluntary parking study and transportation impact assessment that Bunt and Associates has undertaken. And it lends itself to the context of this building. I will also note that we did hear a lot about parking through the course of the application process. It's a top issue across all redevelopment, but as part of that, we did explore doing an underground parkade for this building specifically. And unfortunately, because of the unique location of the site and its dimensions, a parkade doesn't fit in here. So it basically becomes financially not feasible. So what we're able to do is add parking within the building itself to the maximum supply that we can provide here, which is 12 stalls. And that includes a healthy supply for visitor parking as well. Just appreciating the fact that there are commercial uses proposed, and there are also some medical office spaces proposed, so we expect those visitor stalls to be well used by those patrons. So we've had that transparent conversation through the course of the application process, both for land use and the development permit, and we believe that there's a strong case here, just given the inner-city context, and also the market demand for units like this that will realize savings on the rent without the inclusion of a parking stall. Does that help answer the question? Yeah. It's a complex issue. There's many layers, so I'm happy to elaborate as helpful.
And it's good to hear that it will help achieve some affordability outcomes with that as well. To put that in context, I'm wondering if you might have information at hand about the existing buildings there. They're 2 small apartment buildings. Wondering if you have even, an estimate about what is being replaced with this land use and the number of units that are currently there and the number of parking spots that are currently there.
Certainly, happy to answer the question. If the clerk could please move to slide 15. We'll start there. There we go. So the existing assets on site today are basically 2 multi-residential buildings that have reached the end of their life cycle. The maintenance is getting perpetually trickier. So there's 6 units in each building, so for a total of 12 units on site. And if the clerk could kindly move to the next slide, we can get a sense for how parking is managed, and it's basically informal. You can see that there is a vehicle parked along the east property line there that's half in the site and half in the public right-of-way, and so there's 4 stalls that are able to be accessed by the residents of these 2 buildings today. So with that in mind, since parking is top of mind and was a key issue for folks, I will note that when this redevelopment does happen, we're going to be closing 2 substantial curb cuts. So they're highlighted on this image here. There's one on the north and one on the east, because those are being used for site access. So those will all be closed, and approximately 5 new public parking stalls will be available on street as part of this as well.
So really equaling in a way 19 parking spots in a roundabout way.
Well, we would never claim to have ownership of the stalls that are on street. They're a public asset, and all of the parking in this area is not regulated today. Yeah. So it's not signed or paid. In the future, that might happen. That's a parking management strategy, certainly, but we see it as a benefit that the project brings to the community, and it's also a better urban design outcome.
And I know, we're not managing the user here of the building with a land use, but it did come up quite a bit through the comments of the public and your application itself about this being directed towards seniors, which is something that we don't see as often. So I think maybe it's just a benefit for us to hear a little bit about why it's being directed towards seniors and how that influenced the land use that you're seeking here today as well.
Certainly. So our client is actually a physician, and these holdings were just in her family's portfolio. And so she actually saw a gap in the market for independent seniors. So folks that don't rely on kind of any supports. They're just looking for a place to maybe downsize within their community. And oftentimes they're faced with challenges of maybe potentially moving away. But again, creating a community of folks that are all kind of in that same life stage, that have similar needs, is her vision, which is why she is at the outset targeting this from a market perspective to independent seniors. And a lot of the amenity packages that are inside, the amenity package inside the building is meant to promote day-to-day interaction between residents as part of daily life.
And was that a motivation as well towards choosing the mixed use versus a straight residential district?
Correct. So we wanted to make sure that, it's actually interesting, it's kind of like a sandwich in terms of uses. There's commercial uses at grade, commercial above, and residential in between. So again, we needed that use mix that the mixed use district allows for to realize this. And again, all of those are going to be self-reinforcing in terms of being able to make sure that this project remains financially viable through rents of all of those spaces.
And also those being available to the entire surrounding community as additional commercial amenities, correct?
Correct. Yeah. That's right. So again, being able to contribute to the evolution of 34th Ave is really key here, especially given the fact that the improvements to this street are now funded. Our understanding is they'll go to construction to close out this stretch. So there'll be a much better public realm here, and it'll be great to be able to respond to that with new commercial opportunities.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Over to Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos.
Thanks so much. Just picking up from Councillor Schmitz about parking, and just maybe, you know, if you could spend 13 seconds, your slide deck that you provided, the appendices, speaks a bit about why you think 9 or 12 spots, you know, make sense for a building like this. Do you mind just maybe just expanding on that? It's the first time council got to see this, like why, you know, this 20% zero vehicle households. Because when I look at something like this, I used to live in Merloop a long, long time ago, and yeah, I mean, that just, you know, 4 or 5 lots, spots for 44, given there's commercial. Just love to expand, because obviously there's some things here that I live out in the burbs and I don't understand. If you could just give some context.
Absolutely.
And then loop it back, and at the end, maybe just and connect back to the community association. There are concerns about the existing residents, other businesses as well. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. Happy to expand. So if we could go to slide 13 of the deck. We knew that parking was going to be an area of interest. So this actually goes back. We've been supporting applications in this area for a long time, and we continue to have good, healthy conversations about parking. So in 2021, we tried to put some data to it, a little bit of rigor, and we tried to understand how many households could there be that don't own a vehicle. We knew that they exist, but there's no way to quantify it. So we actually worked with Alberta Transportation, and I apologize, I have to give you the backstory for this study so you understand. So we worked with Alberta Transportation to basically link together the registered addresses of license plates, which are proxies for vehicles, to residential addresses, because most people will register their vehicles to their residential address. And we got them to basically anonymize the data using postal codes. And then from that data, we were able to gather the number of vehicles that had 1, 2, 3, or maybe 0 vehicles registered to that address. And that's the finding that we're putting up here. And the whole point of this is just to say, lots of people drive. Lots of people have vehicles. I have a vehicle. That's just the phase of life that I'm in. In past phases of my life, I've had no vehicles, and I realized substantial cost savings. These buildings, or a building like this, just acknowledges the fact that there are those without vehicles, and that they'll see the market benefit and the affordability benefit of living in a building like this and not having to pay for parking that they're not going to use. And generally, the market tends to be efficient, where people don't get a unit where they can't also then park their car if they have 1 or 2 or 3. So that's some of the backstory for, I think, this study and our observations for the inner city, if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, totally. And I wish, you know, had this earlier, because at first it was sort of confused. Who would want this? You know, we struggle, you know, half a car per home, and now it's 0.05 or some math. And one of my colleagues says, I've never seen a 0.625 car yet. So But this
Cooper
kind of
Mini no
context.
longer exists. So.
Yeah, exactly. A different market, and that's just to understand that. But maybe just speak to the C8 concern there. Given that they'll be commercial and there'll be a little more transit, just think of their employees. You mentioned a medical. I've never seen a medical office that took a full floor that only had 4 or 5 parking stalls. Generally, people are driving there. If you're going to medical, you might take the 107, but maybe just speak to that, why you think a commercial on the main floor, medical up top, and 5 or 6 spots, which will generally be taken 9 till 5, is sufficient, and without impacting the rest of the community as cars sort of.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So what I might do is, if I could bring up slide 14. Just again, to support this, knowing we were going to have a conversation like this with council and community, we wanted to understand, where's the baseline? What's parking like today? So Bunt and Associates conducted a parking study as part of this, and what they generally found is when they looked on kind of indicative days, like a Tuesday or a Sunday, during the peak times where parking is in demand on the street, this area sees about half, some getting close to 60% utilization. And we're not seeing any parking controls being implemented here, whether through signage or paid parking, which is usually a signal that things are in balance. There are commercial destinations around the site, but a lot of them have their own on-site parking as well. So we expect that those commercial businesses will continue to use that. And again, everyone shares the on-street supply since it's a public asset. So I think with that in mind too, is we have specifically accommodated for visitor parking, dedicated visitor parking on site, knowing that we'll have the visitors to the medical office space come through. And so taking all those things into account, we believe that there's not going to be significant parking issues when this building is realized. I will also note, just in case you're wondering how the medical works and its scale, if we go to slide 25. Oh, my apologies, one back, 24. There we go, thank you. So the top floor is actually a combination. It's primarily resident amenity space, and then there's a small portion, about, I think, 1,200 square feet of the medical office space. So it's not huge, it's not a huge practice. It's meant to be a boutique practice that our client seeks to open. So does that help address?
It does, no, and I appreciate the context of market, and this is why local expertise and local council are just understanding, something like this outside of the Marda Loop core, if you will, would be, sort of scratch my head even more, but that context you gave there, targeting a very niche sort of market. The 20%, maybe it's not even niche anymore, that's 1 in 5. That's quite a few Calgarians. So really, and Councillor Schmidt, maybe in your close, just speak about why that parking, and will it sterilize other development in the area if they sort of take it over? I'd love to hear sort of your thoughts, how people are thinking about moving into the Marda Loop area. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and we're over to Councillor Atkinson. Still in questions for the presenter.
Kudos on this application. It's interesting to see high density with a bit more of a focus on, especially on the market side, with a focus on sort of livability and interaction between folks. You've got this sort of community kitchen, multi-purpose space, these kinds of things to build more community. I think that this is, if we're a city that's going to be pushing into multi-home development, we really need to start thinking about the ways in which we can provide a really wholesome life for folks that are living there. So kudos on that. To sort of the idea on parking, I noticed that in your slides you show Comunado as one of your sort of the pieces provided, the car share options. And I know in Vancouver they brought in their transportation demand management for development. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all, but so this is a way for, as new developments come online, you can sort of get bus passes for your residents to try and encourage people, because we really know that when residents move in, you build your transportation life really from the get-go, and then you kind of hold that, and it's actually the change that's one of the most difficult parts. And I just, with you sort of noting Communado on there, I just wondered if you had ever explored either partnering with them or bringing on something like a car share as a way to address. And I don't recognize that that is not necessarily something that we in Calgary have encouraged, but just wondering if that's something that you're starting to think. When I see a development that is thought through in this way to this level, I just wonder if these are the kinds of things that you're considering.
For the question. Just for the benefit of the rest of council, I'll just move to slide 12, please. It's an excellent point. I know municipalities like Victoria and Vancouver, they have car share like Moto as an example, and they can actually park on people's private property as a way of taking them off the street. I mean, I think it'd be a really interesting conversation to have with Communado and see what their operating needs are and whether they would entertain that. In sharing this, I think we just wanted to highlight that there are a variety of options for folks without vehicles. Even if you don't own one and you need to go to Costco, you can grab yourself a Communado and do your thing.
Yeah.
This applies to this context. So again, sort of multiple layers to that transportation demand management, I think that you're referring to. Certainly, membership in car share is one of those strategies. We've also seen transit passes sometimes be subsidized by building management when residents move in. And that tends to be a tailored strategy to every single building and every single operator. And it's something we've certainly had conversations with our good friends at Mobility about. In past applications, I think it's an ongoing conversation for this one as well.
Okay, something I'll explore a bit more. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else for the applicant? Seeing none, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Public hearing is still open on this item, 7.2.10. Anyone else here to speak to it? Anyone else on the line? Going once, going twice. We'll close the public hearing now. Any questions for administration? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Schmidt, would you like to move the item?
Sure, I'll move it, and I do have a brief open if I get a seconder.
Councillor Kelly has seconded that.
Thank you, and I do want to just commend the applicant today. There was an image for every question. They kind of read our minds here, but I think there was even more to what we saw here in that we often hear, well, there's nobody in Calgary owns fewer than 2 cars. But that data shows that in this particular area, the majority own 1 car or 0 cars. And so when we have certain developments that have less parking, there is a market for it. I myself would be in that market, owning 1 vehicle with kids. And so it's just, again, getting back to this market argument that if there's a demand, then we should build it. And certainly there are concerns, but people know what they're buying into. And especially in this case, when we have seniors that will move into this building, Marda Loop, despite the growing pains, is an example of a community that we have now built where you can exist in that community with 1 car, with 0 cars. We do it ourselves, and you can walk from one thing to another, and if you have to go a little bit further, you hop on a bus. And the buses there could improve, but that's a story for another day. So in any event, I think this was something that was important for us to see. Despite some of the concerns of the community association, given the data we have, given what we know this development is going to do, I think that it is appropriate for the area, especially with the proximity to 14th Street and with 34th Ave already having a lot of commercial on it. It will just provide more opportunities for more people to move in here with 1 car, with 0 cars, which not only makes the units more affordable, but the ability to live that way makes your life more affordable. So as we continue to talk about affordability here as council, the opportunity to exist with 1 car, with 0 cars, is actually something that is hugely beneficial for affordability beyond any other policy measure that we can put in place as a city. So I will support this today.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just can't support this. We're talking about parking. 48 units with a huge relaxation on the 9 parking spots. And we always hear these arguments how people don't need parking spots. They're not going to drive a car. They're going to ride a bike. The war in the car is getting to a point where all of our neighborhoods, we wonder why there's so much road rage or why there's so many accidents, because people are fighting for parking. This is a flex unit with commercial and residential. Even more reason people are going to be looking for that parking spot. But we see these in all this, so much more density everywhere, even in our new communities with narrow streets, crammed in commercial and residential units. People are fighting to get around. And that's, again, I think it's making our society less happy. And at the end of the day, when we're told that this does not make market sense unless they cut out all the parking, some of this development is, to me, is just greed. They just want to make more profit. I'm sorry I can't support this. We have to start putting more parking spots and more room for the car because, in my opinion, the car's not going anywhere anytime soon. So I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. Any other debate? Seeing none, over to Councillor Schmidt to close.
I'll just close by saying, you know, it's not a war. It's a presentation of options. Everybody deserves an option to buy a certain unit that has certain amenities, that has certain affordability factors. So by building something that doesn't have 1 parking spot per unit, we're not taking away anybody's ability to purchase something that has 2 parking spots. Those exist in this city. And when we talk about transportation, I think it's healthier for us to frame that in the context of transportation options. We're not taking away any, we're not banning the use of a car. We're not telling you you can't live in a place where you can have a car. We are presenting those approximately 8,000 people in this catchment area of the study that have 0 cars, that have 1 car, a place to live where they can save money from month to month, because these units would be more expensive with parking, and the lives of these people would invariably be more expensive if they had to have 2 vehicles. But we've built a community where it's possible to live with 1 vehicle, with 0 vehicles. And by favoring seniors in this residence, we know that lifestyles change, that perhaps they are living a life that is more contained within 1 area. We see it with seniors' homes. You have Calgary Transit Access, you have preferred access for taxis, you might have family around. We can't assume how people live. We need to give them options to live the way that they choose, and this is 1 option in a list of many. And so by framing it as a war, we are moving the conversation to a negative place where it assumes how people live. It's not our job to assume how people live. It's our job to give them the opportunity to live how they want to live. So that's why I'm in support of this today.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On 7.2.10 in Altadore, Ward 8, the motion is carried 11-4. Councillors Ward, Jameson, Tyers, and McLean opposed. We'll now move to the readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 12D 2026. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean is opposed. And that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 12D 2026. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean is opposed. And that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 12D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 12D 2026. Councillor McLean is opposed. And that is carried. Thank you. We are on to 7.2.11, road closure and land use amendment in Manchester. Ward 9.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is 7.2.11, a land use amendment and road closure in the southeast community of Manchester Industrial. This item will also be setting the context for the subsequent item on today's agenda, as the purpose of both applications is facilitating the rationalization of fragmented parcels adjacent to the Red Line light rail transit track and tunnel. Next slide, please. The recommendation is for council to give 3 readings to proposed closure bylaw 1C 2026 for the closure of 0.02 hectares of road, and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw of 13D 2026 for the redesignation of the subject site from the Industrial Redevelopment District, Commercial Corridor 3 District, and undesignated road right-of-way to the multi-residential high-density medium-rise district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the Manchester Industrial area on the east side of McLeod Trail and adjacent to the Red Line LRT track and tunnel. The site is also located within the 600-meter buffer area of the 39th Avenue Red Line LRT station, located further south. Next slide, please. The site is vacant and made up of 3 parcels that are to be consolidated, including a 0.02 hectare public lane dividing the 2 properties. Combined, the subject site totals 0.25 hectares. In this image, you can see the Red Line LRT track directly to the east as it tunnels underneath 34th Avenue. Next slide, please. Here is a view of the public lane road closure extent. Next slide, please. Surrounding uses include the LRT track and tunnel directly to the east. To the north, across the LRT track, is a building currently leased for animal care, designated IR district. To the south is a 5-story hotel designated as Secor 3 district. And further east is a range of developed sites containing industrial businesses designated as IR district. The Commercial Corridor 3 district is applicable to the parcel west of the public lane, and the IR district is applicable to the parcel east of the public lane. The Secor 3 district is intended for locations along major roads in industrial areas to accommodate mid-scale retail, medium to large eating and drinking uses, and office use. Residential uses are not allowed under the district. The IR district is intended to accommodate a wide range of industrial uses that would allow for the reuse and redevelopment of existing small blocks of parcels in industrial areas. Next slide, please. The proposed redesignation to the multi-residential high-density medium-rise, or MH2 district, is intended to accommodate multi-residential developments with higher density, including a limited range of support commercial uses, restricted in size and location within the building. The proposed district would also allow for a maximum building height of 30 meters, a maximum building floor area ratio of 3, which is approximately 7,500 square meters, and a minimum density of 150 units per hectare, which, based on the parcel area, is approximately 37 dwelling units. Next slide, please. The proposed land use change aligns with the applicable policies of the Municipal Development Plan and the Chinook Communities Local Area Plan. With respect to the LAP, the subject site spans 2 urban form categories. This is the image on the left. The Neighborhood Flex Urban Form category supports a mix of commercial and residential uses. Manchester Industrial Special Policy Area encourages complementary non-industrial uses that will serve a new residential population base in close proximity to the existing and potential future infill LRT stations. The applicant's intent is to have a future development oriented toward McLeod Trail in the orange neighborhood flex zone with back-of-house functions and/or parking located in the purple Manchester Industrial Special Policy Area. The building scale map, this is the image on the right, identifies the subject site as mid-scale, allowing for up to 12 stories. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the presentation and report, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed closure bylaw of 0.02 hectares of road and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let's move to the public hearing now. I believe we have the applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mike Carnegie. I'm with the Real Estate Department. Alongside me is Mladen. And on the line, we have a few folks from Facility Planning, as well as another member from our real estate team. We don't have a formal presentation as of yet, but we are seeking your support for 2 items in this application. The first is on the east side of the LRT tracks. The city owns a building here, and it's currently leased to a vet clinic. All we're simply doing is increasing the industrial size of this parcel, but the vet clinic is remaining as is. On the west side of the LRT, the city is closing that lane, or the road closure there, as well as consolidating with a larger parcel to create a bigger development scheme. The goal here is to work with our affordable housing team to ultimately provide this site to a non-market, or to an affordable housing provider. So it's a straightforward application, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, and I should clarify that this item requires 2 public hearings, and the public hearing that we opened is on 1C 2026. Any questions for the applicant? Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, just wanted to be really clear. We're closing this weird little public lane that doesn't really do anything as part of this and including it in the developable site, correct?
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, sir? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. Anyone else on public hearing for 1C 2026? Anyone else on the line wish to speak? All right, we will close the public hearing on proposed bylaw 1C 2026. And at this time, I'll open the public hearing for proposed bylaws 13D 2026. So we are now in a public hearing on 13D 2026. Anyone wish to speak to it? Going once, going twice. The public hearing for 13D 2026 has closed. All right, so over to you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to say, I'm quite excited by this project. The idea that we'd take what has been industrial use land and begin to prepare it for accessible, or rather affordable housing options delivered by the City of Calgary is fantastic. A fantastic step for Ward 9, and something I somewhat anticipated over the course of the last year, that this was a direction that we'd be heading. So wonderful to be here and to be able to support this, and I hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll say that's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Any debate on the recommendations? All right, the 2 set of readings are on the front. Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, just one question. Access to the site will be retained off of 34th Avenue, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I just have one more. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just, I guess I want to ask, just towards these kinds of things in the future, I know we like showing sort of distance to C-train stations, which we see in number 3 there, slide number 3. But can we start including higher levels of understanding of public transit outside of C-train stations? I don't know if anyone can answer that offhand, but just this site is right on the edge of that sort of 600-meter radius from the train station there. Not sure if we know like the level of transit that's going sort of beside that on the McLeod Trail corridor, these kinds of elements.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So with our CPC reports, we do note the bus stop locations on the map. But you're correct, we don't apply a buffer area or differentiate a primary transit stop or part of the primary transit network stop differently than an LRT station. The bus stops are shown as bus stops, and there's no finer grain detail as to what that scale of service and degree of service that the bus stop provides.
Okay, might pursue that in the future. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, is there a plan to put a sidewalk on this plot?
So for the subject parcel, which for this application is going to be the file directly adjacent to McLeod Trail, the intent is for frontage to be on McLeod Trail where there'll be sidewalk access. There is a bit of a different grade change, so managing that slope will be a consideration. However, there will also be a public lane that runs east-south at the south portion of the parcel. That could also provide access, and we'd review that with the development permit, whether sidewalk would access make sense there, but it would be primarily sidewalk access along McLeod Trail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Clark to close.
Closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote. Yes.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please. Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion is carried 15-0. We have two sets of bylaws. I'll begin the readings. First reading of bylaw 1C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 1C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 1C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 1C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Whew. Now on first reading of 13D 2026, the bylaw. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 13D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 13D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 13D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Great, so we're now to 7.2.12.
Thank you, Mayor. My final item on the agenda, 7.2.12, is a companion application to the previous agenda item. So we're jumping across the LRT track, and this is a land use amendment and road closure in the southeast community of Manchester Industrial. This is to rationalize and consolidate the remnant parcels on the northeast side of the LRT track. Next slide, please. The recommendation is for council to give 3 readings to proposed closure bylaw 2C 2026 for the closure of 0.01 hectares of road, and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 14D 2026 for the redesignation of the subject site from Commercial Corridor 3 District and undesignated road right-of-way to the Industrial Redevelopment District. Next slide, please. Subject site is located in the Manchester Industrial area on the east side of McLeod Trail and adjacent to the Red Line LRT track and tunnel. Next slide, please. Subject parcel is to be redesignated is a triangular-shaped remnant parcel that is currently vacant. Next slide, please. Here is a view of the public lane road closure extent. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses include a cemetery across 34th Avenue Southeast to the north, designated as Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure District. And directly to the east is a city-owned single-story building currently leased to an animal care agency. And further east is a range of developed sites for industrial businesses designated as Industrial Redevelopment District. Next slide. The proposed redesignation to the IR district is intended to accommodate a wide range of industrial uses that would allow for the reuse and redevelopment of existing small blocks of parcels in industrial areas. The proposed district allows for a maximum building height of 16 meters. Next slide, please. The proposed land use change aligns with the applicable policies of the Municipal Development Plan and the Chinook Communities Local Area Plan. With respect to the LAP, the Neighborhood Flex Urban Forum anticipates low impacts uses near industrial areas. The proposal generally aligns with the LAP as it supports utilizing an undersized remnant parcel that cannot redevelop in isolation. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the presentation and the report, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed closure bylaw and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. I'd also like to advise Council of a clerical correction to the report. In the recommendation box, the floor area ratio and height modifiers have been added to the long form name of the Commercial Corridor 3 District. So a minor correction there. And thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Council, I heard you like bylaws, so I got bylaws for your bylaws. We have 2 public hearings here. The first is we will open up public hearing for proposed bylaw 2C 2026. Did anyone want to speak to this? No, we're good. Anyone else want to speak to proposed bylaw 2C 2026? All right, I'm closing the public hearing on 2C 2026. I'm now opening public hearing for proposed bylaw 14D 2026. Anyone wish to speak to this? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll just remind everyone, if you're on the line, to please mute until your item comes up. Going once, going twice. All right, public hearing for 14D 2026 is closed. All right, any questions for applicants? Or, sorry, for administration? I'll throw in, what is this? Is this a bylaw for ants?
I'll always take a Zoolander reference. It's great.
All right, Councillor Clark.
Happy to save my remarks for close. Thank you.
All right, second by Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark to close, please.
Simply a continuation of our previous application. Happy to support. Hope my colleagues will too. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
All right, please display the results. And that motion is carried 15-0. And we should note that the motion made by Councillor Clark was after amendment with the clerical correction in the cover report. All right, we will now move to the bylaws. First reading of bylaw 2C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 2C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 2C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 2C 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Moving on, first reading of bylaw 14D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 14D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 14D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 14D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Thanks so much for being with us. We're now moving to 7.2.13. Ms. Sanborn.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and Council. My name is Nancy Sanborn. I'm a senior planner with Community Planning, and I'll be presenting the next 5 items on the agenda. The next item is a proposed policy amendment application to support low-density residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 3P 2026 for the amendments to the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Ogden, north of Glenmore Trail and west of Ogden Road. The site is a mid-block parcel located on 24th Street Southeast between 74th Avenue to the north and 76th Avenue Southeast to the south. The site is 100 meters or a 2-minute walk from George Moss Park and less than 500 meters or an 8-minute walk from the planned Ogden Green Line LRT station. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a rear detached garage. Existing bus stops are located just to the south of the site along 76th Avenue. Next slide, please. Surrounding uses consist predominantly of single detached and semi-detached dwellings. Existing multi-residential developments are located south of 76th Avenue and east towards 26A Street. There is a neighborhood commercial node to the northeast of the subject site at the corner of Ogden Road and 72nd Avenue Southeast, shown in red on the map. The Ogden Scout Hall is located just north of the subject site along 24th Street and is shown in blue on the map. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan, changing the land use category of the subject site from low-density conservation to low or medium-density multi-dwelling residential. The low-density conservation policy supports residential development in the form of single and 2-unit dwellings, while the low or medium-density multi-dwelling policy would allow the uses under the existing residential grade-oriented infill district, including row houses and townhouses. A text amendment is proposed to further clarify that 75 units per hectare is appropriate on the subject site in alignment with the RCG district maximum allowable density. Based on the size of the subject site, this would allow for up to 4 dwelling units. Next slide, please. In closing, this application provides for alternative housing forms in a developing area. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed policy amendment. Thank you, Mayor Farkas.
Thank you. Let's please open the public hearing on this item. Do we have the applicant with us? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. I want to start by saying that I understand the general sentiment over middle block multifamily. I just want to lay out our thought process for this project and leave councilors to help us guide through the future investment in the area. We have been working in this community, working and investing in this community for a long time. The community of Ogden is very interesting. It has the convenient access to Glenmore Trail, some of the best pathways along Boat Trail, and many green spaces. However, over the years, we have seen a steady drop of population from the peak time of 11,500 to now just over 8,300. And also, the consensus shows that about 30% of the people living here are renters. There are many reasons behind it. One of the reasons I can think of is the lack of variety housing that catering for young people, which is completely market-driven. That's what we try to do on this project and the project after, provide a variety of housing to the area. Last month, I had the privilege of meeting with the community association in a local coffee shop, where by itself is a very contentious project when it was first proposed. But now this mixed-use building that has coffee shop and daycare in the main floor and residential upstairs become a very important social hub in the community. During the meeting, I hear the excitement eagerness of the people in the community to see LRT station come to the area, to see the local area plan being developed in the area, and also see the Olden Road, making the Olden Road to become the main street. I hear the vision from the president of Community Association and also a lot of residents that mixed-use buildings, they want to see mixed-use buildings with higher building scale along Olden Road and building smaller building scale gradually go to the more inner community. When it comes to this specific project, I hear concerns over material using for the siding, the bright color versus the dark black color, the more front setback, the lower maximum height, and then some parking concerns. We put all those comments in our outreach summary and provide that to the city clerk. And I want to stress that we are willing to go as far as eliminate all the basement suite if the council deems that appropriate. So we do want to try our best to provide some variety housing to this community, which is badly needed, in our opinion. And then giving the LRT stations coming to the area, we think this proposal is a good one for the community, will benefit the community in the long run. So we hope councilors can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll continue our public hearing. Kirk, do we have you on the line to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can. It's over to you. You've got 5 minutes.
Awesome. I just want to start by correcting the applicant in a few points. We did meet, and I think we both agreed after the meeting with, including me and the president of the Milka Association, that there's not a lot of support for mid-block densification of things like fourplexes, especially in areas like this one and the next application, which is also in our area, just a block apart, where people are already walking a block or two, having tried to find parking in front of their houses or convenient to their houses. The data points that he brought up is, we don't know exact number of young people in our area or what exactly is happening. The data that he spoke to is 6 years out of date. We have a lot of young people moving into the house for exact same reason he told us his investment group is buying real estate in our house because it's affordable. And we have a lot of demand right now for detached houses because we do have a lot of young families moving in right now, which is absolutely beautiful to see, and we would like to see that. We don't have a shortage of housing options. We have massive condo complex on the ridge. Across from it is a massive townhouse complex. Going up on 8th Street on right and left, we have 2 townhouses complexes on either side. And coming up on just across Glenmore in Quarry Park, we have hundreds of small units coming up for selection for anyone who doesn't want a single detached house. So I think the overall scale of things of what's happening in the real estate market has really dynamically changed. And I think we need to put a note to that, including the issue with the green line parking, the green line that keeps being brought up, but not brought up to the full extent that's going to impact our community, is that there is no parking plan for the green line in the stations outside that's further down from to our community. So our community is going to get hammered with parking and people coming in to use the station it's the only option for actual parking, which is unfortunate finding, but it's something we have to do. Now, in this development, the next one, there's quite a bit of resistance from neighbors, and I think there's a couple emails that were sent in as part of the should be on file. At least I got to see it on a number of them. And just to finalize, our area has been approved for a local area plan. Thanks for the hard work of our councilor as well, for Harrison Clark. So I just would like the councilors to respect our opportunity to plan our community and engage with the stakeholders and with our community members and people that are living in it so we can appropriately plan for the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Kirk. Do we have any questions for Mr. Lubimov? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Or rather, we will conclude having you with us, Kirk. Stay on the, you can watch online and you can disconnect the phone. Any other people wish to speak to this public hearing that might be in person or on the line? Okay, so the public hearing is closed now. Over to Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you very much. As we've seen over the course of the last number of public hearings, a number of the communities in Ward 9 are sort of between a rock and a hard place, sort of without the foundations of good planning in place. Both developers and residents are in a position to sort of guess as to what the best outcome could be in a lot of these cases. As it's been said by both the applicant and the individual on the phone, we've got an LAP in the works. It's now on the way. We've got major infrastructure coming into this space. These mid-block developments are just not well received by community at this time. And for a community that's had to sort of take a fighting position to maintain what is their ARP at the moment, I'm happy to stand with them in this instance, and I will not be supporting this, but thank you very much.
Thank you. So did you want to move that to put on the floor? Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Clark. Second by Councillor Schmidt. Any further debate on this? Seeing none, Councillor Clark to close.
Close, thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's please call or engage the vote. This is 7.2.13, policy amendment in Ogden, Ward 9.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On 7.2.13, the motion has been defeated 4-11, with only Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, and Atkinson in favor, the remaining opposed. All right, so let's move to 7.2.14.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. The next item in the same area is a proposed policy amendment application to support low-density residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 4P 2026 for the amendments to the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Ogden, north of Glenmore Trail and west of Ogden Road. The site is a mid-block parcel located on 25th Street between 72nd Avenue to the north and 74th Avenue southeast to the south. The site is about 100 meters or a 2-minute walk from George Moss Park and less than 300 meters or a 4-minute walk from the planned Ogden Green Line LRT station. Next slide, please. Parcel is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a rear detached garage. Next slide, please. Surrounding uses consist predominantly of single detached and semi-detached dwellings. There's a neighborhood commercial node to the southeast of the subject site at the corner of Ogden Road Southeast and 72nd Avenue, shown in red on the map, and additional commercial services to the north of the subject site. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan, changing the land use category of the subject site from low-density conservation to low or medium-density multi-dwelling residential. The low-density conservation policy supports residential development in the form of 1- and 2-unit dwellings, while the low or medium-density multi-dwelling policy would allow the additional uses under the existing residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, including row houses and townhouses. A text amendment is proposed to further clarify that 75 units per hectare is appropriate on the subject site in alignment with the RCG district maximum allowable density. Based on the size of the subject site, this would allow up to 4 dwelling units. Next slide, please. In closing, this application provides for alternative housing forms in a developing area. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed policy amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing on 7.2.14, policy amendment in Ogden. Applicant, welcome to come up.
Thank you. I just have a very small thing to add to what I said on the last case, because it's a very similar case. So I see the direction that councillors want us to involve with the local area plan process, and also, to go with the community association, work on finding the best strategy forward for the community, which we totally respect. I think that's fair. And then I just want to explain over the years why it's so hard to develop in this community. And then this seems simply because the math. Like if you look at the land value in this area, the cost to building a semi-detached here and the price point to sell semi-detached here, there's no really margin there. And then you got to make no mistake at all. Then you can have very, very thin margin here. That's why over the years, this community has seen very little new semi-detached housing. Most of the semi-detached housing here are built a long, long time ago. Mostly are single housing. There are some areas which some townhouse and condo buildings. So I just want to point out that fact to say why the project is proposing 4 units. It can say it's greedy driven, it's greedy driven, but it's also it has to make financial sense. And then, like I said on the last project, we are willing to even go as far as cutting the basement street, so it become 4 units with decent investment. So the price point will be similar to what is there instead of a semi, which will be over 900, close to $1 million, something like that. So that's kind of the entire point of view. But the other way around to wait here further, because we do have a lot of investment in this area, and then work through the local area plans process. Also a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us. We have Mr. Lubomov signed up for 7.2.14. Are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Great. Happy to have you jump in.
Yeah, the developments into, our neighborhoods into houses are not there for, builders to make a profit on, to make money on. We have a responsibility to house people and to give something affordable to families. We have one of the most affordable single detached houses neighborhood in Calgary, and it's central. So, it's a beautiful thing to see attracting that population into our community now, bringing rejuvenation, bringing new blood into the community. We just had a movie night for kids for the community on Sunday.
Reverend, just a little bit of difficulty. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you lose me at some part?
Yeah, I think you're a bit faint, like you're on speakerphone or in a swimming pool.
I'm on Bluetooth. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Let me try this. Is this better?
Much better, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so as I was saying, our responsibility is to provide housing, and not as much responsibility, but it's our duty to provide affordable housing and to the community as much as possible. And we have a lot of demand for single detached house from young people right now, but to bring a lot of new blood into the community. Our housing in the community is not, we don't make decisions with how it is going to make money to a developer as a decision. We just had a movie night for young kids on Sunday that was extremely successful, bringing the community out. And this is what we like to keep promoting. We have no shortage of housing needs in general in the community that for this demographic, except single detached houses. And we need just to keep it going. Otherwise, this proposal is exactly the same as the one that was just voted on, and it's a block away. The only difference is this one has a lot more resistance because of the location, the smaller community, the smaller block where the neighbors are, the way the sun is, the way it's developing, and so forth. There should have been a few emails on file that I've been CC'd on that was emailed on resistance as well. And again, I just would like our community to have the respect to operate, to do our LAP so we can plan and move on.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Any questions for Mr. Lumov? Seeing none, we'll continue with the public hearing. Any other speakers wish to speak to this in person or on the line? All right, hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Over to you, Councillor Clark.
I'd like to move this, and I'll save my remarks for close.
It's been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schmidt. Over to you to close, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And yes, this is, sort of similar remarks as before. I would like to acknowledge that Mr. Wang has continued to make an effort since I've been in office to sort of meet community as best he can. So I think that's important to acknowledge. An LAP is coming. Greater confirming conversations with community about how best to move forward with development in these areas will occur and will set the tone for what's ahead. But for now, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote. This is 7.2.15 in augment.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And that motion has been defeated 4-11 with only Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, and Atkinson in favor, the remaining opposed. All right, we will now move to 7.2.15.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. The next item is a proposed land use amendment application to support residential grade-oriented development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 17D 2026 for the redesignation of 2001 and 2007 37th Street from residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the southeast community of Forest Lawn at the corner of 37th Street Southeast and 19th Avenue Southeast. The site is approximately 200 meters or a 3-minute walk south of International Avenue or 17th Avenue Southeast, which is identified as an urban main street in the municipal development plan. The Max Purple bus rapid transit stop, shown as the purple circle on the map, is also approximately 200 meters from the subject site. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of 2 parcels with a total area of 0.12 hectares in size, and each parcel is currently developed with a single detached dwelling. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses include commercial development across the lane to the west, mixed-use development across 19th Avenue to the north, multi-residential development across 37th Street to the northeast, and single detached dwellings to the direct east and south of the site. The subject site is currently designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including single-detached, semi-detached dwellings, row houses, and townhouses. The maximum building height is 11 meters, and the maximum density is 75 units per hectare. Based on the parcel area, this site currently allows up to 9 dwelling units. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to the housing grade-oriented HGO district that allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing forms where dwelling units may be attached or stacked within a shared building or a cluster of buildings. The maximum building height is 12 meters, or approximately 3 stories, and the maximum floor area ratio is 1.5, which equates to approximately 1,800 square meters for the subject site. Next slide, please. The subject site meets the locational criteria for the HGO district since the site is within the Neighborhood Connector Urban Form category of the East Calgary International Avenue Community's local area plan, and is also within proximity to a main street and the primary transit network. Next slide, please. In closing, this application provides for increased housing choice that aligns with the local area plan and is within close proximity to transit and community amenities. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Farkas.
Thank you. On this item, let's please open the public hearing and start with the applicant.
You me. Hope I have good luck on this one. So, this one I would say rather straightforward. Corner lot. The proposal fully aligns with our local area plan. Busy street, very convenient public transit. A lot of amenities in the area, including commercial, including social, including a lot of space. So I think it's a rather straightforward project. I hope councilors can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll just jump in and say I was impolite earlier by not thanking you for your well wishes for council. Just wanted to wish you a happy Lunar New Year as well.
Thank you.
Hoping that the Year of the Horse brings you health, luck, prosperity. Thank you.
Our city too. City,
for all of us. Any other speakers on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, the public hearing is closed. Over to you, Councillor Clark.
Happy to move this. I don't have many remarks, and so I'll leave them for close. Thank you very much.
All right. Second by Councillor Chabot. Over to you to close, Councillor Clark.
Yes, thank you. As the applicant noted, corner lot aligns with the LAP.
Hey, we are about to go to a vote shortly. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Clark. We've had challenges just with people walking in and out. I'm going to be. Oh, did you miss the public hearing on this item? Yes. You just walked in. Okay.
No, I didn't.
So, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Clark. We're just making sure that we're enforcing that everybody in the room here is actually eligible to vote. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, you love to hear that it aligns with the LAP, and I've heard from some of the local leaders in the area that they're supportive of the project as well. So, very happy to support this project. Thank you.
All right, that's been closed. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote. Yes.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. All right, that motion is carried 14-0 with Councillor Schmidt absent. We'll now move to the reading of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 17D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 17D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 17D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 17D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're now on 7.2.16, land use amendment in Mahogany, Ward 12.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. The next item is a proposed land use amendment application to support low-density residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 20D 2026 for the redesignation of a portion of 2120 Mahogany Boulevard Southeast from multi-residential medium profile M2 district to residential low-density multiple dwelling R2M district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Mahogany on the southwest corner of Mahogany Road Southeast and Mahogany Boulevard Southeast. The site is approximately 300 meters or a 5-minute walk from a future LRT station and is adjacent to numerous commercial services located along 52nd Street. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 2.6 hectares in size and is currently undeveloped. The site is in close proximity to numerous open space amenities, including Mahogany Lake and pathway system to the southeast, and a large park and pathway system to the northeast. Existing commercial development can be seen to the northwest of the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of commercial and residential uses at various stages. To the north is a high-density multi-residential site designated as the MH2 district with an approved development permit for numerous buildings up to 16 stories in height. To the south is a medium-density multi-residential site designated as the M2 district that is partially developed with 5-story buildings. To the west is a future park site designated SSPR district and an M2 site that is currently developing with multi-residential buildings in the form of townhouses. To the east is a direct control district developed with semi-detached homes. The subject site is currently designated as the multi-residential medium profile M2 district, which allows for multi-residential in a variety of forms. The minimum density is 60 units per hectare, which equates to 158 units for the subject site. There is no maximum density, but the maximum floor area ratio is 3, and the maximum building height is 16 meters, or approximately 4 stories. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to the residential low-density multiple dwelling R2M district. The R2M district accommodates comprehensively designed low-density residential development with a maximum density of 50 units per hectare and a maximum building height of 11 meters, or approximately 2 to 3 stories. As noted in the applicant's submission, the applicant intends to develop the site with approximately 74 semi-detached dwellings. Next slide, please. The subject site is governed by the Mahogany Community Plan, or ASP, and is part of the Transit Station Planning Area, or the TSPA. So the TSPA supports predominantly low and medium density residential development and encourages a mix of housing forms. The minimum density of the TSPA, or the Transit Station Planning Area, is 61.9 units per hectare. While this application proposes a reduction in site density, the current estimate for build-out for the Transit Station Planning Area with the proposed R2M district is 97.9 units per hectare, which exceeds the TSPA's minimum density target. The proposed R2M district will provide for low-density housing forms that vary from the surrounding multi-residential apartment forms, thereby providing housing mix and choice near the future transit station. Next slide, please. In closing, this application provides for alternative housing forms in the developing area. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's please now open up the public hearing on this item. I believe we have the applicant with us.
Hello, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Kayla McCarthy from B&A Studios, and I have with me Brett Friesen from Hopewell, who is the landowner of this parcel. We're excited about this application and bringing a middle housing form in the developing community of Mahogany that complements the other housing in the area. We don't have a presentation for you today, but are both available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
I'll jump in. What makes it exciting?
I guess a different housing form in the area. So as mentioned by administration, there's a lot of sort of multi-unit buildings under construction within the transit station planning area, whereas this would be comprehensively planned duplexes, so more of that midpoint between the single detached and the multi that you see in the area.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Quick question. Through a subdivision application, usually 5 acres or more, there's usually a requirement, unless I'm mistaken, of municipal reserve, or has that all been part of the original larger outline plan?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, yes, it's part of the overall larger outline plan. There's a development permit that's submitted as part of this, but it's done under the typical subdivision plan of the site with municipal reserve providing elsewhere in the community. Although there is green space provided within the context of the development permit as per those requirements.
Okay. In this, for this site, there will be some MR?
Not municipal reserve, but there's a minimum landscaping requirement.
Okay, yeah.
For the land use that's included as part of the DP.
Oh, and can I use it as a public citizen?
No, you cannot. You can use the park to the west,
okay,
and to the northeast, and to the southeast.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. No further questions.
All right. Anybody else want to badger the witness? Seeing none, anyone else here to speak to this item during the public hearing? Going once, going twice? All right, public hearing is closed. Can I go over you to Councillor Jimson?
Yes, thank you. I will move it.
All right, it's on the table, seconded by Councillor McLean. Any debate on this? Seeing none, over to you, Councillor Jameson.
Thank you.
Close.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and for the developer, thanks for your willingness to just adjust based on demand. I think that's really important. We have some master built communities and development going on in the far deep south, but as it does fill out and as the population increases, it's important that we can adjust, because the last thing we want is commercial space or businesses to be not filled, right? So this is a great example of that. And to some of my density colleagues, I just want to say that this is not a loss of density, and I just want to be clear from my perspective here. It's a density redistribution. The transit station planning area is getting more than 175 more units than originally planned, because several sites exceed the expectations right now. So that overperformance creates room to optimize this kind of site for market demand while we still exceed our transit-oriented density goals. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote. Oh, wait, we need a moment.
Just one moment, please, Mayor. The wrong motion was up on the screen. It's now been corrected. We'll just add the mover and the seconder back. Councillor Jameson.
I believe that was Councillor Jameson, and Councillor McLean got in.
That's right.
As a seconder.
Apologies. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. I'll give council a moment just to verify that up on the screen. Land use amendment to Mahogany, Ward 12. All right, with that, I'll call the question. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion is carried 14-1. We will move to the readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 20D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 20D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 20D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 20D 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That concludes 7.2.16. Before we begin 7.3.1, I will vacate the chair. I'm doing so according to the Municipal Government Act, subject to section 171B. A councillor has a conflict of interest in a matter if the councillor knows or should know that the matter could affect a private interest of the councillor's family. Later on in the Act, it states under 172.1.1, when a councillor believes the councillor may have a conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest in a matter before the council, so on. If a councillor discloses a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest under subsection 1, the councillor may, if present, do any one or more of the following. Firstly, abstain from voting on any question relating to the matter. Secondly, section B states, abstain from any discussion on the matter. And C, leave the room in which the meeting is being held until discussion and voting on the matter are concluded. On 7.3.1, policy and land use amendment in Springbank Hill, Ward 6, out of an abundance of caution, I'm citing a perceived personal conflict of interest. To be clear, I do not have a pecuniary interest, as my family is not the applicant, landowner, or developer. However, I have family who live in the immediate vicinity, so questions around height, parking, density, and so on would be seen by a reasonable person to affect my family's private interests, and for that reason, I am doing all three requirements under the Act. I will be abstaining from voting, I'll be abstaining from discussion, and I will be leaving the room in which the matter is being held until it's concluded.
Worship, before you leave the room, if I can get clarification from the legal department, you did state the perceived conflict of interest, and you did indicate, of course, that you don't have a conflict of interest from a pecuniary perspective, but the perception is also included in the MGA?
Typically, it's the ethics office that provides advice on these issues, but I will say that the new provisions in the MGA that include conflict is much more broad than the old pecuniary interest was, and I accept the information that the mayor provided and his ability to step outside for this item.
It cites 172.1.1, is that correct?
Yeah, the section, Councillor, I'm citing is 172.1.1. When a councillor believes the councillor may have a conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest in a matter before the council, so on, they may declare that. And in this case, subject to 171, I do believe that that perception is legitimate, given that I know, or I should know, that the matter could affect the private interest of my family, given that they live immediately adjacent.
Thank you.
Everybody, give me a moment. You know, when you get in a rental car, you got to change all the seats. Got to just change it up. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, we're good. As mentioned, I'm John Panazopoulos. I'm the Deputy Mayor, and I'm serving as Chair as Mayor Farkas has vacated the seat. So I'd like to open up the public hearing for item 7.3.1, proposed bylaw. Sorry.
Deputy Mayor, we usually start with a presentation from administration.
Of course, perfect. My first mistake. I'd love to hear a presentation from administration, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The next item is a proposed land use amendment application to support grade-oriented residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 76D 2026 for the amendment to the Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan. 76P 2025 for the amendment to the Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan, and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 26D 2026 for the redesignation of 30 Alveden Drive Southwest from residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, to a direct control district. Next slide, please. At the December 16th, 2025 public hearing, council adopted a notice of motion which directed administration to return with an amended land use bylaw directly to today's public hearing meeting of council. The notice of motion directed that additional work and conversations take place between the applicant, the community association, nearby residents, and administration so the proposed land use district could more effectively address neighborhood concerns. As a result of the conversations, the proposed land use district was revised to what is presented today. Next slide, please. The site is located in the southwest community of Springbank Hill, north of Stony Trail and south of 17th Avenue. The site is located along Alveden Drive and is approximately 300 meters or a 5-minute walk from Griffith Woods K-9 school. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 1.16 hectares in size and is currently undeveloped. The subject site and surrounding parcels are sloped, with the parcels to the east and north considerably lower in elevation than the subject parcel. The parcel to the east is currently undergoing construction of single detached homes. Of the 4 single detached dwellings on the west side of Elveden Drive, adjacent to the subject site, 3 homes back onto Elveden Drive, and 1 home fronts onto Elveden Drive. Next slide, please. Surrounding developments are predominantly low-density residential homes in the form of single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. Parks and green spaces are shown in green on the map. The subject site is currently designated as the Residential Low-Density Mixed Housing, RG District, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including single and semi-detached dwellings and row house buildings, which may include secondary suites. Townhouse-style developments are not listed as a use in the district. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to a direct control district based on the multi-residential at-grade housing, or MG district. The MG district allows for multi-residential development of low height and low density and is intended to be in close proximity or adjacent to low density residential development. In addition to the uses allowed in the MG district, the proposed direct control district allows the additional uses of single detached dwelling and semi-detached dwelling, but does not include the use of secondary suite. The direct control district also provides direction on height and number of units across the site. Site 1, adjacent to Elveden Drive, has a maximum building height of 11 meters and a maximum of 6 dwelling units. Site 2 has a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum of 31 units. Next slide, please. A policy amendment to the Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan is required to support the land use amendment. This would change the category from standard suburban to low density. The low density category allows for a mix of housing types with densities ranging from 20 to 37 units per hectare. The building forms and density proposed here are in alignment with the low density category of the ASP. Next slide, please. This application would allow for the development of a variety of housing types in a form and scale compatible with adjacent low-density homes and is in alignment with the objectives of the Area Structure Plan and Municipal Development Plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to open the public hearing. I would like to call up a proponent to speak. And this is to specific proposed bylaws 76P2025 and 26D2026. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, I have a slide deck as well. Fabulous. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos and members of council. Kathy Oberg with BNA, here with our clients, John Page and Kyle Wurzler, and Leah Thompson from our office, our engagement specialist. Next slide, please. We wish to start by thanking the residents of the Springbank Hill community and the Community Association for their time and efforts to make this application better than where we were when we started. We'd also like to thank administration and also the Ward 6 office for bringing us all together. Next slide, please. As noted by administration, we are looking to advance the low-density policy district on the subject lands, and over the weekend, we agreed to an additional policy amendment to add the contextual zone along Elveden Drive, if agreeable by council and administration. Next slide, please. The site was zoned R2 prior to the blanket zoning and allowed single and semi-detached building forms with the addition of suites. Upon blanket rezoning, the site is RG and allows singles, semis, and row homes with the addition of suites. The current ASP policy guides the density, which allows for 19 homes and 19 suites for a total of 38 under both the R2 and the RG land use districts. Under our current proposal, we are requesting 35 units and no allowances for suites. Next slide, please. We began our application requesting 56 townhome units, revising it to 42 in the summer of 2025, when administration and the community provided feedback concerned with the density. Administration was supportive of a policy amendment to the low-density zone, and Calgary Planning Commission supported the application unanimously. At the September public hearing, Councillor Sharp asked if we would accept a postponement due to Ward 6 representation being absent and also to allow for more time to talk to the residents. We agreed. Some initial meetings occurred in December, and we had introduced a new housing forum, semi-detached, along Alveden Drive in a joint meeting with the councillor's office and a core group of residents. We were asking to please take this back. They asked us to please take this back and review a planning framework that was representative of our area. With that, we took a closer look at the community framework. Next slide, please. With a new framework in mind, in January, we applied a transition density similar to another example on 81st Street, where a lower density, contextual, is required along the roadways within Springbank where existing homes exist. This provided a maximum number of units along Alveden Drive, reduced from our original submission of 19. We committed to reducing the overall height of the units to 37, reducing the heights, removing the ability to have rooftop patios, and guaranteeing a pedestrian pathway along the north. To achieve all of these, we required a direct control land use. The advantages of a comprehensive development also includes consolidated waste and recycling, visitor parking, and double-car garages securing parking for each unit. If we were to build what is entitled to us today, we'd have a cul-de-sac. Back onto Alveden Drive, we'd have 6 bins of waste, recycling, and compost per home, and parking would likely occur more within the public streets given the reduced parking ratio for suites. These revisions were brought to the residents group and also to a public information session in early February. Next slide, please. We had approximately 30 people in attendance and a great conversation in early February. Some residents were pleased with the updated plan and some still desired additional reductions to the proposal. On February 10th, we committed to semi-detached units in the central portion and a reduction from 37 to 35 units. And then on February 16th, we agreed to remove all townhomes and replace them with semi-detached units, all within 35 units, by removing a unit from the eastern edge and placing it along the drive. Next slide, please. You'll see with this next image that the site contains grades from west to east, and we'll be working with the grades, especially within our farthest eastern units, combining slope retention and mitigation within the built form. From the original submission, you'll see we are still proposing tuck-under garages, and our form has generally reduced with the current application. Our neighbors to the west will be sitting much higher than ourselves. Next slide, please. Applications in an election year are always a little interesting because there are a few months where council pauses and timelines are compressed. We appreciate it also. It felt very compressed for the residents, and the extra time in the fall provided to be valuable so we could work with the community to improve the application. We know that these items were all important to the community. We also know that there's a strong preference to reduce the units further, and while we have reduced the numbers, we feel the change in product type is the most significant change to our original application, and the units are consistent with what is available today for the site. These are not small units. They will range between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet. Next slide, please. I'm going to share a couple rendering sheets. I'll do it quickly, just to give you an idea of what it'll look like along Alveden Drive. Next slide, please. This is looking northward down the slope. Next slide, please. This is the detail of the front doors and patios that you'll see on the street. Next slide, please. And then we are building a new sidewalk out front, and we will have front sidewalks to the homes directly adjacent to the sidewalk. So in conclusion, we know residents love their neighborhood. They love their community. We're hoping to bring a high-quality development that offers a different housing choice, but maintains a sense of community. We feel that the outcome has improved for the neighboring residents and addresses many of their concerns. We are hoping that council can support this application before you today. We'd be happy to take detailed questions related to engagement, technical details, direct control questions, ASP questions, and other project questions. And then lastly, our weekend revisions did result in some revisions to the direct control and the ASP. I know clerks has those. If I need to explain them a little bit further, I certainly can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holberg. We are going to take our scheduled 30-minute break as required. We'll be back at 3:45. Thank you. Perfect. Hello, welcome back, everybody, to the public hearing for bylaw 76P2025 and bylaw 26D2026. Madam Clerk, please do the roll.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dhaliwal, Councillor Jameson,
Present.
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Schmidt, Councillor Tyers, Councillor Ward, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Ewell,
Here.
Councillor Atkinson,
Here.
Councillor Chabot, Councillor Clark,
Present.
and Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos.
Here, thank you.
Thank you.
Here as well.
Oh, your name was called already. Okay, noted. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll continue with the public hearing. We have the applicant still. She's finished her comments. Thank you very much. I'll open up to questions to the applicant. Seeing none, I will ask some. Oh, please. Could I see an RTS? Thank you. Oh, Councillor Schmidt, thank you so much.
Sorry, I had one before the break in there. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned some policy amendments that are coming today that we have now received that will come up. Can you describe those for us and what will be coming?
I will start, thank you, Councillor Schmidt. I'll start with the policy amendment. So in my presentation, I commented that we had applied a contextual zoning to Elvedine Drive, and our policy still remained with the low-density district. And it was brought up by the Community Association if there was a possibility that we could apply the additional policy zone. Typically, our policies are there to kind of guide the next stages of land use and whatnot. And so it's an extra belt and brace, certainly with the direct control here before us today. If that was approved, that kind of precedes this. But what we're looking to do is add this within the ASP. There are examples of this. If clerks could go to my presentation and go to slide number 17. We took the precedent from an example over on 81st Street, and it's called Wildflower. It sits within, also has a transition zone located along 81st Street. It contains some semi-detached units. Fronting onto the road directly across the street are some single detached homes that were existing when this policy was done in 2017. And then behind those semi-detached homes are townhomes. There's actually 60 townhomes behind 8 semi-detached units. And so that policy, you can see it, it's hard, I know you can see kind of the hatched area that exists within the Springbank ASP, and so that revision would include that hatch as well on this one.
And we did receive a lot of feedback about this, sent to, I think, all members of council. How many, when you undertook community engagement, do you have an estimate or some exact numbers about how many residents would have had the opportunity to provide feedback?
I might ask Leah Thompson to come up, my communications specialist. I do have DC changes too. When we get to it, I can walk you through those. Yeah. Do you want the engagement package? Sure. We have another supplemental slide deck that we provided to clerks that was engagement. That if we could put that up, that would be terrific.
Sorry, yeah, thank you so much for the question. So in terms of folks that we engaged with, we sent our initial outreach to the CA, the counselors, and then we did a 500-meter radius to actually reach broader folks in the neighborhood and those that would be directly impacted. And from there, next slide. Next slide. This one just shows the 500-meter radius. Thanks. And then from there, we sent out an invitation to a virtual information session, which, as I mentioned, that was in the 500-meter radius, and that was to about 125 homes. From that, we had 42 folks that registered and who showed up to the virtual information session. So from that, that's kind of, who we first were connected with. And over the summer, we began to kind of grow that number, and our subscriber list now sits at 69. The most recent open house was February 3rd, and we had about 30 people in attendance. So we're seeing about numbers at 40 and 30. And those are kind of our active participants. In that early outreach, when we did kind of send that invitational postcard for the information session, we received 4 emails from neighbors that were directly across the road, and that was kind of our initial two-way communication.
So out of, I think you said 125, approximately 40 total that were directly engaged?
That were directly engaged with us.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And were those responses all opposed? Were there any in favor?
No, so there was some in favor, and what I mean to say they were directly engaged with us is they showed up to that virtual information session, or they showed up to that open house. Following the virtual information session, we put out a feedback form, and so folks had the opportunity to respond and provide their comments. We received 9 completed feedback forms.
Okay.
So from that, we continue to, hear feedback through our conversations.
Great. And so then maybe just back to Ms. Oberg. Originally, this was set for 56 units. Taking that 56 number and the context of the area where this is being built, is 56 completely out of context for the type of development we're seeing in this area?
That's a very good question. And I think that's why we got the feedback we did from administration within our first circulation. We were requesting to go 2 policy categories up. So in order to accommodate that, it would require not the low density, but the medium density. And I would say there's probably that medium density zone. If you look at the area structure plan, there's definitely, that doesn't seem to be captured independently adjacent to the standard suburban. And so it was very appropriate when we heard from administration that to go up to that low density zone, which actually the examples that I showed you kind of had that low density against the standard suburban. So that seemed more appropriate, and so that's where we made that switch. So I would say it was more appropriate with the revisions that we made to 42, and that was the maximum number under that low density category.
Okay, and you did mention some of the transportation options around here. How far is the 69th Street station from this approximately? Is it about 500 meters?
You're at least that. You are 2 quarter sections removed. You're about a quarter section and a half to get up to 17th Ave. And then if you come over to 69th Street, you're still a full quarter section up. So you're probably 800, 1,200 meters away.
Okay. So
my quick math of just looking at kind of, and the route to it, certainly you could probably pass through school sites. There's, as you weave your way north, there's a route by Ambrose. So you do have that distance. It might be a little bit shorter.
Yeah, so, I mean, not too dissimilar from catchment areas for other places, like, since we've talked about it today, Westbrook C train station, where we have, I think it's safe to say, users that are within 1,000 meters of Westbrook that make use of it. Otherwise, we have for the semi-detached, it's listed as 19, but in reality that would be 38 because of the secondary suites.
Sure.
And this is where we're hitting 35 with this without any secondary suites.
Correct, and we certainly have heard feedback from the residents on their suites. They might not do suites. Certainly recognize that could be a variable. We're finding that within new builds, especially if it's purposeful, this would be purposeful, but within new builds in new communities, almost 50% of the original home is actually building in the suite, just given the cost that it's more effective to do it at a new build than it is to do it as a retrofit down the road. And this one, we talked about all the different options with the clients. They certainly would have done suites with all the first builds. They were going to be building everything, so it definitely was our intention.
And so, I mean, the ASP says one thing. How within target is this for what the MDP would tell us here?
That's an interesting question. So back in, I recognize that, okay, so this area, the sad part is I've been planning for 28 years. When this area was annexed in the late 90s, It was kind of brought in from Rocky View, and it had some lower density targets. In 2017, there was ASP amendments that were very focused, I would say very targeted to the area, the quarter section that's south of 17th Avenue. And that's where you see a lot of the density today. So that ASP had visions of 6,000 units over 554 hectares of land, which is essentially 5.5 units per acre at full build out. And so even if it doubled, it would probably get you just to the minimums of the MDP. The MDP's 8 UPA. Actually, our new ASPs are coming in at 10 UPA. That's what we have to target with new ASPs. I actually reached out, and the Geodem group told me this morning that Springbank Hill is targeting, they're at 5,100 units so far, so they're at about a 3.75 UPA overall for the community.
So, I mean, fair enough, we have an ASP, but this ASP itself, I think it's fair to say at this point is under the targets of what the MDP
Of new
is
things that we would
setting
be doing,
us. Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to see the DC amendments? I showed you the policy amendments. Did you want to see the DC changes?
I think that might be helpful, just
Okay,
for the
just to
the
save from
public
later.
context, yeah.
So very small amendments that were made with the DC. The very first thing, so we were asked with the two zones, we've created two sites, Site 1 and Site 2 within the DC. We were asked if we could limit the building form along Elveden to be single-family homes. And we were asked if we could limit, because we had townhomes built into this DC, it does allow for multi-residential. So we had to put in some extra language. So the first change is we have to remove building form from the general rules and add it to the individual rules. Which we've done. We might have to zoom out just a little bit. And so now, under each of the sites, we have created, we cannot have more than one unit as a building form along Elveden Drive. And then in the back part of our site, we cannot have more than 2 units, and that will ensure that we have the restrictions of singles and semi-detached within the MG. It's not typical that we see that product within the MG district, so we've modified that. The other thing that we've done is we've reduced the number of units so that it aligns with the maximums that we agreed to, and so that has changed within the DC as well. So other than that, it's a numbering situation, so it's a pretty small revisions.
Okay, those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Oberg. I just wanted to go back. You mentioned, I think it was 28 years experience is what you were saying there. I'd like to kind of lean on that a little bit if you can. My experience in community engagement is more at the neighborhood level, so representing neighbors, usually having conversations with individuals such as yourself. I don't recall in my 10, 15 years experience, so considerably less than yours on that side, seeing a developer adjust their plan so many times in response to community feedback. I wonder if you can just maybe talk to us a little bit about like what that process was like and why you went through those, as you showed us on an earlier slide, those different iterations.
No, that's great. And if we could put up the other slide deck, that might be helpful just with the plans. I think certainly we had heard some feedback, and a lot of it the biggest ask was to reduce the numbers quite significantly. And in conjunction with that, we also heard about many different things that were concerns within the application. And so we struggled. We wanted to create a viable, comprehensive development. Typically within quarter sections of land, we have nodes. You know, in a new ASP, we have nodes. Sometimes it has commercial, it has parks, it has density. And certainly everything in this area, there are no nodes. And so we looked at it as an opportunity to be able to provide a variety of product. And some of it was going back and asking if this might be helpful. So we introduced semi-detached product and wanted to get a feel for that. It might have been very frustrating for the residents, and I'll admit that, and I'm sorry about that if it was. But we were really trying to find a place where we could have some modification that would make it better, but not go to a full reduction in half. If we were going to do that, we could have gone back to the single-family homes that we're entitled with and said, let's not do this land use. But at the end of the day, I strongly believe it's better planning. We have homes fronting onto a drive. And majority of this, because this area, when it was annexed, it came in with a lot of small parcels, came in with 3s and 5s and 10s and 15s. And when you drive around, you can see it. You've got cul-de-sacs, you've got enclaves, and you miss a lot of the connectivity that you would normally get. And I know some of the ASP work was to try and get the connectivity, get communal green spaces, get the things that we get in new communities. And so fundamentally, I still, at the root, as with the clients, we believe that we could get homes fronting on. It would be a great interface. We would remove all the waste and recycling. We would actually have, you know, homes that had 2-car garages and people living within townhomes and offering a different market option in a higher end. And it is a higher end. It's not a, it's different than what you see on 77th and 81st and by 17th Ave. It's very different. And surprisingly enough, we have 14 people on a list wanting to know if this goes forward, you know, can we talk more? Because it just shows the need in the area. And so we whittled our way through, which that was probably very frustrating for the community. But I think we kept trying to get some commitments, I would say, as we kind of changed things, and it didn't seem that we were getting it. Sometimes we felt like we were negotiating with ourselves. And sometimes that's hard. And so that's why you see kind of the iterative plans. And I think we kind of talked about, you know, could we get to semis? Could we get to a number? And we finally agreed to it. So we agreed to it. Ultimately, you know, towns were the product that we were wanting to put on, but we agreed to it in hopes that that was a big element that was important to the community and setting precedent for townhomes, that we could get there, but I think we're still not there.
I appreciate that very much. Just again, sort of like leaning on your experience a little bit here, the change, like this has been a pretty significant change from the original. Do you feel that like you've addressed most of the community concerns specifically, or are you at the point where it's like, because again, from my perspective, in terms, like sometimes you're just going to get to the point where it's like you can't please everyone, but you get closer. I'm just sort of curious in terms of where you feel that you landed at.
I feel we've addressed, I would say, almost all of them except for density. And I could be mistaken. There could be some other, I know there are some other concerns related to overall transportation and the network. And we did a TIA. We weren't required to do a TIA. Sometimes these small projects don't require TIAs, but we did a TIA. But I think there's some gaps that probably can get looked at. And I know we had some of that discussion with the Ward 6 office. There's gaps in sidewalks, and there's maybe some safety things that could be improved, you know, safer crossings. We do have a school to the north. And so I do feel that there's that piece to it. From a transportation trip, and we kind of fall in with exactly what we're entitled with. So we knew we wouldn't be blowing up roads because you know, that's what our current entitlements show, those number of trips. But I think there's some additional things that the community could benefit from. And when you have a small community that it's literally piecemeal of parcels, and I did stuff in West Springs, Aspen, all the way through the whole west side over my career. And it's hard because there are needs, and you sometimes don't get all the schools, you don't get the park spaces. You sometimes can assemble, you know, you've got these odd half-acre parks because 5 acres gives you a half-acre park. And I recognize that that's a challenge. I heard a statistic that apparently we have the most playgrounds of any city across the entire continent. But that probably comes from a lot of those small parks because of what we get.
And then I guess the question related to, so you had mentioned some of the concerns that are left are about density. And in my experience, density usually comes forward in like massing and character. Is real, like we talk about character, but really we're talking about massing. And so when I take a look here at your amended sort of plan that you've brought forward to us today, and having those single family homes along the main road, I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about the massing of this from a community character standpoint, because what I'm seeing, and I'll ask like sort of the same question of any of the folks who want to speak against it. The massing isn't there. Like it really looks like single family homes to me, just because of I mean, from your previous slide where you had the height, it appears that the majority of your units are actually down.
They are, yeah.
And so, like, when you're driving by on the main road, it appears to just be single-family homes. I wonder if you can speak to that.
And that's a good point. It is, and that's why we showed the cross-section. The cross-section, it's almost level, and we made a purposeful intention to go with bungalows. They might have a little bit of a loft space, just to be able to provide a different product to hit the market. I think what the biggest thing you'll notice when you drive around there are big big homes. They're large lots, big homes. And I think what you'll end up seeing is a footprint of, even if it's a semi, it'll probably look and feel like a big single-family home, just the scale of it. And so I think representing kind of the form in the area, we should be very compatible when you're looking at the units. The goal is to have high quality as well. And you drive around and it's high quality. All the homes are well done, and that was the intention, and certainly was the intention from the start. If, I've got pictures of what our previous townhomes look like, and the goal is to be able to mimic that. And so I think you're gonna feel that the scale shouldn't feel completely out of whack, but we're trying not to be in your face with the development, and certainly as we work our way down from west to east, we do come down the slope. And now, I think an improvement that I will say is we will have future homeowners that will have that crescent at the bottom. A couple homes, this was a foreclosure site, and unfortunately, it's in a place of dust, and it needs to be developed, and there's overland drainage that is causing problems. For those owners at the bottom, I think having those semis will be a little bit gentler of a we haven't heard their voices, of course, a gentler of a transition to them as well. So I think it was a win across the site.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Those are all my questions. Deputy, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Atkinson.
You gave us a good, the timeline there, sort of the changes made. Can you speak to sort of the original vision and what we've maybe lost as we've progressed through sort of the changes? Rather, and lost, by that I mean, more than just sort of like number of units, but just like what really changed. Yeah.
Could we go to slide number 18, please? I've got the renderings from, this is what we had originally proposed. So we were proposing a very comprehensive townhome site, consistent kind of rows, almost a brownstone, again, street fronting onto Alveden Drive, front doors, patios. This one showed the rooftop patios that I spoke about. But generally, we were looking to get, and this one, I believe, was the 56 units, might be the 42, it's in that, it was one of the original concepts that we had. But we had envisioned, brownstones of this nature with tuck-under garages. So you'd come in, visitor parking is located there, as well as your waste and recycling bins, and then you would tuck into and we'd take advantage of the slope to be able to manage the garages.
And so in this one, the waste and recycling was a part of each unit, not...
No, it becomes a communal system. When you have a comprehensive site, I've just now learned what Mullock's little bins look like. They're quite handy, quite deep. You don't want to fall in. We'd be looking at kind of those concentrated areas. We had shown one on the plan, potentially when we go through development permit, there might be 2 locations, just given the proximity and the distance. But it's managed that way, as opposed to no bins, everything is kind of contained as a comprehensive site would be. Even if it's singles and semis, it'll still be managed as a comprehensive site. So if you wanted to downsize and live here and go away for 6 months, you actually don't have to maintain it. You've got, you're in your community, but you're in a building that will look after all the maintenance.
Right. And so at one point you'd had the suites and sort of the townhomes, and then there was the change, so this was maybe earlier than that.
There were no suites ever proposed. It was always just straight units.
Gotcha.
Yeah, MG does not allow suites. So, and we have that built into that even though we're putting singles and semis in, we do not qualify to have suites within our units.
Gotcha.
And so that's within the direct control district.
So the changes then have all just been around whether the buildings are connected or not connected?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
And then, can you speak a bit actually about this DC garbage thing? Is that's a part of why the DC is also coming forward for this communal garbage, or it's allowed?
We have 2 options with the site. If we decided to go fee simple, everybody owns their title, we would, and that goes back to the original concept. If we were to do what we're entitled to do, we would have a public road that would come off this road, and it would be a cul-de-sac, and we would have homes that are titled all the way around, and we'd have the backyards facing Alveden Drive, and it would be your standard waste recycle. You'd have all your bins because you're fee simple. You're paying property taxes for waste and recycling pickup. As soon as we get into comprehensive, everything is comprehensively collected. So, and it's usually put in 1 or 2 sites within the area. You'll take all those same things, waste, recycling, and organics, all on site in one manner. So it's one trip in, one trip out with the collection.
Which seems like a great solution. Like, are there any frustrations with that, or is that one of these things that folks are sort of seeing as also a benefit there too?
I would hope they'd see it as a benefit. The only frustration I could see is if you lived in the far north and you had to walk to the south, that's why maybe a second location is needed. So you've got proximity to them. I think it should be well received. And then parking, when I talked about the public street coming in, that means the suites are a 0.5 required parking unit. We could still provide more, but it's 0.5 based off bylaw. Visitors would be either on the internal street or on Elveden Drive. With a comprehensive development, we have a requirement for visitor parking and accessible parking. And so from the start, we've always shown our visitor parking based off the 56 units. We have never reduced it. We're prepared to maintain a higher number of visitor parking, and we've also agreed, it was part of our agreements, and it's not located in the DC, but as more word of a commitment, to look to see if there's other parking options through the development permit to create even more visitor parking.
But that's those like 8
That's the stuff at the bottom that you can
there?
see where
Yeah.
you've got some visitor parking stalls.
Okay. That's great. That's everything I need. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Sober, thanks for being here and for your work and engaging the community on this file. Obviously, it's been a long, drawn-out endeavor. There is a concern that I have in relations to what was stated in the proposed density. Okay. 6 units, 6 primary dwellings adjacent to single-family dwellings. No secondary suites?
No secondary suites allowed.
Oh, is this slab at grade? Or is there going to be a
No,
basement?
it's actually the garage that's underneath. We've actually also made a change where we've made triple garages along the drive. So actually, most of that basement is actually garage. So it's a tuck-under bungalow with the garage in the basement level.
So no opportunity to put in a secondary suite?
Nope, the DC says no suites. It's one of the rules.
That's not what I asked.
Okay. Oh, you're saying illegal suites?
Yes.
I don't know that those exist.
That's a very good point. I guess the question is, how is that going to be enforced after the fact?
Well, it's also a bylaw. If there was a known thought of a suite, it could go through the complaints, much like every other house in the city that's not a registered suite or a approved suite.
So all of the units are going to have 3-car garages, including the...
All the ones along Elveden Drive.
Okay, and the other ones?
Double car garages.
Underneath?
They're all tuck-unders, yeah.
But there is potential, obviously, for this floor plate to have additional room for other stuff.
In the basement level, I assume. We've done some more conceptual drawing. I'd have to ask our client to comment on that if it's important. It probably has a little bit of room for like a basement room, but it's probably not that big.
You know what?
Do you want me to ask Kyle to come down and answer that question?
I'm more interested in the enforcement side of things.
Oh, the enforcement side, okay.
So far as the built form, ultimately, that's...
Yeah. It's not our intention. It's not our intention. We certainly, sometimes homeowners do that, but it's not our intention, and our DC doesn't allow it.
Okay, thanks. No further questions for me.
Thank you so much, Councillor Chabot. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, there's kind of maybe a point of procedure. Am I wrong? Is that when we're not talking about the development or the stage here, we're talking about the land use? We're not even supposed to really be talking about what goes in the garage or what the house looks like. Am I wrong here? Yes. Chair?
Looking to me, you know what, this has been...
land use, but we're getting really granular into the development permit. So, I mean, I think just for procedure, I don't think we should be talking about.
I appreciate, you know, I'll make sure to do that. I think, you know, Councillor McLean, it's 12 months in the making. When you were on council last year in September, got deferred to January and February, so I'll make sure to keep it on point. But I think it was important to give that context. Several of my questions around that 56 to 42 to 37 to 35 and all of these gives, but needed to be sort of put on the floor. And then, but I will point well taken that I'll make sure to keep a little tighter to their line use. Thank you. Any other questions? I'll interject and just ask a few. Many of my colleagues asked, many of them speak specifically because you did put it in the package. Could you speak about the slope? It is a very steep project. There's backfill, there's drainage issues. Maybe just speak a bit about that. I looked at the slope stability assessment, et cetera.
We go to slide number 8, please.
Great. And then the final was, there was a commentary about the townhomes giving that stability at the back and now going to semis, just a comfort for
And
the
I
community.
do have, if we need, I've got our geotechnical engineer on the line as well. So we do have a slope, as you can see, and so I'd say the biggest component of it is sitting on the east edge. There definitely is overland drainage happening today. When the site was stripped with the previous owner, before it was foreclosed or whatever the proper word is, it was left bare. Bare slopes are definitely not great slopes because they take water and they move water. And I know we heard that from residents. We heard that from residents to the north. And I respect that it's been an issue. So we had the development assessed. We had slope stability report done, and then we had it done again last year just to confirm, given the time frame of when it had been checked. We do require, and there's been some conversations with the city, I think the city has picked up the lower crescent and they're helping to manage that piece of land. We do require retaining measures along that edge. It can be done in a couple different ways. It can be done through full walls, or it can also be done through structures of building. If we have, we can still maintain it within our semi-detached homes. What it might mean, though, is we might have, between those, we might have some retained areas that become like walls, kind of in between those side yards. But we are able to maintain that slope. We do have mitigation measures required in the northeast corner and the east side. It will be done at development permit stage. It'll all be reevaluated. Geotechnical will be done again. There's a detailed site servicing plan process that we go through, and that involves all the engineering and geotechnical and other elements. And so it has a few checkpoints that will be there to ensure the stability.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And it was certainly very critical for the residents, particularly that's been sitting empty for so many years. The TIA, I understand there was 3 of them, not a requirement as part of this process. Anything that came out, you did mention that there is a K-9 school, there's a university, there's a high school, potentially a daycare. Maybe just speak to that.
And I also have our transportation consultant on the line as well, that he could speak to the details. The first one, and we recognize it was done in June, so there was questions around the counts. Was it a school field trip day? Were they in full attendance? And I recognize that probably wasn't the best time of year to do it, so we redid the counts. We noticed that there was a little bit more volume. Certainly that we receive all our forecast information from the city and they update that as they need to. There was nothing that was identified. I might ask our transportation consultant if you want to give a quick little summary of anything. I don't believe there are any red flags that were identified, but I do know that as part of the community I identified, there's probably some gaps in things, and it's important that there are some other sites to go, that there might be some ripple effect of those. But did you want to give a quick little summary?
Hi there, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, hi. This is Daniel Blischek, transportation engineer with Bunton Associates. And so, yeah, through the chair, we completed, again, the first version of the TIA was done about July-ish, and that was using recent counts, but also counts from 2024 during the school year, so also completed during the school counts. But then, yes, we re-updated all of our counts to be late January of this, like 2-3 weeks ago, making sure that all the nearby schools in the area were in session, not on exam break or anything like that. And yeah, as it's not a requirement from the city for this type of trip generation, as it is only about 20 trips per hour, so 1 every 3 minutes. And what we found is that both in the opening day and in the long term, which looks at the city's forecast to like the 2048 horizon, that we don't expect any changes to be needed at the study intersections. That includes the one directly southeast of the school. And basically the only thing that we did find, and that's an existing issue and not related to the development, is that now that the pathway on the south side of 26th has been paved properly, there could be a use for a crosswalk along the south leg at the intersection of 26th and Elgidon/Springboro Boulevard. But again, that one would be for connectivity for existing issues and is unrelated. But other than that, the development does not have any impact on the surrounding area.
Thank you so much. Does the development incorporate the potential for future developments? The area is still lots of undeveloped parcels.
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, we have, in the opening day, we basically looked at it, what it would look like right now, but then we also looked at it in the future 2048 horizon, where we included a new child care that's being built in the area. We included a bunch of new developments all the way up 77th and 85th and everything south of 17th that could be potentially sending traffic through this area. So it is a little bit larger volume along this area, and everything still seems to be okay with including this site in the future.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And, is that everything? Perfect. I had a lot of questions about engagement. Obviously, you were, with your slides, were able to address those and the continuity. Maybe finally something that was discussed, and you mentioned it, about a commitment during the DP stage, and recognize this is a land use conversation, but just wanted to ask that on the floor, that the commitment to work with administration during the DP stage to look at potentially increasing parking as required, or with that ability.
Yeah, and the commitment is to work with the community association as well. And
Wonderful.
the residents.
Thank you so much. That's all the questions Council has. Thank you so much. And personally, on a personal note, thank you so much for being engaged with this the whole time with my office and giving us the learnings through the 4 months. Thank you so much. So we'll continue with public presentations. So what we will be doing is a panel. So we will be calling up 4 to 5 members of the community to come and speak. If you're online, we'll call your name. If you're able to here in the gallery, just come over to the right-hand side, left side of council, and we'll call you up and go from there. So the first panel, excuse me, Stephen Carter Edwards, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Stephen. Just stand by. Shelley Smith.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith? Okay. We'll come back to that. Ashley Wu? Great. Come on up, Ms. Wu. Thank you so much. Al Jackley? Thank you, Al. Good to see you again. Laurie Shenstone?
I'm here.
Thank you, Laurie. Just stand by and we will call you. And Madam Clerk, that's it, right? Perfect. Great. Well, why don't we start with you, Mr. Carter Edwards, and 5 minutes to present. Thank you. Please, if you're standing, please take a seat behind and we'll call you up so we can call you back. We'll go. Thank you so much. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Carter Edwards.
Thank you very much. So my name is Stephen Carter Edwards. I'm the director of the Springbank Community Association. And we do have a presentation, so I hope the clerk can bring that up. It was submitted by Marshall Naruzny. And I want to preface this presentation with the note that the Community Association and some of the residents are not of the same mind in this application.
Go ahead. The presentation's on the screen.
Okay, thank you. It's complicated because I'm remote and I know there's a 45-second delay.
Perfect. Well, why don't we go? We'll go to slide 1, Madam Clerk, if you could.
Yes.
So this is where it speaks to compromise.
Exactly. So in the updated application, which I'm not quite sure that Kathy Oberg got into that, but they've actually amended their application. They've amended their DC. They're actually only now proposing 35 units. There's 2 sites. There's now going to be 7 R1s along Elveden Drive, and then the next 2 rows are semis. And there's no secondary suites and no rooftop patios. And so if we could go to the next slide.
Next slide, clerks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, perfect. So there's been a lot of discussions, and I know yourself have been involved in them, and we had hoped to agree on the density. we've talked about reducing the density, and for some reason, they're hung up on a number of 30. The community association is saying, well, 35 doesn't, break the bank. And next slide. So we understand that the councillor is going to bring forward a motion to work to get more visitor parking, because that's a big deal, not to push visitor parking onto Elveden Drive, which is already packed. We want to make sure that the geotechnical work is done, and we understand that's not a development issue. That's a DP issue. It's not land use. But in any event, we do appreciate the work that our councillor did over the weekend, over the Family Day weekend. And finally, it's another ASP amendment, and we're trying to hold developers' feet to the floor that we're meeting the NDP, notwithstanding a comment that was earlier made. And if you look at that little star, that's just a little enclave all of a sudden of higher density. So, we're trying to push density towards 17th Avenue where the LRT is. And we trust that our council will support the application. And you're going to hear from the residents of Elveden, and they have a very contrary view. So I ask you to respect their concerns and to listen to them, because I know you're amenable to persuasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all your work on behalf of the Community Association. Ms. Wu, please. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Council, thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today. To keep the public hearing as concise as possible, I'm going to be representing voices of my neighbors in my cul-de-sac who I've been speaking with throughout this process. I'd like to start by stating that due to the density, I'm opposed to this application, but I'm not opposed to development. I'm very familiar with development, planning, and the importance of the process of it. I've been silently supportive of past Springbank Hill area structure plan amendments that introduced density along 17th Avenue between 85th and 77th Street. This is an area where density makes sense. It is located on a major collector road network, provides for a transition from mixed use and medium density to suburban residential with contextual low-density areas to provide transitions in density and built form. The Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan provides a great example of a transect urban planning model identifying density where density makes sense and a diversity of housing forms within the community. The application before us has proposed density where it does not make sense. This application is located within the standard suburban residential area of the ASP. This area has a maximum density of 17 units per hectare, and the surrounding context is large estate homes. The land use district proposes changes to this density to accommodate 30 units per hectare and requires an ASP amendment for this density. If our community did not provide for a diversity of housing types to meet the goals of the ASP or was not meeting the targets of the MDP, I could understand support for this application. However, given the intense development just a few hundred meters north on 77th Street, MDP targets are met based on existing development, building permits, and submitted land use applications within the ASP. There are currently 7,157 multifamily units and 3,339 single and semi-detached units. There's no justification for a statutory planning document to be amended simply to meet the developer's pro forma. From my understanding of the tireless discussions over this past weekend, the sentiment is that the developer will not budge further on their unit count and has done enough based on other concessions that were made. The developer is not from the community and chose to buy a parcel of land knowing the policies that were in place. They are entitled to build 19 single or semi-detached units as per the suburban residential policies of the ASP. Simply because they went from 42 to 35 is not them doing enough. They did not do enough due diligence to understand the context within they wanted to build. They did not do enough engagement at the onset or during the process to fully explore the different options for the site. To us, it feels like it's a very similar plan, reiterated with minor changes, to fit a product that they want to build that is not aligned with the policies of the ASP. On the other hand, more than half the residents within Elvedon have acted as their own mini developer in less than the past decade. We came in knowing the policies of the ASP and the requirements of those land use districts, and then decided to invest in the area due to the policies and bylaws in place. Even as recently as 6 months ago, William Blake Developments has purchased land and will be applying for an outline plan subdivision on 2.4 hectares, this is double the size of Augusta, for 22 to 24 single-family homes, aligning with the surrounding land use and not requesting a change to the statutory area structure plan. Despite the amount of personal investment residents have placed on Elvedon Drive and the statutory plans in place, residents have been willing to come to a compromise with the developer who came in and feels entitled to change approved planning policy to fit their product, rather than change their product to fit the policy. We don't want a land use change. We don't want an area structure plan amendment. We don't want more than 19 units permitted on the site, but based on the sentiment from our councillor that the community needs to work towards a reasonable compromise, we came up with a compromise of 28 to 30 units, more than 50% of what is permitted, to accommodate the developer's desires to change the very policies that we all based our own investments on, and yet it is the developer who is perceived to have done enough and will not reduce their density. I want to close by acknowledging the extensive efforts and time that has been allocated by our area councillor, John, our community association, and the neighbors throughout this process. I firmly believe that everyone is acting in what they feel are the best interests of the community and with the tools that they have at hand to them. I feel that we have been able to make large strides towards a development that the community could fully support. However, one of the key issues is density, and without the reduction in units, I ask that this application not be supported as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wu, and thank you for all of your advocacy work on this file.
Thank you.
Call up Al. Mr. Sinjackley, please. Yes, come on up. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Alison Jackley, and I'm a resident of Springbank Hill. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and many neighbors who live along Elvedon Place and the surrounding community, all of whom will be directly affected by this proposed development. As you know, more than 840 residents signed a petition, and over 100 letters were submitted to the Calgary Planning Commission opposing this proposal. Over the past year, residents have worked to understand the application, engage constructively with the developer, city administration, and with our Ward 6 councillor. We are not opposed to development. We support growth when it's safe, contextual, and appropriate for the existing infrastructure. Today, I want to focus on 3 core issues that directly affect daily life in our community: pedestrian safety, traffic, and parking. Let's start with pedestrian safety, especially for children. I put a couple of slides, they are, showing the rural road, congestion at one side of the intersection, and near misses. I live in Springbank Hill and been here for more than 10 years. We chose this neighborhood because it's safe and thoughtfully designed. That changed when Griffith Wood School opened just 350 meters from this proposed development. While we welcomed the school and the opportunity to seek education for our kids, traffic has introduced serious ongoing safety concerns at the nearby intersection. I drive through this area every day during drop-off and pickup. The only way to describe it is concentrated chaos. Children weave between vehicles, cars inch forward in every direction, and near misses happen consistently. Despite multiple 311 reports, the city has said no additional safety measures will be implemented beyond the existing school zone and 4-way stop. Parents should not fear sending their children to school, yet I hear slamming brakes and witness close calls almost daily. This is not a question of if a serious accident will happen, but when. The area was never designed for this level of traffic, and adding more vehicles from this development will worsen an already dangerous situation. The city one mandate is to protect the safety of its citizens. You have the opportunity today to uphold that mandate. Second, Parking overflow to Alvedon Drive traffic. Alvedon Drive is not a typical urban roadway. It functions more like rural resident street, narrow, curved, and with limited pedestrian infrastructure. Residents experience these limitations every single day. Under current zoning, the site would accommodate 19 homes, roughly 38 vehicles. The proposed rezoning allows 35 homes, bringing approximately 70 vehicles into street already strained by school traffic and limited roadway capacity. This is not a minor density adjustment. It's doubling the traffic impact in an area that cannot safely absorb them. Third, parking impact. Parking has also been pushed to the absolute limit in this design. The proposal includes no driveways, no interior street parking, only 6 visitor stalls. The developer has said they will look at increasing visitor parking, but as you will see from the design, there is no physical space left to do so. We all know what will happen. Overflow parking will spill into Alvedon Drive. This will constrict an already narrow street, force cars closer to pedestrians, and add to congestion during school peak hours. This is not hypothetical. It's predictable, and it is avoidable. Many of you ran on restoring trust and planning, respecting community input, and supporting appropriate density. This proposal is a test of those promises. We support growth, but it must reflect safety, neighborhood character, and infrastructure limit on this site, which requires keeping density below 30 units. In closing, this decision goes beyond a single project. It's about ensuring planning reflects real community conditions and prioritize safety. These issues must be addressed now at the land use stage, not postpone the development permit process when it's too late to manage them effectively. Density drives land use amendment, and the community cannot rely on developers who do not demonstrate alignment with residents' interests. Once approved, the decision cannot be undone. Today, council has reported 2 tragic pedestrian deaths, including a toddler, highlighting the urgency of proper infrastructure. It's difficult to understand how the council could approve a high-density development.
Sanjay, you have 5 minutes to speak. I'm sure others will ask you questions during their questions, so thank you. You each have 5 minutes, and I'm sure a council member will ask you to continue. Thank you. Ms. Shenstone, you're on the phone. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. My name is Lori Shenstone. I am a resident of the Bearland condominium community of Elmont, located immediately north of the proposed development. Our community is comprised of 20 bungalow villas located on the streets of Elmont View and Elmont Place Southwest, situated between Alvedon Drive to the west and Elmont Drive to the east. Can you show slide 2, please? Slide 2 depicts the difference of elevation of our neighborhood and the development. Note, that's not even at the highest portion of grade that you're showing. Slide 3, please. Slide 3 depicts the aerial view and view from bottom of the steps. As I will repeat, my fellow residents, our community is not opposed to development. The primary concern of our neighborhood is the lack of proper and adequate water management planning for the 30 Alvedon Drive Southwest property. We require carefully, professionally executed water infrastructure that prevents overland water flow, erosion, flooding, and property damage, issues our community has repeatedly suffered due to upstream development. This concern is not hypothetical. Here are some examples of water damage our community has incurred. 2013, we suffered repetitive flooding from overland water from a new development to the north. 2015, severe flooding and damage occurred due to overland water originating from city-owned property to our west. Can you show slide 4, please? October 2021, flooding again struck our community, this time caused by overland water directly south and resulted in a civil lawsuit with the developer. The flood waters originated on the highly graded, undeveloped slope running from 30 Alvedon Drive Southwest to Elmont Drive Southeast. Slide 5, please. The city has agreed to implement water infrastructure for the east parcel of the slope, yet to date nothing has been completed. Meanwhile, Augusta Villas is requesting approval on rezoning the land to high density on the west portion of the slope, which would exacerbate this issue considerably. Slide 9, please. And slide 9 is a picture of the retaining wall sketch. It's a bit out of order. In July 2024, DP 2024-0119 was approved for a two-tier retaining wall system separating the east and west parcels of the slope. This permit represented a sound and effective water management strategy, one already vetted and approved by the city. Therefore, why has Augusta Villas not adopted this proven approach, which would both expedite the process and ensure effective protection for adjacent properties? Furthermore, in March 2025, a slope stability assessment study was prepared by an engineering company for the west parcel of the slope. Significant findings were the slope's factory safety is 1.2, which was well below the ideal 1.5. The lower FOS value is determined to be in the northeast corner of the parcel, concluding that this section requires further stabilization measures for both short-term and long-term stability. To remedy this defect, the engineering suggested grading this section of the slope down to approximately 35% grade, which they considered sufficient to achieve an acceptable FOS. Next slide 6 and 7, please. As adjacent property owners insist that the stabilization work must be completed before construction begins, both to achieve an acceptable FOS and to ensure overland water is properly controlled. We also insist that details of water infrastructure be communicated now, not left to the development permit stage. Current state of the land and the developer's proposed solution is slide 8, please. The site was previously stripped, overgraded, and abandoned, leaving behind ditches, berms, and settling ponds. Yet the developer now expects us to believe that the foundation walls of a row of semi-detached homes will provide all necessary water protection for both our community and the unfinished parcel directly below us. This is not credible, responsible, or acceptable. Their plan would undoubtedly save the money, but would transfer long-term financial and structural risk directly onto the surrounding communities. Residents also fear the city will approve the development as they will save money if they do not have to build a retaining wall on the east parcel if Augusta Villas builds a retaining infrastructure on the west. This would be a definite conflict of interest and would be unethical and would put surrounding communities in a dangerous situation.
Ms. Shenstone, your 5 minutes are up. Thank you so much. I'm sure somebody will ask you to finish your thoughts during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. With that, now open up the panel questions. So if you recall, given a panel instead of 5 minutes, there is a 7-minute total. So I will ask my council colleagues. I see Mr. Chabot and asking for Ms. Wu.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Wu. So one of the things you said about the departure from the original proposed density in the area structure plan.
Yep.
What you stated works out to 6.88 units per acre at 19 units, but that doesn't count secondary suites. So those units would also be allowed secondary suites. Any thoughts around that?
So first of all, the secondary suites are not included in density. They never have been. And second of all, secondary suites aren't a separate titled unit. So like they're permitted, but they're not required. So as far as your density, that's why they can't be counted. As for the comment that the expectation is there would be 19 units and 19 secondary suites, I think that's a gross misrepresentation. The Community Association did look at the numbers for secondary suites within the Springbank Hill ASP based on applications. It was about 3%.
Only 3% of the
Only
homes.
3%. There's the development to the east, just below, does have some houses that are being built down there. I think there's about 6 at the moment that are under construction. Only one of those has a secondary suite. Like, because you can see where the door is and everything. The other ones are full basements. There's no additional access.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting point. It's funny you should say that because it was referenced as a potential option and that it would potentially result in 38 units. But as you pointed out, the secondary suites don't count in our current land use bylaw as a unit.
Yes.
And so when I was asking about the other units, whether or not secondary suites would be allowed, they said, well, no, they wouldn't be allowed. But if they don't count as a density, how do you prevent it? Sorry, it's kind of a rhetorical question.
Okay, I'm like, that's up for you, yeah.
The issue around 3 cars on those single homes, 3-car garages, is that also a concern for you as far as what additional traffic that might impose?
The fact that they added 3-car garages, you mean?
Yeah.
I actually don't feel that adding the 3-car garages addresses the parking concern. I feel that's why they added those in, to say we're providing more off-street parking. The concern actually comes in with the last row within their zone 2 or area 2, whatever it is called, where they have the most dense units, the smallest units. My concern would be that once they look at what's being fit in based on what's permitted, that those garages are going to be less than your standard size, meaning they wouldn't fit as the 2 cars that they would actually be expecting, and that would then cause parking to overflow onto Elvedon Drive with only the 6 visitor parking stalls. As well, the interior roads that they have are private roads, so they don't provide for any parking internally to the site on those roads.
So front drive garages, is that what you envision it's going to be? Those garages can be accessed through the front?
With their application?
Yeah.
No, I think they're accessed from the inside, from their internal private road.
But still internally accessed from the street, not from an alley.
From an internal private lane, however you want to.
The reason I'm asking that question is because what we've seen in a lot of communities in the Northeast is you have these unit driveways, they call them, because they tend to just connect up the driveways to one another, and that takes away any potential for on-street parking. So the ability to provide even on-street parking, it gets eliminated if you have side-by-side driveways. I've sort of answered my own question, but...
Yeah, I think the way that they've designed this, and you could clarify with them, but their internal roads, you could ask them like what their width is, and if there is any additional room there for street parking. I don't believe there is any room there for cars, aside from their visitor parking that they've allocated.
Okay, no, that's all the question I have for you. Thanks for being here.
Any other questions, Councillor Chabot, for the panel? Thank you so much. I'll pass it to Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, let's, Mr. Sinjakli. Just curious, we give you a few more minutes or a couple more seconds if you want to finish your thoughts.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, where was I? So, today, Council has reported 2 tragic pedestrian deaths, including a toddler, highlighting the urgency of proper infrastructure. It is difficult to understand how this council would approve a high-density development when a community has repeatedly stated the essential safety measures are lacking and that increased density worsens these risks. Residents have been clear throughout the year upholding thoughtful contextual planning. Please vote against this proposal and reject Augusta Villa. Thank you for listening to our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinjakli. Follow-up question actually on this slide here. Just taking a look at the second photo there that says intersection of Elvedon Drive and 26th Avenue Southwest. Where is this photo taken from? Is it pointing north or south?
Which one, sorry?
The second photo with the cars in it.
From the north.
From where, like I don't see the intersection, I guess. So is the intersection
the intersection is this way. It's that way.
The intersection's like past the playground sign there that we see then?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, because part of the reason I ask is just I'm trying to get a bit of a sense in terms of how much parking on an average day. Like, is this photo taken at like school drop-off pickup, or is this like a regular?
It is school drop-off pickup.
Okay. On sort of maybe just on the same thing, just on a regular sort of like average day, how many cars would we see sort of parked along Elvedon Drive? The reason I ask, I'm looking at the satellite view and I only see one car on there and I have no idea if that's normal or not.
So it depends, great question, is whether it's peak or off-peak time. So peak time, lots.
Yeah, I'm just talking about on an average day, sort of like 5 o'clock as people come home, how many cars will we see sort of parked on Elvedon Drive?
Probably about 10.
Okay. And then Ms. Shenstone, if I were to give you another minute or so, did you want to finish your thoughts as well?
So bad here. Anyway, I'll try not to yell. But given our neighborhood's documented and repeated flooding history, the slope's known stability deficiencies, and the lack of a realistic engineered water management plan from the developer, we respectfully request that Council oppose the development in its current form. We ask Council to stand with the affected residents and require the developer to present a responsible, professionally designed water infrastructure plan that protects existing communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shenstone. Your Deputy Worship, I'll leave it there, but I will ask a question related to that water when we get to questions of admin, so we can get a bit of an answer there from Ms. Shenstone.
Sure.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councillor Kelly. Any other questions? I will have just one or two. And I've got you up there, so maybe I'll speak to those visuals. Could you put those back up, the pictures? Those are not on the adjacent property, correct? The one corner you showed on 77th is a good sort of couple 300 meters down, and then the one is immediately adjacent to the school. Can maybe just speak to, for example, the one on the right-hand side is probably north of the development.
It is. It's
And
probably
then
about
the
200
77
meters north.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe just speak to the actual, just picking up on Councillor Kelly's, the parking actually on in front of the unit. Do you ever see any parking, given that the north side, there are no driveways that drive in there, so you've got sort of a universal park? Maybe just speak to that, the parking. You mentioned 10, but would there be any in the area of under development?
Yeah,
ever?
like this one, by the way, is a non-parking zone. There are lots of signs over there. And as I was mentioning earlier, peak time, this is really packed to the rafters. Off-peak time, you can find an average of 10, 15 cars.
No, I think, look, I mean, if there's one commitment from my office, a country residential road in the heart of Ward 6 is unacceptable. The fact there is no sidewalks, the fact that my wife and I drove through here yesterday and the road is deteriorated, you can see that, I mean, there's literally ditches as children are walking, and that's something that needs to be repaired, but that'll be developed through development, adding a sidewalk. What are your thoughts on that? The fact that in front of this area right now is just empty, but with the development, there'll be sidewalks. Do you feel that when development comes, it'll increase that safety and give us more ability to actually pave the road, actually put sidewalks? I guess I'm asking, will development improve the safety of the area, just given that we will have better roads, better sidewalks, and actually fix all the issues that the
Well,
roads
I can
and
give you not
sidewalks
my
face?
opinion on this. I can give you the 311 opinion.
I'd love yours.
They don't think so. They think
Beg your pardon?
the 311, they don't think so. They believe the only option, the only choice to fix this at the grassroots level is to reduce density. More cars exacerbate the issue.
So much. And maybe just Ms. Wu. Thank you. Two questions.
May I answer that question?
Sure, I'd love to. Yes, please.
I think that intersection is a major problem. I don't think it should be in this state with or without development, based on the fact that we have had a school there for 8 years, I think 9 years now in operation. And I think that it is irresponsible to allow more development or increases in density of development without requiring that the city or the adjacent developers, however that gets happen, finishes that intersection ahead of development. That is my personal thoughts.
I appreciate that, and my commitment is I want to get something done there, but I'll take that offline, not related to this. Any other questions for the panelists? Seeing none, thank you so much. Everybody on the line, yourselves as well, your commitment. You've been here since the beginning, and I really appreciate your effort and advocacy on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will call up the second panel. If I could have Stuart Allen. Mr. Allen? Oh, thank you. Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you. Great. Ann Dundas. And my apologies. Ann Callie Dundas. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Dundas. Janice Lacroix.
Yep, I'm here.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We'll just remain on mute and we'll call your name. Donnie Wu?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Donnie Wu?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'm
Mr. Wu. And Felix Sinjacli. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, if we could start, Mr. Allen, 5 minutes, thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Stuart Allen. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Elbeeden Mews, who are unanimously opposed to this application and would prefer the land remain zoned RG and be developed as such, as was planned right up until January of last year. I'd like to speak to the history of the area, the overall density, various other developments close by, and then address the traffic impact assessment, but I'll have to speak faster. I have submitted these already. Are we able to? Sorry, there's nothing to shine down here?
Just to your left. Right there, wonderful, thank you.
Oh.
So give the clerks a moment and they will bring that up. Wonderful, thank you.
So this is from the, hello, this is from the city development map. 17th Avenue up here. This is an entire section, essentially. Right here is the development in question. Up here is where the west leg of the LRT ends. There's the high school, there's Ambrose University, there's Rundle College, all these other developments going in. This that I've outlined here is almost an entire quarter section, and they're 4-story, 5-story, 8-story, 10-story apartment buildings with, as we heard, 10,000 residents expected, maybe in about 4 or 5 years. I think it's about 2/3 developed right now. We have density. We have density very close by. We're very close to the transit. Basically, this whole area west of 69th, right the way up to COP and down to Highway 8, was comprised of small acreages, mostly, as you know, 2 to 4, some 10-acre lots. And they were developed bit by bit, and some of them were leapfrogged. But essentially, they're all being developed now. This is one area, this one little lot has been leapfrogged. I submitted this earlier as well. So this is a closer view. These areas outlined in purple are on the verge of being developed. These 3 lots right here have been stripped of all vegetation above 4 or 5 inches in height in the last 2 months. There used to be trees. From your satellite pictures, you can see them. I suspect they're waiting on the outcome, the owners of those properties are waiting on the outcome of this property right here. If you look at right here, you can see a faint outline of a cul-de-sac. And up to January 2025, if you looked on the city development back, you could see the same thing here. So there was an original plan up until a year ago to develop that as a cul-de-sac with 19 lots. And then the new owners took over. The problem, there's a huge problem with this intersection. Right now, the city has no parking signs along here, right the way down to here. And it's solid both sides at the pickup and drop-off school time. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to show you this one as well, which dropped in our in our letterboxes last week. This area is supposed to be 21 to 24 single-family homes, I suspect if it goes ahead like that, the community will support it. The community was looking forward to something similar here, here, and here. And up here, of course, is the 144-person place daycare. Do I have time to talk about the traffic impact assessment very quickly?
Got 20 seconds, Mr. Allen.
Sorry, I'm done?
Got 10 seconds, so maybe...
The traffic impact assessment study I have problems with because it envisages only 10 more vehicles exiting Elveden Drive onto 26th Avenue after
Allen.
this development.
Mr. Allen, I'll stop you there. I know some of my council colleagues will allow you to continue. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Dundas, thank you so much.
Hi, thanks, Council. I'm Dr. Dundas, Callie, otherwise known as Ann Dundas. I've been a resident on Elveden Drive for, I think, 29 years now, so I've seen a lot happen here. When we moved, literally there were 2-acre parcels like ours, and the rest were basically cows. Up until now, I've never objected to any development. I'm not against development, as I think most of my neighbors are in the same position. I had words written, but honestly, the previous presenters have very adeptly, like Ashley, very capably, much more capably than I, addressed the issues of density, which my main issue here is that it's just contextually inappropriate. I have 2 issues. It just does not fit on this street. And I think what you can't tell, even from the pictures presented here, unfortunately, I took video in anticipation of this meeting back in September, showing what drop-off and pickup looked like. We didn't require it then. I, of course, deleted it, have nothing to show today. But I don't think you can appreciate this street unless you've driven it. It is clearly not up to city standard, even where it's being revised. It is full of very steep hills, many blind corners, obviously inconsistent sidewalks. All of that would improve, to your point earlier, Deputy Mayor. I think that would improve the safety, but I don't think it addresses the larger picture of density increasing the traffic flow through here. And that intersection at 26th and Elveden by the school is just not equipped. Doesn't matter how many white lines you paint on those roads, it honestly cannot be described as anything but chaos. I have seen so many near misses, and as somebody who's treated pedestrian accidents, it really is upsetting to me. I actually have my 4 children who drive the other direction. I have them drive the other direction to avoid the school. It's a less safe intersection on all other measures except for the school. As somebody asked, I'm sorry, I apologize, I can't remember who asked the question of how many vehicles might be parked on Elveden on any one day. I think 10's a very conservative estimate. I have 3 parked on the street right now. So I would guess it's much higher than that, and I'm no traffic consultant. I don't have a traffic consultant, but what I can tell you is this is just a dangerous street. Forget the school. Coming around those blind corners, a day like this, it's very dangerous. This street would not, I don't think, be approved to be built under today's standards. So I have concerns about the context of the density. I have very grave concerns about safety of this street, and it's only going to get worse. And I guess the only other thing I would add, just because previous presenters have really covered these things well, is that it has come up several times in meetings with the applicant that lowering the density would make it the project financially unfeasible. I'm no expert on this. I'm a physician. I'm a science person. I'm also a math person. And I don't think that is our problem. I don't think that's the city's problem, that if they overpaid for a piece of property that they need to put 40, 50 units on to make feasible, I guess you overpaid. So I don't buy that, and I think that's a really dangerous precedent to set going forward from a perspective of the whole city. So I guess that's basically the sum of what I was going to say. I don't think any of us are really concerned so much about the appearance of this. I mean, they've done a very nice job of the actual residences. It's the volume of residences that's the problem. I won't see them all from the street. I'm very concerned about the garbage and waste management. I don't know where those bins are going. It hadn't been a concern for me until they started talking about it. I will tell you on 77th Street, there's a similar development, and every garbage day and recycling day, you just have a row of bins. I don't know whether they're proposing to put that on Alveden Drive or within their development. I don't know. At any rate.
Dr. Dundas, your 5 minutes are up.
Yep,
Thank you
that's
so
fine.
much.
That's
We will
basically what I
definitely,
have.
if you have some more comments, I'm sure one of my colleagues will ask you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dundas. Janice LaCroix, are you still on the phone? Darling?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. You've 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of myself as a resident of Alveden Bay and many residents in our community who are deeply concerned about the proposed development before you, specifically because it contravenes a development permit that was already approved and issued for this site. The land in question is zoned for 19 single-family homes, though what is now being proposed is 35 units, nearly double the approved density. This isn't a minor adjustment. It is a fundamental change that carries real and immediate consequences for the people who already live in our area. Our neighborhood infrastructure is already over-exhausted. Sidewalks, as you've seen in this area, are incomplete, forcing families and young children to walk along or across very busy roads, many of them passing directly by this development site on their way to school. Anyone who lives in our area knows how chaotic school safety traffic already is, and I know that the individuals who spoke before me have also indicated this. Adding dozens of additional households will only increase congestion, confusion, and risk. I really feel this is not a hypothetical concern. It is a daily reality for our parents and children in the community. Beyond safety, what I do also want to say is that I feel this proposal sets a very dangerous precedent. Our neighborhood is comprised entirely of single-family homes. Allowing a high-density development that far exceeds what was approved opens the door to out-of-control density increases elsewhere, which really undermines zoning rules and long-term planning. Zoning exists for a reason, to ensure predictability, fairness, and livable communities. If an approved permit can be so dramatically altered after the fact, it raises serious questions about the integrity of the planning process. Finally, it is troubling for us to see how seemingly quickly this proposal is being pushed through council, even though our councillor campaigned on a promise to stand up for our neighbourhood and protect it from exactly this kind of overdevelopment. I would like to end on a personal note. I am a 6th grade teacher. Every day I teach 11-year-old children how fortunate we are to live in a democracy, one where elected municipal governments exist to represent the specific needs of their communities and give citizens a voice. I teach my children that participation matters, that speaking up matters, and that elected officials are accountable to the people that they serve. I really would like to continue feeling confident that our government and councillor do listen to their constituents, and I'd like to share with my students that municipal government works. We aren't opposed to development, and none of us who have spoken are. We are opposed to development that ignores existing permits, overwhelms infrastructure, compromises safety, and erodes our trust in local government. So I'm respectfully asking Council to vote no to this proposal, to uphold the original development permit, to protect the character and safety of our neighborhood and reaffirm that community voices and the democratic principles that we teach our children still matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Wu, you still on the line?
I am.
Please go ahead, Mr. Wu. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Donnie Wu, and I live in Alveden Bay, just around the corner from the application in question at 30 Alveden Drive. Friends and neighbors, I'm on the line before you today to strongly oppose the proposed housing development in our neighborhood, particularly the increase from 19 to 35 units. While we understand and talked very well by a lot of people today, the need for development in our area, and we do welcome it, I think this proposal raises serious questions about transparency, financial planning, and respect for our community. I have to point out first, other developments very close to the area. People have mentioned William Blake has let the community know they're building 22 to 24 unit developments. It is twice the land size as 30 Alveden Drive, just on equal distance away from my house. We welcome that, and we look forward to seeing what that looks like. We also have mentioned before that there's lots of development going on a minute and a half from my house, a minute and a half from this development, 77th through 85th Street, along 17th Ave, lots of development coming up. And, you know, due to these areas providing this diverse housing density that meet municipal targets, there's not the need to change our existing policies in this instance. However, in terms of this development, I want to talk about one particular thing. At the open house, I directly asked the developers why they decided to go with this increase in density. From 19, even though they kept saying 38, 38, 38, 38, I said, well, it's 19. And they directly acknowledged to me, in retrospect, the original 19 units, they should have done that. With all the extra costs and delays and timeline and consultation and the lack of community support, I think they said they'd go back and would do the 19. They mentioned many times a need for a retaining wall on the east side where that slope is, and that's obviously very, very costly. So building townhouses is a cheaper way to do that. But even looking back on it, they said look at both those options. Probably doing the 19 units would have been the best thing to do. So they bought this development lot, probably for a good price, for low density development, but did not do enough due diligence or get accurate advice on the process this land use change would entail. They told me the retaining wall would be expensive, and the amount of dirt they had to move would be costly. I'm surprised and not expect any pushback. Beyond the webinar, it's a basic information, nice slides, and their first out of the gate development was tripling the density in the lot. That pitch, this pitch after they had already submitted their land use application, not during a due diligence period. I would expect the developer to go through a lengthy process to prove to the community this would be a huge plus for the neighborhood. I was surprised they mentioned they received poor initial advice. I don't think this community should have to forever live with this excess development because the developer did a poor job of due diligence. I would also like to address the animosity that's developed over the past few months. The passion of this community has shown that there's a lot of intensity on both sides, and I want to commend a lot of people of being civil and going through this process on both sides, and our counselor and his staff, and I'd like to thank them for their time. So I ask this council to reject this land use change and give a clear signal to them in future developments to build what is allowed on the SB. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. And finally on this panel, Felix Sinjakli. Welcome to City Council, and you've got 5 minutes.
Hello, members of council. My name is Felix. I am 15 years old and a grade 10 student in the Springbank Hill area. I am speaking today on behalf of all children in my community. I am presenting today to bring forward my concerns about the proposed development of Augusta Villas in my neighborhood and how this development will affect us. Firstly, this development would create a significant risk to the safety of children in my area who walk to and from school, including myself. The roads and intersections in my neighborhood are currently very busy, and adding another 70-plus cars to the area would greatly increase the risk of an accident occurring. Additionally, my friends and I often play in our neighborhood street, and if density increases and more cars are added with this development, it would eliminate our ability to play safely outside. On a daily basis, several near-miss encounters occur where a person, usually a child, is nearly hit by a car. And in my perspective, and this perspective of other children in my community, I'm not sure why any counselor would vote towards the risk of not if but when a child is hit and killed or seriously injured due to an increase in density and an extreme lack of safety in my area. I know that I cannot vote on this issue, but I feel that I must voice my opinion on this as it has a significant and direct impact on my life and the lives of other children. During the campaign process of choosing a counselor in my Springbank Hill area, I met Councillor Pantazopoulos, who taught me about the importance of civic engagement and the significant role that a counselor has in representing the needs and requests of the constituents in their community. He talked about the role that City Council has in making decisions that affect people like me, and although children like me cannot vote, our voices matter and we can still be civically engaged. During Councillor Pantazopoulos' campaign, he promised to support thoughtful development and safe streets. An 85% in density goes strongly against the promises that Councillor Pantazopoulos was voted in for. So I'm here today to ask Councillor Pantazopoulos to fulfill the promises he made during his campaign to our community, and I ask all City Council members to please listen to the requests of our community and vote no to Augusta Villas. Thank you for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Felix, and thank you so much for presenting on behalf of young Calgarians. Appreciate it. So I will open up for the panel for questions from my council colleagues. Seeing none, I might just add my name in. Before I go, there's any? Perfect. I'll just add. Ms. Lacroix, if you're still on the phone.
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to hit about your comments of the democratic process and you're feeling concerned with that. Could you speak about the engagement process that you witnessed? Did you feel that the community was engaged, that your voice was heard, that possibly there might be disagreements, but I would hope that that's any good democratic process. But I want to make sure, did you feel that throughout your piece the community was heard? And maybe just speak about your personal engagement with the engagement process. Thank you.
The engagement process has been fairly satisfactory, although I will echo Felix's sentiment or Felix's comment in that when our councillor was campaigning, he did engage quite positively with the community, and the sentiment that we received from him, or the indication that we received, was indeed that he would ensure that any development taking place would be in the best interests of our community and the citizens in our community. Right now, our perception is that he's quite possibly going to approve this proposal, and so, my feeling is that from a democratic and sort of, if we go to the grassroots of what democracy is about, and that's it, to work within the best interests and in the representation of citizens, the feeling is that sort of goes against that grassroots fundamental tenet of democracy.
Thank you so much for that. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank the panel, and particularly you, Felix, for coming in as young Calgarian. I appreciate you presenting to council. Thank you so much. And our fourth and final panel, that's not fair. We will call, see if there's anybody else to speak. So if I can call up Sarah Austin. Thank you, Miss Austin. Mobin Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, are you here? Not here. Thank you. Okay. Marshall Naruzny. See Marshall. And Daniel Blischuk. Mr. Blischek, are you on the phone? Okay, we'll come back. Okay, why don't I start with Ms. Austin? Please go ahead, and you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mobin and Uzma Mohammed sent their regrets. They were here this morning in council chambers, but their son had a medical emergency, and so they could not be present this afternoon. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sarah Austin. I've been a resident of Springbank Hill for over 10 years now. First, I want to acknowledge my neighbors who have spoken before me and the many more who could not be here today. We've had almost 100 pages of written submissions that were filed with you today. More than 850 residents signed a petition opposing this development. We are a community that has consistently shown up respectfully, consistently, and deeply engaged in civic life. So I stand here today as the final speaker from our community, not to repeat every technical concern you've already heard, but to step back and consider what this decision represents, not just for our community, but for trust between citizens and City Hall. For nearly a year, next slide. For nearly a year, residents have attended meetings, participated in town halls, met with planning staff and elected officials, working directly with the developer.
Ms. Austin, I'll pause you there. I'll make sure you get the time back. Clerks, could you get I don't feel this is your slide.
This is not mine.
Thank you so much. We'll give you some time back, Ms. Austin. I'll definitely allow you to continue. Is that it?
No, I have a PowerPoint slide.
Deputy Mayor, the one that we put up was labeled as Ms. Austin, so it looks like we might have an error on our side in terms of the materials coming in. If at all possible, would you mind switching the speaker order while we look for the presentation, just so we don't hold you up?
Ms. Austin, I'll make sure that you have your full 5 minutes to present. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Rusney, please come up. Thank you so much.
Oh, I was hoping to go at the end, but
save the best for last.
Anyway, thanks for your time, Deputy Mayor Panzopoulos, Council. My name is Marshall Rusney. Until last night, I was on the...
Marshall, could you speak to the microphone? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
This one?
Yes,
cool.
Please. Thank you, sir.
Until last night, I was a member of the Springbank Hill Community Association Planning Committee. I resigned yesterday, and hope I have some leeway just to make some comments to Council and what I've noticed on the past 10 years of working in the Community Association. Sorry, just made some notes. First of all, John, I really appreciate having worked with you. You've brought a new vigor and passion to the ward that we haven't had for a long time. There's so much wrong with planning here. You know, I'm watched the new council with the planning and that, and respecting LAPs and ASPs. You know, these documents have taken a long time to create. I was on for about 2 years trying to finish the ASP, and then it's just thrown out after. And, you know, things get to the council, you know, people are very respectful, seem to be finally paying attention to these documents, but nobody really understands the work that the community and the residents have to do to get that to ASP. I figure, since I've been mostly the only person on the planning committee for the past 10 years, spent about 20 hours a month on planning issues in our area, the volume in that. Sort of maybe a Marshall hit list here. To the councillors, if you're giving the applicant 15 minutes of time outside of council, I really wish you would give the opportunity to meet with the community. I know we're all busy and all of that, but to be able to give the applicant 15 minutes of time, and then when we send out letters, we get respectfully, I'm too busy, really is a disservice. And if you think about it, I mean, how many people, raise a hand, actually looked at our submission? Okay, well, then I'm wrong, okay? But it would be really great to be able to speak with you, kind of thing. I'm hoping over time what will happen is this council will start getting to administration with their vision. We've dealt with the past 4 years of the urban densification gang. So administration looks at something, approves something without looking at an ASP, without looking at an LLP. And again, it's the time and effort. This last application is really the final frustration for me. Found this thing on a different community association's website kind of thing, and it sounded like a pretty good statement. Community associations do not have the authority to make decisions on planning matters. Rather, it provides local context and comments to the applicant's City of Calgary City Council. Might not always agree with residents, council, administration, developers, but what we must do is present the information to the best of our ability and accurately as we can. We aren't there to blindly do the bidding of any one group. We're there to champion what we feel is the best outcome for our community. Now, it's our opinion, and again, mostly my opinion kind of thing, but isn't society about hearing different perspectives? To be constantly berated and hounded to present things in a certain way will drive people out of engaging and volunteering. You'll be left with people that only care about their cul-de-sac or care about their little block and really do a disservice to the community. I've appreciated my time working with a lot of you kind of thing, and hopefully things change in the future and there'll be different ways of engaging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Neruzzi. I can speak on behalf of everyone in Ward 6, your 10 years of service. Thank you so much. And for 3.5 years, I will beg, bore, and plead that you return back to represent your community. Ms. Austin, please come in. And we'll reset the time for 5 minutes, so please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I return to the beginning or just carry on where I left off?
Why don't you start from the beginning and give you the full
Sure.
5. Thank
Well,
you,
first
Ms.
of all, I want to acknowledge Marshall and thank him for his service to our community. We were very sad to receive his resignation last night, and we deeply appreciate the extensive engagement he has provided and the extensive time he has invested in supporting our community. So to begin again, I'm Sarah Austin. I've been a resident of Springbank Hill for 10 years now, and I want to acknowledge all of my neighbors who've spoken today and the many more who could not be here. There's been 100 pages of submissions filed with you, more than 840 residents who signed a petition opposing this development. We are a community that has consistently shown up respectfully and deeply engaged in civic life. So I stand here today not just as the final speaker to repeat every technical concern you've already heard, but to ask you to step back and to consider what this decision represents, not just for our community, but for the trust between citizens and City Hall. Next slide. For nearly a year, residents have attended meetings, participated in town halls, met with planning officials and elected officials, worked directly with the developer, and appeared before council in September and fought to delay this matter until our Ward 6 councillor could be elected. That is not obstructionism, that is democracy in action. We did this because we believe civic engagement matters. Our community elected a new mayor and councillor with clear commitments to rebuild trust in City Hall, to ensure density happens where it makes sense, to prioritize safe streets and infrastructure, and respect meaningful community input. Today is an early test of those promises. Next slide. So let's revisit what has changed and what has not. As you've heard, the developer has agreed to make some changes. Townhomes have been removed and some design elements have shifted. We acknowledge that progress, but the core issue remains unchanged: density. The proposal still represents an 85% increase over our ASP. Next slide. And critically, these changes were introduced at the 11th hour with no meaningful opportunity for residents to review, understand, or engage. That undermines transparency and it undermines accountability, and it erodes trust. Ward 6 councillor went without a councillor for over a year, and we fought hard to delay this public hearing until one could be elected. And we were proud to elect a councillor who campaigned on the promises of repealing blanket rezoning, thoughtful growth, targeted development, building a safer community, and supporting core services that protect communities, community-led growth, transparency, and accountability in City Hall. He stood on the stage at our local church at our community town hall in the presence of local residents, the mayoral and Ward 6 candidates, and vowed to defend our community and ensure our voices were represented. He has engaged extensively with us to try and strike a compromise. And as a community, we deeply appreciate your efforts, Councillor Pantasopoulos. But you can imagine how blindsided we felt yesterday to be informed that there were negotiations over the long weekend that without community input. We were equally surprised to learn that the Community Association offered their support without consulting us, the residents whom they represent. To be clear, the community believes that our councillor and our Community Association has the very best of intentions, but leaving residents out of these critical discussions and agreeing to a plan that fails to address our #1 concern is highly problematic. To further complicate matters, the mayor has disclosed a potential conflict of interest, so we have one less voice on council to participate in this decision, and the city has a potential conflict of interest in approving a plan that absolves it of its duty to build a retaining wall. All of these issues erode public trust, and serious issues remain unresolved, including slope stability and engineering. Approving land use today without clarity on whether a retaining wall will be built shifts the risk onto homeowners and absolves the city of its duty to build this wall. That creates the perception of a conflict of interest. Second, there's traffic and safety, which you've heard about extensively. This development will result in an enormous increase of traffic on a narrow rural road that children use to walk to school. And just around the corner, a new daycare is being built for 160 children with only 16 parking spots, further compounding the traffic and safety issues. These issues should not be deferred to the development permit stage. Once the developer has been given approval to build increased density, that cannot be undone. Next slide. Our community has been steadfastly clear. We support development that is thoughtful, contextual, and aligned with planning frameworks. Ward 6 has exceeded our growth targets. Density along major roads like 17th Avenue makes sense. Density on a quiet rural road does not. Approving this density sets a dangerous precedent for nearby parcels that sit waiting. Members of council, this is more than a land use vote. It is a decision about the type of Calgary we will be. Will Calgary be a city where citizens are deeply engaged and heard and respected, where planning frameworks matter, and where campaign promises translate into real decisions? Or will residents here be left feeling that outcomes are decided behind closed doors? Trust in City Council is fragile.
Ms. Austin, thank you so much. I'm sure you'll get an opportunity to continue. Thank you. Is there any more speakers? I apologize, I didn't get a chance. Anybody on the line or anybody in person? We've got the panel. We could, is anybody? Seeing none, perfect. We'll open it up, speakers, council colleagues to ask questions. Councillor Dollywell.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Marshall Naruzny. Thank you for your service. I've seen you many times here. My question to you, how do you define density? What is your definition of density?
I look to the city administration, right? So it's very, very straightforward. Again, I worked on the ASP, Kathy worked on the ASP. Very simple. A unit is a unit. So if we look at this particular parcel, it's defined for up to 17 UPH, which is equivalent to 19 units. They've debated back and forth, and as they're supposed to do, BNA has done a great job and put a great story together saying 19 units is equal to 38. But from a planning perspective, that is incorrect. Ms. Wu gave the information that we analyzed and said that if you look at our area, right, because that's where you look at, because other areas of the city will probably develop secondary suites more than others. But when you look at the size and the cost of most of the houses, very few would do secondary suites. You know, be nice for me to throw my kids in the basement and lock the door, but you know, that's about it, right? And we've based that on facts. If you look at Truman and the single family homes that they've developed them specifically with something called secondary suite ready, and that's how they market them. So that was between 85th and 77th. And again, I think we looked at it, about 6 people took them up on that. And what that means is the house is built, everything's set up in the basement for the secondary suite. All you have to do is put a door in and put the kitchen in, right? So when we, as a community, looked at this piece of land, it's 19 units. I mean, we've said all along from a community association, can't speak for everybody else, go ahead and develop, right? There's nothing, we wouldn't have had to live through this whole year, right? The developer could have just taken the pre-existing plans, build the cul-de-sac, build the 19 homes, and if demand met, put 19 secondary suites on, right? But it would have had to conform to what the secondary suite is, right? Basement, certain size, extra space in the driveway for the cars and all of that, defined by how secondary suites are built, right? It wouldn't be another unit. It wouldn't be titled. It would need additional parking to do it with all these structures around. But they could have done that a year ago, right? As somebody pointed out, the DP was already there for it. I mean, you have in this day and age a previous council that was urban densification. That was their mantra, right? I listened to Councillor Carl go on and on about how everything should look like Brooklyn, and shouldn't. There should be choice, right? So when we look at our community and we look at the ASP, and to Councillor Schmidt talking about the MDP actually took a look at the whole area. We chose 190 acres that were previously acreages, and we put in 5-story buildings. We're now getting the 10 stories built, townhomes, row homes, all of that. So the entire community has been actually brought up to the MDP standards. But a year after, so 2017, 2018, amendments came in, higher, denser, different areas. So it's like, why did we waste our time, right? Went through 3 planners till the ASP got created, and then it's just ignored. I mean, again, I really, really hope that this council will take that away and start respecting documents that planning, administration, council spent so much time on doing, and then it's just ignored.
Yeah, I think
that was a long answer, but
no, I think you covered lots of questions that I was following up, because to me, I could be wrong. I'm not a planning guy, but I always say, for me, density is people per unit per hectare, because it's people who live.
It's not people. I mean, somebody on administration.
Yes, planning side, it's units.
Probably, right? It's simple. It's a unit. I mean, I've heard it referred to a door, but it's not the number of people. And I know you've talked about in your area where dwellings are more dense per person, but when you look at the actual calculation, it's UPH.
Yeah, because my ward is 3.6 people per unit. Right. Yours is 2.6. Yep. I always say it's people who take buses, transit, and safety. It's not the units. Yep. So I struggle when the argument is made too many units, because you just answered my next question.
I don't disagree with you in a different way of measuring, but that's not how. I mean, there's always calculations of number of people in the area based on that, but that's not how it's calculated. It's calculated on doors, on units, right?
Okay, my last question is then, I think there was lots of effort that went into back and forth. As it stands today, as it's proposed, semi-detached and single, you are against that too?
So I've learned over 10 years that you got to compromise, right? So my personal opinion, as I've stated, is that I feel that if there were protections on visitor parking, on slope, and that is 5 more units, a hill to die on. But to Councillor McLean's point is how planning is set up doesn't give communities assurances, right? The whole reason we asked for a DC was to have assurances, because we've had so many times that a land use, which is a very broad brush, right? The land gets flipped, or some other developer, or somebody changes their mind or something like that. And what we get after the land use is nothing like was presented, right? Because at development permit, all you guys are gone, right? The pretty pictures that they put up and say, this is what we're gonna build, nobody remembers that, right? Administration can't follow a vision that was presented at land use. They have to follow the rules. And they say, sorry, but you know what? It meets what was done at land use, right? So that's why, as a community, we've always asked for concurrent DP or DC to be assurances, right? And if you listen to the community, I mean, yes, they're asking for lower density because they feel that lower density will give them the protection on visitor parking, on slope, that nobody can guarantee us here.
Okay, So did you guys talk about something DP, some of the concerns like parking and so on are DP? I heard you said concurrent DP. Was there ever a discussion maybe?
About concurrent DP?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we suggested very early on, we said concurrent DP or DC, right? We gave both as an offer because the problem is to do a DC is a lot easier, quicker, less money, right? For a developer to do a concurrent DP, they have to do a lot of work without the assurances that they'll get the go-ahead. So there's always a reluctance to do a DP, right? Though we have had developers in the area do that, right? I mean, that's the ideal, right? Because if you have a concurrent DP, you know what you're going to get.
So what I hear is you, as it proposed, the latest iteration, you're not necessarily against it. You just...
My opinion, and my opinion only, I wouldn't be against it, kind of thing.
Okay.
Because I'm trusting that gentleman up there to hold his statement to us that he will be involved for visitor parking. He will be involved for the drainage and all of that. But we've never had that before.
Yeah.
And we've been involved in other things where, you know, stuff changes overnight. And, things get brought back in front of council and decisions get made, kind of thing. And there's not a lot of trust.
Yeah, because this DC is very, very specific. Even the bylaw, build form, it says buildings contain a maximum of 1 unit. That's huge win for the community.
I don't disagree.
Second, all entrances at grade, nothing different than the houses we live in or you live in right now. I mean, that's
Again, you know, when you think and step back and look at it, as Steve sort of made the comment, is 5 units a hill to die on? I think the concern isn't the 5 units, it's all the other things that the 5 extra units bring. Drainage, overland flooding, because if you look at the pretty picture, there's not a lot of grass there. Where's all the water gonna go? How is that gonna work? If there's 5 less units, there's more space. If there's 5 less units, it's very easy to figure out where the visitor parking will go. If there's 5 less units, a lot of the concerns go away because there's no assurances that if those 5 units are there, that any of that will happen. Nobody can sit here and guarantee that it'll be more visitor parking. Nobody can guarantee, I mean, like, you know, like Lori said, right? The water drainage issues has been going on for years in the area. Even stuff that was approved by the city and all of that, right? There's no guarantees. So we're saying, hey, we're coming up 50% of what's allowed, right? We think that's reasonable, right? And it provides assurance on so much more.
My last question.
Not a community association anymore, so, you know.
Well, because there is a guarantee in the land use that there will be visitor parking, no?
No.
Okay.
There isn't. What guarantee is in the land use that there'll be any visitor parking?
Did you talk about any conditions with the land use that this land use is?
Tell me how you could put visitor parking in the land use.
No, I know, but just.
No, I'm asking, how?
Well, we'll ask admins.
Let's ask admin. How would we do that?
So there will be an opportunity for us to ask admin. So my last question is, you were part of this area structure plan, started 2017, MDP was approved in 2009. Were you ever under the impression that, because ASPs evolve over time, right?
Oh,
City
man.
change.
You know how tired I am of hearing that? Right? Like, if you look at the amount of time and effort that went into that document, and I had, at the time, Councillor Gondak promising that we do ASPs well. We'll make sure it happens. And then within a year of the ASP being completed, we had, oh, well, you know what? We just want to put retail here. Oh, we just want to build a 5-story building instead of this. Oh, well, you let this happen here. Why can't we have it there? Like, there's never been an amendment where somebody wants to go down, right? Go down in density or, you know, leave some green space for the community. It's always higher, bigger, more retail. I mean, if you think this one's hilarious, wait till you see what Truman's planning to build on 85th Street, where it's 3 times the density, 8 stories, where there's supposed to be single-family homes. Like, it's insane. Like, it's just, it's, the amount of time and effort that you are all putting on communities to police policies that should just be adhered to. Like, why did we waste our time doing an ASP? Why is anybody, I mean, this council seems like they're respecting it. I'd tell anybody that's wanting to go and work on an LAP that they're nuts.
Oh, okay, no, thank you. Thank you for your candid answers, and once again, thank you for your service. Yeah, and that's it for me, Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councillor Chabot.
Mr. Noresny, I wouldn't run away so quickly, although I'm going to ask some other questions from this other lady here first. Ms. Austin, would you mind completing your submission?
Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity. So as I was concluding, this is today an opportunity not just for a decision on a land use, but a decision about the type of Calgary that we want to build. You've heard Marshall's very passionate views. You've heard the strong views of the residents who will be directly impacted by this development. So will Calgary be a city where citizens who are deeply engaged are heard and respected? Will planning frameworks, including our ASP, matter? And will campaign promises translate into real decisions, or will residents leave here feeling that outcomes are decided behind closed doors? Trust in City Hall is fragile. Today you have the opportunity to show Calgarians that engagement matters and that you mean what you say. On behalf of my family, my neighbours, and the hundreds of residents who've worked tirelessly over the past year, we respectfully ask you to reject this proposal, and we thank you for your time, and we thank you for your public service.
Thank you for concluding that statement. Essentially, if I'm grasping where you're going with all this, is that your concern is not so much what the engagement has been like over the last year, but rather what occurred here at the last minute. Is that one of your...
I, along with many of my neighbors, have had concerns about the engagement process. You know, we fought vigorously to have this delayed because the engagement process up until September was woefully inadequate. You heard the developer speak about a virtual town hall that they hosted. It was advertised with a postcard that was delivered with it. The only way to find out the information and to register was via a QR code. We have elderly residents who live in our neighborhood, or other residents for that matter, who do not know what to do with a QR code. And so you heard that there were low numbers of participation. Well, it's not surprising if you make it very difficult for people to be able to access that information. And those of us who did attend that virtual town hall we're quite shocked. The information was very basic. The developer and BNA were unable to answer simple questions on the part of the community was raising. We asked for an in-person meeting to be able to bring larger members of the community together. They refused to do so. And we asked, so we asked for in-person engagement and fought, and not fought is not the right word. Those requests were denied. And so we fought hard to have this delayed until we could have a city councillor represent us. We appreciated the efforts of former councillor Sonia Sharp to seek that deferral. And we were delighted to have City Councillor John Pantasopoulos elected to represent us. But after the developer was given this leeway, they were given from September until January initially to work with the community to find a solution. We met with them in the fall. They heard our concerns. We met with, Councillor Pantasopoulos brought us together with them in December, and they presented a plan in December, just a few weeks before they were due to come to public hearing, that had no substantial changes. And it was at that point that Councillor Pantasopoulos sought another deferral, and this was moved forward to February. So come January, we received very last-minute plans from the developer. They were making, again, fairly cosmetic changes at that point in time. No concessions, no significant concessions on density, just really cosmetic changes to the plan. They were still holding fast to townhouses, and it was really only at the 11th hour on Monday night that they presented, again, modest changes and no changes to the density. This community has been willing from day one to make compromises. You've heard my fellow residents say we didn't want to go above the ASP, but we were willing to do so. We proposed a 25% increase. We presented a 50% increase. But those requests were not adhered to, and so that's why you're hearing today such strong opposition. We have tried time and time again to fight, to work with them to find compromises, and they have been unwilling to make meaningful compromises on the singular issue that is most important, which is density. Not density because of its is the only issue, but because it has such a trickle-down effect on all these other issues, on pedestrian safety, on parking, on slope stability, and on and on and on. Everything hinges on the density.
Thank you for that. I'm going to switch to Mr. Naruzny, if you don't mind. I probably butchered your name. My apologies for that.
Actually, pretty close.
So you worked on the area structure plan, the one that was approved in June of 2017, I believe.
Yeah, 2017 went through, I went through 3 planners. There was 2 planners before. I don't know, Kathy, was it, what, 10
And do you know
years?
how long that process took?
What's that?
Do you know how long the process?
That's what I was just asking Kathy, because I only did it the last couple years, but I think it was 10? No, but how long it actually took with all the?
Start to finish.
Oh, okay. It seems like a lot longer, but okay.
So if I hear you correctly, your concern is that this is, I guess you could summarize it as spot zoning.
It's sorry?
Spot zoning?
Well, that's what's occurred since, right? I mean, if you look at the ASP and the presentation to the community was that, and I think somebody brought up the same point, the area of Springbank Hill was a collection of 25 owners in this 190 acre, so like 2 acre parcels that everybody had, right? And very, very fragmented. So the idea of the ASP was to take our whole community, raise the MDP density, raise the density hugely, bring in diversity of build forms, but try and create some cohesion. Right? And so that was the trade-off we were presented with, right? So we wanted, 5-story buildings. Developers wanted 15-story buildings. So we compromised on 10, right? We created dedicated areas for heavy intensification of retail. We did all these things, and it meant nothing.
And the reason I'm asking the question, of course, I was on council from 2005 to 2017, so we went through a very painful process of approving developments in 5-acre and 2-acre parcels with no real cohesion amongst the developments, which is why council had directed for an area structure plan to be undertaken. And so I guess to your point, as you went through that process, you had a plan, and here.
Well, it wasn't my plan. It was administration's plan, right? I mean, it's a massive document that talks about everything about the community.
So is it, in your opinion, would it be better if we had gone through and done a whole reassessment of the whole area structure plan and look at where it would be appropriate to change things, or do you think that?
Well, but how long should a document be good for?
That's my question, was going to be.
Well, I mean.
How long do you think the ASP should be able to?
Well, longer than a year.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what the answer is, right? I mean, a year, 5 years, 10 years. I mean, again, I guess it depends on the goal of the ASP, right? Like, so what the stated goals were of it, right? I mean, so in our case, it was to bring the community past MDP density standards. It was to take primarily single-family homes and large acreages and that, and to introduce build forms. But the thing about it was done in a cohesive pattern. So we don't get these little pockets, right? So infrastructure, streets, all of that stuff where the densification is done, right, is done with it. I've worked tons with Shane, but the problem with mobility is they're very restricted as to what happens, right? So as people have pointed out, we've got this area that has a school, and you've got these little developments kind of thing. Now, are the 35 really going to make that much difference to Elvedon? Maybe, maybe not. But you got around the corner 160 kid daycare with 16 spots. Where are those people going to park? Like you saw the picture of school drop-off time that they showed, right? And it's already crowded. So let's figure you got 160 kids and you've got 16 parking spots. I mean, where do they go?
Yeah, no, those are all valid points. I guess where I was trying to go with all this is that I guess a small amendment here and there probably is not going to have an immediate impact, not a large impact, although it could in a
But where
very
does it stop?
localized-
But where does it stop?
In a very localized place, it could have a significant impact.
Well,
Overall, density-wise, because that was the target, it may not impact it, which is kind of the argument that we're getting from.
Sure, but again, back to this specific one, you've got 3 parcels, somebody pointed out, 3 parcels 25 meters away that have been, nothing's come in. First of all, you know, to the greenness of council, right? First thing that developers do is they go and strip every single tree to make sure that nobody can come in and see if there's any environmentally friendly. So the first way we know somebody new has bought a lot, every single tree is gone. The houses get knocked down, you need a permit for that. But, you know, like all of this big plans that the previous council said to increase the green canopy, well, how about preserving the canopy that's there? Yeah. And so we don't know, right? So maybe is 35 in this particular one okay? It depends. Because what are the people that are going down there going to ask for, right? Because there's single-family homes there.
If I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying in isolation that one may not make a difference, but cumulatively with a whole bunch of other ones next to it could?
Exactly.
Thanks.
And how do we know? If you don't follow the plan, you're hooped.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was trying to get from you.
Sorry.
So, thanks. No further questions for me.
Thank you so much. Council, we're approaching our 6 o'clock dinner break. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to conclude the questions for this panel, and then we'll take our standard dinner recess. Unanimous consent? Thank you so much. Perfect. Is there any other questions? Before you go, Ms. Austin, maybe I'll just ask you just one. We've had lots of chats and before, during, and after, and I'd really like for you to speak a bit about precedent. And the way I think about precedent is what was established here, that 56 went to 42, went to 37, went to 35, townhomes across Elveden down to 2,500 to 3,000 square foot homes, all along the way, a DC giving. That's when I think of precedent, but you spoke of precedent during your speech and in your presentation, and you just speak to that. Do you feel that a precedent's been set now in this area for future development, or are you still concerned that nothing's been said, nothing's been heard, regardless of how the outcome comes today?
I think I, along with many of my neighbors, remain deeply concerned. We do appreciate, and again, I want to reiterate Councillor Panta's office, we deeply appreciate the extensive engagement and time and you and your staff have invested in this process. We know you've entered in with very best of intentions to try and work to find a compromise. I want to correct misinformation. The 56 units was rejected by the city, not rejected by residents. This 56 was rejected by the city administration. It was a non-starter. And so their proposal really started at 42. They've come from 42 down to 35. From 42 to 35, whereas the residents have been willing to go from 19 to 30. We've gone up, again, we did not want to see an increase above the, an amendment to the ASP. But we've been willing to make a substantial compromise to reach a settlement here, and the developer has been unwilling to do so. And so I do believe, and again, we talked earlier about restoring public trust, about campaign promises to not support density where it doesn't make sense. Our community has absorbed immense density on major roads, but this type of density on a quiet rural road, we've spoken, all of my neighbors have demonstrated why that is not acceptable. And so when it comes to setting a precedent, why would we reward a developer who has been, I will be frank, disrespectful of the residents in their engagement process? They've ticked boxes and said, yes, we had a virtual town hall, and yes, we had an in-person, but fundamentally they have not made concessions on the most important issue here, which is the density, which trickles down on all these other things. And so why would we set a precedent that rewards that type of behavior, and where residents are being asked to take major risks? When you heard from people like Lori, whose properties are already being damaged, and who are being asked to just take a leap of faith that this will be restored. We've been very clear there's a potential conflict of interest for the city in approving this, because the city has an obligation to build this retaining wall. By approving this plan without any clarity around whether a retaining wall will be built, takes the city off the hook, let alone the developer. And so I think that approving this sets a very dangerous precedent, and many of my neighbors have said so as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Austin. Thank you so much. Perfect. So I'll ask, is there any other people prepared to speak to this item online or in person? As Mayor Farkas says, going once, going twice. Wonderful. On behalf of council, thank you so much for staying the day and everybody for coming down from far Ward 6 and snowing down here at City Hall. So I will deem to close the public hearing and we will be in recess until 7:15. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Ooh, there, mic is on. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, could you please do the roll?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jameson. Here. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
And Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos.
Here, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have concluded our public hearing. Now I'd like to open up questions for administration on the two items, bylaw 76P2025 and bylaw 26D2026. I see Councillor Clark. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The conversation that occurred over the public hearings was very interesting to me. I had a couple of questions for administration related to the ASP, and there was conversation. So this was initiated in 2017, or it was sort of confirmed in 2017?
It was approved by council in 2017.
Okay, and some of the individuals who spoke today had talked about there being changes made, adjustments made almost immediately thereafter. Do we have any insight as to whether that's true or not?
I can't speak to previous applications and when those were approved in the timeframe of the ASP. I don't have that timing.
No worries.
Back in 2017.
I suppose what I'm trying to get towards here is, one of the questions raised was how long, what is the shelf life of these documents? And we're sort of sitting at that 10-year mark. And so I just wondered if we as an organization have set in motion or in mind the length of time at which these qualify before we should look to renew them, adjust them. Do we have anything like that in place?
Yes, we do right now. So we have an administrative practice, and it's been a commitment from administration that any new statutory plan, so a local area plan or an area structure plan, is not amended for 5 years after the approval of that plan. So we limit any applications asking for amendments within those 5 years.
And so this ASP, did that fall under that guideline as well?
No, because this is an older one. So that commitment came with the introduction of the new local area plans. I believe it was the North Hill local area plan that was the first one, and that was the commitment. But any new plans going forward.
Okay. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Schmidt. And Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Sinardaki and Ms. Lacroix spoke about the lack of pedestrian connectivity and concerns about pedestrian safety. First, and I don't believe that this is a DP-related question, but will this zoning, the DC before us, require a sidewalk along Elvedon to be installed?
Through the chair, Shannon Matilde, Transportation. It's not the DC, but it would be the development permit or whatever the applicant came forward with. Next would require bringing the street to city standard, which includes sidewalks and lights and street trees and all that good stuff. And that's the same all up and down Elvedon where it has not yet been redeveloped.
Sticking with that theme, does Mobility have any thoughts regarding the pedestrian safety at this site? Will the changes that are being proposed here in your sort of unbiased professional opinion improve or worsen pedestrian safety?
Thank you for asking that, because we are council's engineers at the end of the day. So overall, this area, as we heard, is from a previous annexation. Sidewalks were not included. So you are seeing sidewalks happen now upon significant enough redevelopment. Someone has a garage, you're not getting a sidewalk, sort of thing. So overall, as each of these piecemeal kind of remnant parcels are done, yes, we will be able to complete the city connections, we'll be able to deal with stormwater and drainage and getting people to walk up north at 26th Avenue and west, and all that good stuff will happen as each site develops, yes.
So yeah, you do see with that, you expect the pedestrian safety to increase as we build more of these sidewalks?
100%, I would say that. We would have dedicated facilities there, and we are doing, this is, I think, separate to this application, but the city has done a bunch of improvements at 26th Avenue, for example. That came up a bunch today, 77th Street, 26th, and I can get more into details with whomever wants to talk about that. But yes, ultimately building those separate facilities that separate our pedestrians and cyclists from the cars happens through redevelopment.
And I appreciate that. For me today, that's fine. I just wanted to check my common sense belief that that was the case with the professionals as well. You had mentioned the stormwater there, and I did want to jump in here. Ms. Shenstone and later Mr. Narosny brought up concerns about water management, including overland water. Just wanted to check, will this development improve what they're speaking of, or does it run the real risk of making it worse?
Through the chair, I'm quite aware of the stormwater issues that Ms. Shenstone spoke to. It's been occurring over many years. And the culprit, frankly, is because the lands have not been developed. A lot of it has been stripped and graded, so the water has to go somewhere. And there is no infrastructure right now to manage that water. Speaking specifically to this site, if and when council approves this, the subsequent DP will require that they capture all the stormwater on site and then redirect it into the stormwater system. So it will drastically improve the situation around the overland drainage.
And sort of maybe a follow-up on this, and this might be a DP question. If it is, I apologize. But just because the DC is so directly connected to what it is that's going to be built on the site, it's almost a purpose-built zoning. As we saw from the presentation today from the applicants, there's an awful lot of hardscaping in this. Can you maybe just speak a little bit towards, in a site like this, what sort of drainage we expect, or what drainage requirements are there within the site that'll actually address this concern we're talking about?
Okay. So yes, if there is more landscaping, it does make it easier for them to manage the stormwater, but that's not a prerequisite for them to do that. So if there is a lot of hard surfaces, it just means that the amount of water that they release into the system needs to be mitigated somehow. It could be through storage, underground storage tanks. So they capture the water, put it into the tanks, and then there is a prescribed rate of release into the storm system.
Thanks. And any other detailed questions I had on that front would be DP, so I'll forgo them here. Last question. We heard from Ms. Austin, and I believe it was Ms. Shenstone as well, about the retaining wall on the site, or the desired retaining wall on the site. If this project does not go ahead, will this retaining wall be built? And if it does go ahead, will the need for that retaining wall be mitigated?
So originally, both sites were owned by the same owner, same company. It was conceived, and they had this vision of doing a tiered wall system. So they would have had to build both sides of the wall. Now that one side's been sold and the other side is, I believe all the lots have been bought, but the site to the east, the infrastructure has not been completed because the owner walked away. So the city is stepping in to build some of the remaining infrastructure, but it does not include the retaining wall. The retaining wall was always the responsibility of the developer to do. So the way forward is really to get the landowners coordinated and for them to build it amongst themselves.
And so I guess on that note, assuming this project goes ahead, and I can't ask the applicant to come back up and answer this question at this point, but Am I correct in assuming that the eventual development on this site will be required to make sure that it's not going to slip down the hill, basically? Sorry, I say that tongue in cheek, but I mean it very seriously because this is a very major potential concern.
Oh, through the chair, absolutely. Public safety, slope stability definitely will be looked after through the development permit. There was mention about requiring to do a subsequent slope stability assessment. And part of it is that they need to figure out what the design is of the site before they can actually do that assessment, because that factors into what kind of mitigation, what kind of requirements are needed to stabilize the site.
And what happens in that worst case scenario where the owner of the eastern site needs to have some development done in order to stop that slope slip, but they are unwilling or unavailable? What actions does the city take in a case like that?
Through the chair, like I said, the city, we don't own the land. So we can only work through the landowners. So if they don't have that expertise, we can provide some of that guidance. But again, ultimately, it is the responsibility of the landowners.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Worship.
Thank you so much. Councillor Schmidt.
So we heard a lot of concerns today, and justified concerns about how some expectations around what the ASP said are being changed by this site. I was hoping for more context around the density level we're seeing here. How does that compare to the overall goals to the ASP, but also the overall goals that we're trying to hit in the city with the MDP? So to distill that, the context of the amount of density we're seeing here, how much above or below targets are we experiencing with this development?
Okay, Councillor Schmidt, I'd like to just first read you the definitions of the standard suburban and the low density that is in the ASP. So the standard suburban areas represent a development pattern that existed prior to the adoption of the MDP. This includes a limited range of residential housing units as well as institutional and recreational uses. The low density category. Low density areas, and sorry, to clarify, the low density category is what is being proposed today. Low density areas provide density in alignment with the MDP and offers a greater variety of building forms. So the standard suburban is about 7 to 17 units per hectare, and the low density area is 20 to 37 units per hectare. Our municipal development plan encourages neighborhoods to be a minimum of 20 units per hectare. Of course, that is across the neighborhood. It's not for every specific site. But this area, if we look at the immediate surrounding area, is quite a bit lower than the 20 units per hectare. I believe the applicant noted it was in UPA, but it was about 3 UPA. So 20 UPH is about 8 units per acre. So the surrounding area is quite low density.
So this would be a modest amount above the surrounding area.
Correct. That it is a modest increase that would be in alignment with MDP targets. It has similar building forms to surrounding uses. It has singles and semis that are similar in scale, and there's semi-detached dwellings directly beside the site.
And as Councillor Kelly addressed, I mean, the land use is one thing, but certainly should there be any issues around the ability of this area to absorb this kind of growth, that would be flagged and addressed at subsequent stages with the development permit.
Correct. That's so all of the transportation, mobility, servicing, all of that is reviewed as part of this land use application, as well as future development permits.
And, I mean, something that we see a lot in the urban wards is that, you know, in principle, when we bring in more people, that will bring more fees, it will bring more renewal. So, you know, if we follow those principles correctly, this level of development we should see the benefits follow with that to match the land use that's being put in there. Is that fair to say as well? So, you know, as opposed to saying, if we put one big house here, we would see a requisite level of services and fees to match the single house that's being put there. But with more units will come more renewal and more services for some of the issues that were being addressed around the streets and the sidewalks and those types of things as well.
Yes, I believe that's fair to say. The addition of sidewalks and public infrastructure, managing the stormwater, and just variation in housing types that are still appropriate for this area, that is still in a similar scale, but provides a different housing choice for the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schmidt, any other questions for administration? Maybe I'll ask one quick one. In Ward 6, there's many streets, this country residential, that are falling apart. They're literally in the middle. There's one on 81st, there's one here that's literally, you know, a block away from a school. What can the city do to address these? These are legacy streets. There is no sidewalks. It's unsafe. We saw the picture of children walking to school in the middle of winter and so on. Is there any tools in our toolkit, absent waiting for the development, to bring a street that's 1 kilometer, whatever it is, up to city standards, considering that we've got existing taxpayers there, it's been in the city for 20 plus years. Is there any tools in our toolkit that we have right now, or is it something council has to consider? Because these are unsafe, they're not proper, and it's unfair to the community to have these country residential in literally the middle of Calgary. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll take a first answer at that one. To the chair, I guess. It's interesting that you use the word unsafe. Our traffic safety website, which is available to anyone through calgary.ca, has a traffic heat map, which will show you there's nothing here at both of these intersections that we're talking about today, 26th and Alveden and 26th and 77th. And it's not to say, I've been out there many times. I know Marshall quite well. You brought up my name earlier. I know this area quite well. I have walked and driven through it many times over the decades. So local resident experience is very valuable as an input point for administration. So I'm not belaboring that. The facts are, in the last 10 years, there have been 3 property damage collisions reported only through the Calgary Police Service. There's been no other incidents at either of those 2 intersections whatsoever. And near misses are something that we don't see data on. So I'm only speaking to the data that we see. And I will say that all schools experience a parent problem, not a development problem. And I'm a parent of school kids as well. So a lot of work has been done by our operations teams and our traffic safety team on 26th Avenue. There was temporary curbs put in there, kind of jersey barriers to separate off some walking facilities, stuff that was done in advance of development of those parcels that have not yet developed. And those have become permanent now. You said you were out there this weekend, you would have seen the curb extensions at this intersection, where the crosswalk is that goes north-south. There's a curb extension in there. The pathway has been formalized on the south side of 26th Avenue, et cetera. So the city does have ways to improve in the area, and we do those through those temporary measures, those temporary curbs that you see that eventually get funded to be permanent infrastructure. Bringing it up to city standard is kind of a different level of ask, because really then you're saying to administration to evaluate this area, which is fair. It's any councillor's prerogative to say this, so don't get me wrong. But it would be evaluated against other criteria citywide to say, is this the best investment for the greater Calgarians' tax dollars for the benefit costs? So we do have to put some benefit costs in there, upgrading a country rural road like this to city standard, putting in pipes and sidewalks and curb and gutter and all the rest of it is an expense that has to be measured against every other expense of that nature throughout the city. So 100% that request could come through and it would be evaluated by those teams, and I'm happy to talk with you about that. But there are also less expensive short-term things that we can do. For example, you know, putting Jersey barriers along Elveden Drive where we haven't seen redevelopment happen. Like on the north-south road there, those kinds of things. And I'd be happy to talk to you, Councillor, because it is your ward, more about what we can do with our operations teams. But our preference is to have development get us to the ultimate condition rather than the city stepping in. The city will step in where it's necessary to do so, but it is evaluated citywide as opposed to a single site. And schools are always tricky. And even though every school is unique, they're all the same in this manner, in that pickup and drop off is a challenge for all of us.
I will take you up on that offer to have a dialogue.
Okay.
This month again. Perfect. See no other questions. For administration, thank you so much, administration. A mover and a seconder for the motion. Councillor Schmidt, a seconder? Clerks, oh my God, thank you, thank you, it's a long day. Thank you, it's Councillor Clark. Seconder, Councillor Schmidt. Perfect. Open the floor to debate. Mr. Clark.
Oh, I got it, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought I was Schmidt there for a minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. You know, as a inner city councillor representing communities, you know, looking at LAPs and how to move forward and trying to make sure that these feel structural and sound. This has been a really fascinating one for me, but realizing that, you know, a lot has changed in 10 years. And so I'm happy to sort of move this and bring it to conversation and bring up the debate, but yeah, it's been I'm very grateful to everybody who took the time to show up today and for administration for being available to answer our questions. I'm very interested to see how this goes. Thank you very much.
Any debate? Oh, Councillor Schmidt.
So I also appreciate all of the input we heard from the public today, the answers from administration, and it's clear that this has been something very close to the community for a long time. It's also clear that a lot of work was done between all of the stakeholders to try to come to a compromise, and so often compromise is what we land on in these situations, especially in the face of such substantial change that we're seeing as a city. I'll echo Councillor Clark in that, you know, Ward 8 is a place that sees a lot of this change, and any land use hearing with fewer than 5 applications in Ward 8 feels like a light task for a hearing date. And so that's an area that has gone through exactly what this community is going through, and it's still struggling with some of the change, but we're also starting to see some of the benefits of that change. And there's been a lot of compromise. There's been a lot of conflict as well, and I've experienced that change myself. You know, living in Marteloup for 15 years and living near the Westbrook C train station now. So I think seeing where this started and seeing where we are now, there is a real opportunity to continue to manage this change, but also see some more homes built, which is something that we need. And there's a very dedicated ward councillor here who I don't think is stopping his journey with this now. So regardless of how this vote goes, I hope that there is recognition that all sides were heard and all sides came together to try to reach an outcome that, you know, maybe makes everybody unhappy in the end, which sometimes is the best we can hope for. So you know, I'm still thinking about this one, but I'll leave it up to some others with their debate.
Thank you. The real Councillor Schmidt, thank you. Councillor Chabot, you had your, did you pull your, thank you. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought I had a few more minutes there with Chabot's RTS, but just to put my 2 cents into debate, again, thank you for everybody to come and present, the city, the residents, the proponent. I'm going to relate this to something that was very similar in my ward. On the far outskirts, and there's this big ranch house and a huge lot, and they built up a lot of single-family homes across from it, and there's a school. And then when they sold the land, the developer came back with a product I didn't like. It had 48 units on a way much smaller, 2.5 acres, a small lot. I didn't like the exterior. I didn't like the parking. I didn't like the height. I knocked all the doors. I came back and talked to all the residents. They didn't like it either. There was traffic issues. There were safety issues. So they came back with something different. So it's very similar to this. And I didn't really like that a lot either. And they didn't really like it. And so this on the third time around, and it'll be coming to council. So I understand this process where the ward councillor 6 is and the residents, we realize something has to go there. And it may not be perfect, but I guess this is where we're at, where I'm looking at it on the third time around. I'm looking for this product to come to council. We just can't have a bare piece of dirt. It'll be a little bit more density than that was there before. But some of these things will get ironed out in the development permit stage, whether it's a slope stability, or we were talking secondary suites, or just how it looks. But I think that the proponent has done a lot of work coming back, different times, different iterations, doing some compromise, trying to put something in that everybody could maybe accept. So I'm going to relate it to that. As a ward councillor, it's easy just to say no sometimes, and I don't want this because I've done it before when I didn't like something at all and lost, and something went in there anyways. Something like this, again, we do have to build homes. We're not, it looks like a pretty dang nice product that's going to go in there. And I hope that the other things like the safety issues and crosswalks get worked out in the development permit stage and everybody's happy. But there's the old saying, when not everybody's happy, well, then maybe you've reached a good compromise, a good deal. So I look at this, it's difficult, but I'm going to support it. So, and I hope the rest of you do as well. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to first, huge amount of thanks to all the presenters today and everybody who wrote in and whatnot, especially Felix. Well done, man. That was great. Really, 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 really appreciate it. Advocating for your neighborhood is not easy. I really empathize with Mr. Narazny. I've been through the process of creating an LIP and an ARP and then seeing them change. The only time I think I've ever raised my voice to my councillor was when they made a change to our area redevelopment plan that I, as a community association president, disagreed with. I appreciate the number of rounds that we went through here in order to be able to get to something that I think fits the character of the neighborhood. We've seen a lot of crazy things around this table in only our couple of months here. This is not crazy. From Elvedon, this looks like it fits the neighborhood. When I see those first drawings, that was a lot bigger, perhaps a little more imposing. So I feel like there has been some shift that's definitely happened within this. So I thank the applicant for that. To echo Councillor Clark, when he first opened, change happens, and it's not always change that you agree with. Through this process of community engagement, we are not looking for consensus. I think Councillor McLean said it really well there. When you get to a point that everybody is slightly unhappy, that probably means you've hit something pretty good. So, well, I, like Councillor Schmidt, kind of went back and forth on this one. I think that for me, the biggest deciding factor in all of this is that hearing from the neighbors who came here today and talked about the stormwater concerns, the overland flooding, this addresses that. We heard about pedestrian safety. This addresses that. So While we may not have gotten everything that we wanted, this takes us leaps and bounds in terms of the direction of addressing the major concerns that I heard today from the neighbors. The one thing that it doesn't address specifically is density, which I heard is their biggest concern. But as we heard in answer to Councillor Schmidt's question, it is a relatively modest increase, and certainly in terms of as far as modest increases go, the streetscape itself, from what we've seen that'll likely come forward in the development permit, is incredibly respectful of the community, high quality, et cetera. So yeah, I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. I'll put my name into the queue for, Councillor Chabot, why don't you go ahead, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this was not an easy one to come to a decision. Having been on council for a number of years, I've seen this area transition a lot over time, including the introduction of the west leg of the LRT. Of course, I wasn't overly supportive of that initially because the projected full build-out ridership was so much less than every other line. I just couldn't see justifying that $1.4 billion investment, which actually started out as an $800 million investment. So that's besides the point. The area was predominantly based on an area structure plan at the time that was designed around 3 to 4 units per acre, and we just couldn't justify continuing to build at 3 to 4 units per acre to justify that in major capital expenditure, which is what drove the requirement to do an amendment to the area structure plan, which is what we ended up with in June of 2017. And of course, it was a comprehensive plan that looked at the entire area. And with the objective of changing the density that was approved or agreed to by the greater community of 3 to 4 units per acre, increasing it to something in line with the MDP, which was 8 to 15 units per acre. Sorry, I'm talking per acre, but because the previous agreement was predominantly around 3 to 4 units per acre. So you can understand how substantive of a change it was for the community to go through this extensive process to go from 3 to 4 to 8 to 15. It was a huge change for them. And I can understand why they're concerned about something that's even further creep into the density that's been agreed upon in a comprehensive fashion. And whilst this one independent development may not necessarily impact the overall density of the area, the concern I have is scope creep. If it's a cumulative impact that not just this development, but other developments in close proximity to this could have on the immediate area. That's why you have a comprehensive planning initiative that results in this area structure plan. Community associations are being tasked with doing so much work, and the fact that they went through this process recently and took 3 years roughly to do this, and it was only 8.5 years ago, and then expecting them to continue to be gatekeepers on an ongoing basis to make sure that it sort of aligns with the rest of the concepts of the plan, I think is an unrealistic expectation. We're asking too much of our community folks, and I appreciate the fact that they came here to speak to this, just to put things into context for us. For me, I'm a little bit challenged with the amendment to the land use concept map, specifically where it is. It's in the middle of a whole bunch of other yellow stuff, which is low density, which is more in line with what it is that they're looking for. If it was on the edge or close to the light rail transit, I'd be more likely to support it. But the fact that it's like right in the middle of that big blob of yellow, to me says it's not contiguous. It's not in alignment with what the plan envisioned. Put it closer to the mass transit, and I'd be more inclined to support it. Anyways, for me, it's having gone through that process of very arduous and painful approvals of 3 to 4 units per acre just didn't make sense. The ASP makes sense to me, and I think the community, albeit it's not necessarily in agreement with what was approved, we're okay with it. And they even said that. We're okay with what's in the ASP. we're not okay with amending this and increasing it. So for me, this is a no. If this were done comprehensively and an ASP amendment first, and then a land use application came forward that was in alignment with the amended ASP, then I could support it, but not in this fashion. To me, this is cart in front of the horse, so voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, I hear this sort of, there was a lot of talk today about the density going up towards 17th Avenue and this idea of holistic community planning and how the density has been absorbed there. But we can't move this density there. This isn't density. This is semis. This is not high density. I get that it is a change from the single detached acreages that were around there, but so were the houses in rows that came in and around. We need to be able to grow and change and also pay for the infrastructure that we have in our neighborhoods. And I think actually the thing that all of these speakers coming up today, the thing that really resonated with me is the condition of Elvaden Road with no sidewalks, with crumbling infrastructure. We shouldn't have this in the city. I agree with Councillor Pantazopoulos. This is not the condition of what we should have. But I think actually the timeline on this file shows the difference of being in a city. This road was put in place when we didn't have it in the city of Calgary. It was put in under standards that we don't abide by, right? And it's done because, honestly, the tax productivity of acreages cannot support the level of infrastructure that we want to support in the city. Acreages, while they generate a lot of tax individually, when you take that tax productivity and you put it out on a per kilometer squared basis, those areas are drains in terms of our tax productivity. And actually the folks that are living in high density up on 17th Avenue are subsidizing these folks living in their acreage if we're going to put down sidewalks and proper road infrastructure and pipes. It is being subsidized by the people living in the high density areas. And I don't think that that is true or fair to how we should be distributing things. This is a modest increase in terms of what is there. I also think we need some differentiation. One thing I'm learning about all these conversations around density is that people need to see how other folks live, and actually having a little bit of bump up against one another and having a dot in the island of yellow is actually, I think, really important. I think we need to have a little bit more of understanding of different ways in which people can live. Even to hear that there aren't suites associated with this. To be honest, I don't like that. Sometimes you've got an aging parent who needs to move into your house and you want to give them a suite to live in and have a little bit of autonomy within the space while still having, connection to them. Or you've got a kid who's growing up and you want to give them a bit more independence. And by suiting your house, by having that option available to you, it allows for these communities to evolve and grow to meet the needs of the residents living there, the homeowners that are living there. Because we have to remember that at some point these houses get built and there are people that are living there and they have lives to be led, and that requires growth and change to go along with those people and their lives. The level of care that has been put into the application, the back and forth with the community. I also want to recognize Councillor Pantazopoulos. I know there was a lot of talk about sort of going back in terms of promises made at the doors and these kinds of things. I hope that we all have the ability to come in, do the work, read through the files, understand the complexities, and grow and be leaders and do the good governance that we need to do. And that sometimes means that we were maybe at one place and point earlier on, and as we learn and grow, the conditions of a file or of any sort of thing that we are voting on, that we are able to sort of take that in and to sort of grow and change and to see the process of stewardship between Councillor Pantazopoulos' office, the applicant, and the community, and to sort of get to this place. I mean, yeah, that is a level of work that should be commended, and I just want to make sure that we are all afforded the ability to change our minds and to grow and to make sure that we're able to incur new information that actually allows us to do our duty as governors. And so with that, I will be supporting this project, and I hope that the new tax productivity will help to get the road paved and the sidewalk done to a standard, and hopefully maybe even one day put in a rapid flashing beacon on 26th Avenue. We'll get there, right? So that's what we got to do, and how do you pay for it? You pay for it with taxes. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Before I move to close, I'll just put in my 2 cents standing here. I wanted to begin by thanking the developer, the community association, my staff, particularly my staff, who have collectively spent hundreds of hours working on this 35-home project. The level of effort and collaboration speaks to what is working in Calgary and City Council, and why this council continues to raise expectations around how development should be done. To anyone contemplating development in Ward 6, and I'll suggest for Calgary for that matter, this file sets the benchmark. The level of engagement, responsiveness, and compromise demonstrated here is exactly what is expected and will be evaluated against. The project has come a long way, but I believe the delays allowed by both this council and the previous council resulted in more fulsome and meaningful engagement. Over the course of this process, we have seen significant movement by both the community and the developer. This includes 3 traffic impact assessments, none were required. Multiple revisions, none were required. Amendments to the plans, none were required. Open houses, none were required. And hundreds of emails and calls. All of this work, and I know actually a lot of those emails and calls went to your offices, so I thank you, my fellow councillors. All of that work has resulted in a proposal that I believe is reasonable. I want to address the issue of precedent, which has been raised repeatedly through the discussion of this application and in the documentation, and I brought it up earlier. In my professional judgment, this project represents exactly the precedent we need to set in the City of Calgary. Not necessarily in terms of form alone, appreciate you need a density and different, but in the way engagement and compromises were achieved. We regularly hear from Calgarians they feel unheard and their concerns are not meaningfully addressed. This project demonstrates the opposite. Density was reduced from 56 units to 42, then to 37, and finally to 35 homes. And I know that was between the city, developer, and the community. That progression is direct evidence that community concerns are heard and acted on. The complete removal of townhomes based solely on community feedback, there was not a business case, solely on community feedback, is a clear example of substantive, not symbolic engagement. The application of a DC district to control what may be developed, as prescriptive as you'll see in the amendment, provides further certainty and comfort to the community. I am satisfied that appropriate engagement and compromise have occurred throughout this process. The majority of the community's key concerns have been sufficiently addressed, and I'm confident the remaining matters can be appropriately resolved at the development permit stage. I also, and more importantly, commit to remaining actively involved in this file to ensure no critical issues are missed. For these reasons, I will be supporting this application. Thank you. Look to you to close. Councillor Clerk.
Closed. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please launch the vote?
Can you mark? Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to read that once more. We did experience a technical issue. Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. Yes. Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
No.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantazopoulos, all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please show the results. The motion carried 9-5 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Dollywall, Chabot, and Wyness voting against. Now I'm going to do the readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 76P 2025. Anyone opposed? Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Councillor Chabot is opposed, and Councillor Johnson and Wyness. That is carried. Councillor Schmidt, some minutes.
Yes, do have, given what we've heard today, there are two amendments for each, or one amendment each for the proposed bylaws. I believe, Madam Clerk, to begin with the 76P 2025.
Council, my apologies. We've just encountered some technical issues. It's taken us a moment to transition. Thank you.
So yes, the amendment here is on screen. As we heard, this resulted from discussions between the applicant and Councillor Pantazopoulos and the community. I'm bringing this amendment on behalf of Councillor Pantazopoulos, given he's had to take the role of the chair here. So I will perhaps leave some of the details up to him in debate for this, should he wish to elaborate further.
Thank you so much. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, my question goes to administration. Being as this language isn't in the ASP currently, how would you interpret this, or this low density contextual, or whatever it's called?
Through the chair to Councillor Chabot, it is in the ASP, so it is an additional land use category in the ASP. So it is low density contextual.
What does that represent?
I'll read you the definition. Low density contextual areas provide a suitable transition in density and built form between existing standard suburban and low density areas.
Okay, why wasn't it included in the original ASP when we saw the amendments? There was only 3 categories listed there. That category was not listed.
What was proposed initially was the entire site as the low density area, and administration accepted that as appropriate. These further changes were to give additional certainty to the community along Elveden Drive.
So that's where the single-family residential homes are going?
Correct.
All right, so in debate, thanks for allowing me that question. I think this makes it less bad, and because it makes it less bad, I will vote for this amendment.
Is there, yeah, okay, okay. Any other debate? I'll give just a bit of context. A little context there. That's exactly it, Councillor Chabot. It was here for exactly that, to give some certainty. We've got single-family homes there. It was quite an elegant solution that was proposed. Yeah, we need that change, so it gives that certainty and clarity. And you'll see in the next item as well, it speaks specifically to those certainties around parking, around density, and this just needs this amended map. So hopefully we can vote for this. It's sort of all a combination of what's been debated and discussed. Absent these amendments, I think what we just debated for 7 hours is a moot point. So hopefully these amendments can pass through because they're the juice and the gist of what we're having here. Thank you. Seeing no more, Councillor Schmidt. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kelly. Great, go ahead.
Madam Clerk, just point of procedure, we need a seconder here, do we not?
That's right.
Deputy Mayor, I'm happy to second.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Long day. Perfect. Any more debate? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Atkinson.
I recognize that in some ways, some folks may think this feels less bad. I think this feels worse. So I will be voting against. I think that we can have townhomes or semis on our main boulevards, and it's totally okay. So I'll be voting against, but totally can recognize the opposite. Thank you.
Any more? Look to Councillor Schmidt to close.
So whether it's less bad or worse, I'm the messenger here.
Thank you.
And I will close.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please launch the vote?
Yeah, with Rob. Good go.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos, all the votes are in.
Please display the results. The motion to amend has been carried 11-3 with Councillors Johnson, Schmidt, and Atkinson voting against. Continue on. Second reading of bylaw 76. Oh.
There's a second amendment that needs to be.
I think is the amendment down here. Doesn't it come down? The second amendment is this.
Right, sorry.
Perfect. Perfect. I got one right. I got one right today. Madam Clerk, go into the second reading of the bylaw.
Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos, you are on the right track, absolutely. Second reading of bylaw 76P 2025 as amended.
As amended. Thank you so much. Second reading of bylaw 76P 2025 as amended. Any opposed? Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Anybody else? Okay. And Councillor Wyness. That is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 76P 2025 as amended. Any opposed? Hearing none, this is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 76P 2025 as amended. Any opposed? Thank you. Councillor Chabot, Councillor Wyness. That is carried. Move on to the first reading of bylaw 26D 2026. Any opposed? Councillor Chabot, Councillor Wyness. That is carried. I understand there's another amendment, number 2. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Go ahead.
Again, I'm the messenger here. I will hand it over to the Chair and Councillor Pantasopoulos to describe the second amendment, although it corresponds with the changes that were just passed in the first one. So that is my open.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Chabot.
I'm sorry, so revised Schedule B says what? It's just a new map? What is revised Schedule B?
There's a few changes. Under Site 1 and Site 2, there's building form rules. So Site 1 says the building form, so we just, can we go to the next page, please? Yeah, there we go. So under Site 1, the maximum number of units has been changed. So the total area, okay, so we'll start at the top. Site 1, the total area has been increased from, it used to be 0.3 hectares, it's now 0.35 hectares. And the maximum number of units in Site 1 has increased from 6 to 7. And then the building form, so now we've added building form rules, so that's number 17. So this Site 1 is, again, this is along Alvedon Drive, so buildings that contain a unit must only contain a maximum of 1 unit. So that's just to make sure that only single-family dwellings can be built in Site 1. Now, Site 2 was decreased in area, so it was previously 0.85 hectares, now it's 0.81 hectares. And the number 21 building form now says buildings that contain a unit must only contain a maximum of 2 units. So that is the semi-detached in Site 2.
Total number of units?
In that one is 28. So overall total of 35 units.
So it remains at 35, even though the other one went up by 1.
It's dropped by 2 overall, 3 overall, from 37 to 35, 2 overall.
37 to 35, so 2.
Yeah, the overall units have been reduced as a result of this amendment, should it pass.
All right. This is another one of those less bad amendments, or modified, to ensure only 1 unit. And the other one on the site 2 units, and that's maximum 2 units. So 2 units per site times, to get to, I'm trying to do the math here, to get to 21. Is it 21?
No, it's 28. So the site
14
overall is one site, so they're not proposing to subdivide it, but it's saying if you build a building, it cannot have more than 2 units in it.
And so
each
there would
building
be
can only
14 of those double units
Yes,
and no more. It can't have more than that.
correct,
All right. And it can't have secondary suites then.
correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know. I don't need to debate it further. I'm just going to vote accordingly. Thank you.
And prior to initiating debate, may I have a seconder on the motion? Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Debate. Open the floor to debate. Councillor Atkinson.
I more vehemently will speak against this one, in that you heard my note there maybe during the opening debate. I don't think we should be this prescriptive around how people live their lives once they own a house, and that house, people live different lives. This is actually, I think, one of the issues with the single-family home and why we're seeing the moment that we're in, is that people live entirely different lives behind those single-family home boxes, and we don't sort of see it because it is masked by the house. And the fact that these buildings will exist, and if someone needs a suite for some reason because their conditions change, or their lives change, or they start working from home on a frequent basis and they need to make some modifications or whatever that makes sense, I think that we need to be able to sort of accommodate that, and we should not be this prescriptive with how we're only just setting up a condition that 50, 60, 80, 100 years from now, when this now needs to be redeveloped, that there are now these really strange conditions on the site that don't allow for the change and growth that a city is constantly in its iterative process of being a city. So I will be voting against undo as you will.
Deputy Mayor, administration has one more clarification regarding the amendment.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Right, I'm not sure which.
Visitor parking.
Oh, yes. Just that we are adding it? Okay. Yes, so the applicant is willing to add that there will be 7 visitor parking stalls required for this site.
Thank you so much. Councillor Kelly.
So just point of order on the, where is that located in what we're looking at here? The Schedule B, the visitor parking stalls?
Through the chair, the document has been uploaded into eScribe. It will be labeled as a distribution. If that was the question, or on the document itself?
Yeah, I'm asking on the document, the Schedule B specifically, it's before us as part of this amendment. Is that in?
Under section 13, up there.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just Chair on debate. Based on what we were hearing from the community earlier, I was more concerned about the streetscape specifically, so I was happy to support the previous amendment. And this one, I'm going to lean towards Councillor Atkinson's way and say no to this one, because I'm less concerned about what's happening behind. I don't think an extra, couple of buildings now or 50 years in the future is going to make a massive difference here. So yeah, I'll be voting no on this one.
Any more debate? I'll interject. These amendments are the 150 hours, 500 hours. If you vote against this, then all of that work that's been done is gone. I understand there's a dogma around that. Save the dogma for the door. We need this for this amendment. There's been too much work. We had residents come and talk about trust and work, and we put this into here to protect that. And I get on precedent, that's then make sure when you're going through there, like there has been so much work that has gone through the community, and to hear that based on something that's 50 years from now, 100 years from now, because somebody's going to bulldoze it and build a home, like this is the gist of this. I apologize, like this has been a lot of hard work, and to hear just to sort of take that out, and then what do we have left? What was in the proposal where it sort of goes back to a bit of the chaos there. So I strongly urge, this is the right amendment. Council's will was to vote this through. These are the amendments that we want. If we go back, it will be a step back. Yes, it should have been on to the e-scribe. We would be having this debate because it would be the amendment. We'd read the three. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. We worked hard. So I urge all my council members to vote in favor of this. And let's get this through. We've done lots of work, good work today, the community, the builder, and hopefully this can pass. Thank you. Any more debate? Seeing none. Councillor Schmidt to close.
So I'll perhaps emphasize the point that Councillor Pantasopoulos just made. And we heard from Ms. Oberg about the reason behind these amendments, and to, you know, in these hearings, when something is in our own ward, I think we all suffer a little bit of cognitive dissonance, whether that be a discussion about HGOs earlier today being used as a replacement for RCG. I mean, that's kind of us being prescriptive in a way as well, based on something that bothers us in our ward, or whether that be, you know, in Ward 8, it's a war on cars, and in Ward 6, it is too many cars. So I think we should think carefully as we vote about what Councillor Pantasopoulos and the chair just said, that there was a lot of work done by him and the community and the applicant, and that our own misgivings about how we'd like to see development happen, this became a very personalized issue, and it's important for us to recognize and respect that, and that this is the final piece. So I'll be voting yes on this amendment because of you know, the personalized nature of what happened here. And maybe it's not a way that we should build the city on a regular basis, but we have to deal with the policies that we're given. And I'll go back to the argument that if we don't like the way something happening, then we got to go back and fix the policies. So I will be supporting this today. Thank you, Councillor Pantasopoulos.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Madam Clerk, will you please launch the vote?
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Absent. Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please show the results. Display the results. The motion is carried 12-1 with Councillor Atkinson voting against. The second reading of bylaw 26D2026 as amended. Any opposed? Councillor Chabot and Moynes. This is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 26D2026. Any opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 26D2026 as amended. Any opposed? Councillor Chabot and Moynes. That is carried. And I'm going back to my spot. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well done.
Grab my stuff.
All right, I have been missing out on my city council for the day. I'm ready for another 3 hours. Let's go. It's party time. All right, I believe we are now on 7.3.2, Electronic Notification Bylaw 1H 2026.
My notes say good morning, good afternoon, but it's now evening, so good. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christian Lee, one of the managers with Community Planning, And I'm here to present to you an overview of the proposed electronic notification bylaw 1H 2026. Next slide, please. Administration is recommending that Council give 3 readings to Charter Bylaw 1H 2026 in order to support the implementation of the upcoming bylaw that administration is preparing in response to Notice of Motion EC 2025-0995, passed by City Council on December 15th, 2025. Next slide, please. Administration is proposing this charter bylaw in order to mitigate the risk profile around potential procedural challenges related to the notification requirements of the Municipal Government Act for land use applications requiring a public hearing. The City of Calgary Charter enables this council to establish by bylaw an alternative process for providing notice for land use redesignations affecting more than 500 parcels of land. Next slide, please. In addition to the advertising of land use items on the city's website, currently the city is required to mail notices to all affected assessed parcel owners that are impacted by any proposed land use redesignation. For the upcoming bylaw, in response to the repeal of blanket rezoning motion, this would constitute a requirement of letters being sent to hundreds of thousands of assessed owners as the legal standard. Next slide, please. This proposed electronic notification bylaw would modify that standard to solely advertising the land use redesignation online, rather than both the website posting and mail notices in conjunction being the legal requirement. Administration will maintain existing practice and will still send letters to affected assessed owners. This proposed bylaw would only modify the legal standard for notification. Further, this method can only ever be used in situations where more than 500 parcels are affected by a proposed land use redesignation. The standard remains the same for everything else that does not meet this threshold. Next slide, please. There are several benefits to this proposed bylaw. These would include risk mitigation of procedural challenges related to legal requirements around notification. It provides a clear advertising process, reinforces Calgary.ca as the information hub for municipal matters, and this bylaw could also be used to support any future work requiring large-scale land use redesignations. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in this presentation, as well as those outlined in the report, administration is recommending council give 3 readings to the electronic notification bylaw. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and Ms. Wobser is also available to answer any questions related to law. Thank you.
Thank you. I see some RTS in the queue, but first we have to go to our public hearing. First, we will open the public hearing for proposed bylaw 1H 2026. Our public hearing is open. Do we have anyone here wishing to speak to proposed bylaw 1H 2026, the electronic notification bylaw? Yeah, I registered online. Yeah, come on up.
My name's Matthew McIntyre. You should have a...
Actually, I'll just ask that you approach the podium and then speak into the microphone.
For me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. My name's Matthew McIntyre. I sent it... Oh, there it is. Just give me a second to get started here. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, my right to be heard is restricted to just 5 minutes, so please look at the red boxes for each slide. Slide 2. The Alberta Bill of Rights is especially pertinent to this issue. It says, and I'm paraphrasing, every property owner has the right to not be deprived of the enjoyment of their property except by the due process of law, and any law that is inconsistent with this is of no force or effect. Slide 3. Due process of law is a fundamental legal concept of Canadian law. The key principle that applies to this discussion is that adequate notice must be provided. It has to be given, it has to be timely, and it has to clearly explain what the matter is. Slide 4. The fundamental question for council is posting a legal notice on a website a fair and reasonable alternative to the obligation of giving that legal notice in writing? Slide 5. Administration claims that there is a risk with mailing notices because the mailing system is not perfect. But for me, a far bigger risk is completely failing to give notice to thousands of impacted property owners. Simply posting a notice on a website without the knowledge of impacted Calgarians fundamentally fails in this obligation to give notice. Slide 6. The importance of proper notice cannot be understated. I did not know what was going on with blanket rezoning until I received the legal notice that was mailed to me. Slide 7. In 2017, just 2 years after adding it to the MGA, the province repealed a clause that said posting on a website was an acceptable alternative for giving an advertising notice. Given that, how can it possibly be acceptable alternative to giving the more important written notice. Slide 8. The province does allow for the website to be used as part of a process where a written letter is first pushed to the impacted property owner, and then additional information is posted on the website. Slide 9. How can you meet your commitment to be transparent and engage Calgarians if you first don't give them notice that something is going on? Slide 10. Please do the right thing and mail legal notices to impacted homers for the repeal hearing. Don't be penny wise and dollar poor, and give some impacted property owners the opportunity to take action against the repeal. We really don't need to do this a third time. Slide 11. I'm especially in opposition to this proposed bylaw because this will become the new standard for giving legal notice to Calgarians about all sorts of other important future amendments, including the municipal development plan, local area plans, and other large changes to the land use bylaw. Slide 12. In summary, my view is that what is being proposed is not compliant with the law because it will not give proper legal notice to Calgarians on important matters. Slide 14. Public notices on the city website are exceedingly difficult to find. Before adding a new online legal notification bylaw, please fix the online advertising bylaw you already have. Slide 15. Internet and social media have so much promise, but the devil is in the details. Posting online is likely to miss a significant portion of property owners, especially older ones. Slide 16. Speaking for myself, I'm on the internet a lot every day, and every day I get pushed to various social media platforms, sometimes by links and news articles, sometimes by friends and family. What I can say is I have almost never seen anything from the City of Calgary. The only thing I recall was the plea to conserve water, which came in a rare email from my former councillor. Slide 18. It's absolutely time to move on from newspapers and use electronic means has great potential, but it has to be done the right way. According to the MGA, you must establish a process using electronic means. Notably, it does not say just post it on a website. Slide 19. In conclusion, I would like to suggest a process that could work. Create a direct electronic prompting system with property owners to prompt them using email, text, social media prompts, and so forth. Post the notice on the website as appropriate. Implement the process by using an extensive public communication program, including mailing one last notification letter with the objective of getting citizens to opt in or out of the electronic communication prompts. Maintain a public communication program on an annual basis, particularly to catch new Calgarians, and hardwire all of this process into the bylaw to legitimize it. Thank you for your time. Please show slide 20. I won't speak to it.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, that's awfully fast, but that's what you forced me to do.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, thanks for your presentation and for your written submission. I assume this was your written submission that we have in our package?
I have a separate letter. There is a PowerPoint presentation to explain how difficult it is to find public notices on the website. Edmonton's, by the way, is far superior. And there's some additional slides behind this presentation. But I got 5 minutes, so.
Yeah, I get it. So it's interesting what you said about giving a last opportunity for folks to opt in or out. I guess the challenge there might be tracking them over time as they move.
Yeah, but just posting something on the website and assuming that Calgarians are going to randomly search for notices, I'm sorry to be harsh about this, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Why would I ever go on the website wondering if this week you took some action that I need to be aware of? And this is the legal notice. This isn't just, your advertising system doesn't work very good at all. Nobody I know knows anything about it. Nobody, and it's hard to find. I can't just type in public notice. In Edmonton, you can. You type in public notice, and whether it's Google or on their website, they take you straight to public notices, and at least you can find them. I still don't know why I would search, but you can find them. The Calgary system was awful. I searched and searched and searched. I have 15 different PowerPoint slides showing the path I tried to go through to find the darn things.
I don't know if it's my age, but you're preaching to the choir. But we recently made some amendments, as you probably know, through notifications on development permits. where we used to advertise in the newspaper, and we went to an online option.
Right.
And I suggested at the time that why limit one source? Why not both? Because the cost savings were nominal. At least a lot of the seniors still look at the newspapers, whether it's an online newspaper or hard copy newspaper.
The whole newspaper thing is archaic. The MGA should have been changed decades ago. So don't get me wrong. It's not that you shouldn't move forward, but you've got to do it in a way that actually works. Simply trying to wash your hands of it and saying, well, it's on the website.
So
that's not doing a proper job. That's not the expectations of me as a Calgarian or any of my friends.
So in light of the fact that, as you pointed out, this will likely be utilized in other forms for other things, including the MDP, you didn't actually say the land use bylaw, but that's coming as well, an amendment.
Well, I thought I did, but
You said ASPs and ARPs and
the, well, maybe I
municipal development plan, but the land use
say my
bylaw
notes, but
itself,
maybe I've missed it.
the land use bylaw itself is an amendment to it. It's coming as well, can be utilized the same way. So you're suggesting that we should do at least one last mail out to at least gauge people's level of engagement or method of engagement?
This is not a perfect solution by any means. I don't even know if it would stand up to legal scrutiny, to be frank.
Yeah.
But I think you have to, the world needs to evolve. I think it's a reasonable thing to go to all Calgarians in a way you're sure is likely to get to all of them and say, hey, we've got to move on. And have a good communication program. The newspaper doesn't work. We want to be modern. We want to be cost effective. So here's your chance. If you want to be a participant, if you want to get notices on certain things, give them a choice. Don't give them everything. They can pick things that are happening in their neighborhood. They can pick the municipal development plan. They can pick, if you look at Edmonton's, they have a drop-down menu where you can pick what you want. Opt in or opt out. It's your choice. If you don't want to participate, that's fine.
But engage them through
then
mail?
you've given them a chance, and then I'll get the notice.
But that point of contact that you're referring to is through the mail, is what you're suggesting?
I don't know how else you're going to contact every Calgarian property owner
Yeah,
and know that despite what administration said it's not perfect, you're not going to miss very many.
True. Not everybody's going to open that piece of mail or look at it. But
that's a choice.
But your point's well taken. Thank you for being
But
here.
you can also choose how you structure that mail.
True. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Atkinson?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, when you think about the notifications that you would like to receive, are they based on proximity or is it based on neighborhood? Just like the technicality of how this would get rolled out, like, requires some thinking through. So just, you've thought this through, appreciate the work but for you personally, is it a 500-meter radius around your house, or is it that you want to hear about all the development permits that are being done in your neighborhood or adjacent neighborhoods?
For me, it would be my neighborhood.
Yeah.
But to some extent, you've got to balance what your system is reasonably capable of doing.
Yeah.
And what a property owner would reasonably be interested in.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have to be limited to, I just want one neighborhood. Maybe like I'm on the edge of one, so please give me Alboy and Britannia. That's an area that I live in.
Yeah.
But I select the neighborhoods. But that's just for development permits. For municipal development plans, local area plans, structure plans, like the one that just happened.
All the engagement work the city
that's
does.
a checkoff.
Yeah.
There's other types of bylaws as well that, new policies that you're developing. Maybe I want to know about that.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of work was done on the municipal development plan. I had no idea until I stumbled across it after the final comments were done with. I was glad to see that the decision on it was postponed until the new council was come into place. But again, nobody knows about it.
Yeah. Well, it's fair. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Yeah, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Sorry, on one of your pages here, you're looking for public notices, right?
Like, you have certain obligations to give written notice on certain things. In 692, in the MGA, basically there's a whole list of development planning things that you're currently obligated to give written notice to.
Right, but your trouble finding the public notices is because you're looking for public
So
notices, right?
if there was a part 2 to my submission,
Yeah.
I don't know if you have that handy.
Are we able?
It's a different document. I don't have to go, I won't spend a lot of time on it.
No, I guess my question is, on your search here, you search for public hearing and not public notices. And so a quick public notice search, it comes up very quickly. Like the first thing, and trust me, I'm not a big fan of the City of Calgary search engine itself, but when you search public notices, it's the first thing that comes up. Are we able to get admin to just show him? Is that allowed?
No, so if you do public notices, it links you to planning matters, then you have to
No.
go through that.
No, when you.
But that's not how it worked on my computer or.
I know, I was worried they fixed it before you got up here, but it's working for me. When you type in public notices, and it's the first thing that comes up, and then it shows public notices, February 12th, February 5th, January 29th, and then it shows every public notice existing on file. It's just you were searching public hearing, which might have given you the wrong search.
I tried different things. I tried a lot of different things. I
but-
tried public notices, I tried notices, I tried public hearing. All of that should be super easy. Frankly, these things are so big, on your main webpage, there should be a box that you click right away and say, I want to know about hearings and notices.
No, I'm with you. It's just when you use the search function on the City of Calgary website or on Google and you type City of Calgary public notices, it's the first thing that comes up.
Right, so click on it. And then
No, I
see what
did,
takes you.
and it shows the public notices.
I'd like to see what your,
Well, I was just
there
hoping
a way to
admin
put it
could.
on the screen,
You're not allowed to do that? No? Okay. I'm sorry, but I mean.
you have the part 2, so I had a.
Thanks. I'm going to limit the interactions just to answer questions posed by members of council.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe they fixed it, but it is working now. I'll save my other questions for admin, but yeah, I mean, if you have further trouble and you have an issue, I'd recommend giving one of us a call or an email, and hopefully we can get it fixed so it's easier for everybody. So, but I do appreciate coming, but like I said, it is working for me right now very quickly, almost easier than Edmonton's.
Maybe somebody saw my presentation or my submission.
Hopefully, that means they're listening, and I love that, so, but thank you.
Because I have a well-documented set of screenshots that show how my path worked 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay.
Anyone else in person wish to speak to this proposed bylaw, or anyone else on the line? All right, we will just about close the public hearing, going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Over to you, Councillor Winus, for questions of admin.
Thanks. In addition to the website and business practice of mailed, will this show up on DMAP? So if a homeowner wants to check in, is there a blanket or anything affecting my property? Will we show that their property is impacted by something on DMAP?
DMAP should always show if a property is going to be affected, so they can look at the they can search their address or any area that they're looking at, and DMAP will show all of the active applications.
Perfect. Thanks.
Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. So this land use bylaw amendment to introduce the redesignation back to the original land use is going to be on DMAP?
So notices will be mailed out to all assessed property owners that are going to be affected by the repeal.
So they're still going to get mailed?
Yes, that is administration's intent, and we are planning for it, and they will be sent. Target date February 24th at the latest.
Okay. And so what's the purpose of this then?
This is to mitigate the legal risks associated with those letters. If someone said, I never received the letter, or it got sent to an address that is not updated either with land titles or in our own systems, they can make the argument, I never got notified by this.
So this is belts and braces, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Will this apply to other large type of changes such as land use bylaw and into the future still get all mailed?
It provides the option to have that be the legal test. Business practice to still send letters to all affected assessed parcels is not changing.
Okay, but the land use bylaw, which would affect every single property in the entire city, including non-residential properties, if we amend the land use bylaw, would they all be notified if there's any changes to the land use bylaw?
Are you talking about a general amendment to the current land use bylaw?
Yes.
No, so this is for redesignations.
Okay, so only for something such as the blanket zoning issue?
Because they're getting their properties are being redesignated, and property rights can be directly affected as a result.
Okay, thanks. I was going to say, what happens if we vote this down? Then
Good, thank you for asking that, actually. So the risk associated with mail notices being the legal test as to whether or not we've met our procedural requirements increases. So we'd be much more subject to human error, postal strikes, et cetera.
All right, thanks for that. No further questions for me?
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor Kelly.
I'll ask this question anyway. I think you may have answered it already with Councillor Chabot, but the short answer is, or the short question is, why? You're sticking with the same business practice, so you're not planning on doing anything differently.
So it's council's understanding through the repeal motion that was passed on December 15th of last year that this is the direction that council wants to go. Administration is providing this option that is enabled through the city charter to allow for council to do what they feel is best for the city and reduce the risk associated with that.
When you say risk, you're talking specifically, as you were saying a minute ago, the legal risk of somebody potentially saying, I didn't receive my notice.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to flip over to the bylaw really quickly and ask a question, because this is the electronic notification bylaw is what we're looking at here. I assume that under 2.1D, where we define website, that's what we're referring to as the electronic part of this.
That is correct.
What is the notification part of this? Because in a mail out, writing it down is step one, but mailing it is the notification. So I'm just curious in this, where it goes up to on website, what is the notification phase of that?
Sorry, if you can qualify your question, notification phase in terms of the amount of time required, or notification in terms of what the contents of that notice are going to be?
Well, by putting it on the website, you've written down what it is that you want to communicate, but where in that process is the notification part of the electronic notification bylaw? I don't see anything in the bylaw that actually says how we're going to notify people. It looks to me like we're just hoping that people will go to DMAP and see it.
So let's talk about the context of the repeal specifically. So administration has a website ready that is actually alive now. It's calgary.ca/rezoning that we will send out letters for directing assessed property owners to go to. That would be the notice outlining all of the information that's required to be under Section 5 of the electronic notification bylaw, as well as an interactive map where property owners can search their address, or any address for that matter, and seeing whether or not first of all, what their property is going to be proposed to go to as a result of the repeal, but also they will also be able to see if they are being proposed to be exempt under the exemption criteria outlined in that motion.
And so how do people find out about calgary.ca/rezoning, i.e. the notification about the existence of the website?
The existence of the notification, so in this case, everyone's going to be receiving a postcard.
Okay, so what about if it was electronic? How would they find out about it?
Well, the city typically will use our social media channels, other forms of communications to be able to advertise that on a wide basis.
Got it. Okay, so it would be the social media channels or the electronic notification then. And do we plan on using our social media channels for electronic notification for all land use per this updated bylaw?
I can't confirm the contents of the communications plan, as I'm not fully aware of what's in it, but we can take that offline and provide that information to you.
Ms. Goldstein just wants to jump in.
Yes, please.
So something that is really important here, Council, is that this is only to be used for those circumstances where the parcels are redesignated and there are 500 or more. So when a local area plan is approved and passed, there is no redesignation process that goes with that. When an area structure plan is approved and passed by council, no redesignation. When the municipal development plan or the Calgary plan comes forward in the future, no redesignation. But what can happen is the land use bylaw is passed in the future, our zoning bylaw by council, and then when we go back and actually do the amendments to each one of the new zones created by the new zoning bylaw, then we can use this. But something very important here is we are not discontinuing the notification, the paper notification that will go to each and every parcel that's affected.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification there. Admin, just sort of one more question around this. Are there any plans in the works to add, actually I guess two are, do we list any notifications in the dispatch email? Like, do we list any land use changes in there, for example?
I am not aware. I don't believe we do.
Are there any plans in terms of DMAP to add a notification feature to that? This is something I've heard a lot from community associations, that they would very much like to have the ability to subscribe to anything within a certain zone. Are there any plans to update DMAP like that?
Councillor Kelly, I'll answer your first question first. So we use dispatch, the PDS dispatch, as much as we can to share information about changes that are coming. So dispatch will be used for the repeal notice of motion. And then secondly, with DMAP, our DMAP platform right now is a little bit fragile. So we have had suggested to us, and we would like to do different ways of notification, potentially including push notifications, subscriptions, et cetera. But right now we cannot on that platform, so we'll wait until there are future upgrades to that.
And then I guess just building upon that, what good or bad happens if we wait on this particular bylaw notification, or the electronic notification bylaw update, until we actually have the ability through DMAP to send electronic notifications?
I'm going to actually suggest, and I'll look to Mr. Lee to correct me if I'm wrong, that these are basically two different things. DMAP we use for everyday land uses, et cetera. I believe we did an overlay when in 2024 on DMAP. The electronic notification bylaw is, as Mr. Lee suggested, kind of, it's a mitigating factor to help us with that legal requirement, in addition to the letters, the notifications that go out in paper. DMAP, all our social media, our advertising, and Calgary.ca.
That's fair. And I think to Ms. Goldstein's point, where we're talking about 500 or more in electronic notification using our social media channels, I expect that we'll have that, will be covered that way.
And I wouldn't suggest waiting on DMAP to do this, please.
Well, and I guess a little bit on that particular note, how to phrase this. I'm going to run out of time before I figure out how to phrase it. So maybe we'll just
10 seconds.
Maybe we'll just take it offline because I definitely think there's an aspect here in terms of what the communities are looking for. Actually, I will ask a question with 2 seconds. How this only apply? Are we making any changes to anything less than 500? I.e., do you still have to do electronic and mailing for less than 500?
The legal test will be both of those.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Yule, please.
I'm going to build off of what Councillor Kelly was talking about. With that, like, I appreciate Mr. McIntyre's presentation. I've been an advocate trying to get information, and our system is very less than proactive in getting those notifications out. So if we are, and I've been asking since I would say 2022 for that subscription service in DMAP, and so if we can't get that in DMAP, is there a way to have some sort of subscription service for people that can just, like, the notifications I'm looking for are Calgary citywide and my community of Coventry. Like, can we make a rudimentary email system that can, for the people that are proactive in their community trying to get this information, because I agree with Mr. McIntyre, it can be challenging to, like, when you're not like somebody who actually knows what they're doing to find the things that we're looking for. And if you're not on top of it in DMAP daily, you're not going to get that information. So like, is that something we as a council have to kind of push for? What can we expect?
So I would say what the public speaker is alluding to in terms of the system that Edmonton uses is the exact one that you described. It's a subscription-based system based off of a geographical radius that people can subscribe to. Like GM Hamilton I just described, DMAP, just on the technical back end, is quite fragile and is not, just structurally not capable of doing this yet. I don't think we need explicit direction from council to do that work. I think that's an end goal that as administration we would like to have anyways.
But I mean, it's just a database. Like, it's not like, we don't, like, DMAP aside, if I just want to subscribe to the city of Calgary and the community of Coventry, can we not do that?
As of today, no, but we'll take that away and look to see if there's other ways that we can do that other than DMAP right now.
I think just the way that we're moving away from newspaper and from these old antiquated methods, if like, it's not rocket science to just have a mailing, like, I mean, Survey Monkey that could really do this, like, to make sure that the people that are actually looking for the information are getting it in a timely manner and not having to always go look for it. Because, like, as an advocate, as somebody who's busy, you know, trying to, you miss these things that kind of slip through the cracks. So
one of the things we can absolutely do immediately is investigate and help the public speaker make it easier for applying matters to be found directly on the Calgary.ca, the homepage, rather than you having to do a search and go through a bunch of links. That's one of the things we can take back right now, especially with the repeal coming up soon.
yeah, and that's fine. I just, like, we got to make the system work better for the people in our community, and having to look daily in our system for something that's coming up in my neighborhood, like, that puts a lot of onus on our residents to do it. Whereas, like, if they are actually looking for it and it just automatically comes to their email box, like, that would solve a lot of problems, I think.
We hear you, Councillor. We'll follow up.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, just financially speaking, what would be the cost of, let's just say this is up and running and you're ready to send out X amount of emails, social media, like, what would be the estimated cost for running this?
The estimated cost of running specifically the electronic notification bylaw will have no impact, as we already have a website set up.
Okay.
So we already advertise online is what I'm saying, and that's what this bylaw is changing in terms of the legal requirement.
Okay, so these notices wouldn't be, sorry, you would post this on Facebook and social media and that, right? To get the word out, or do you already do that?
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, it's Director Goldstein. I can't see you past Councillor Kelly's riser, but the addition of the electronic bylaw that we're talking about today would go onto our existing system that we already have in place, because we already do electronic advertising and we do the mail-outs. So if you're asking what the cost of the mail-outs and the advertising, et cetera, is for the upcoming repeal, we'd be happy to provide council with the total cost. I think that they were scoped already when we came forward with that December 15th, saying that it was similar to the costs incurred in the previous public hearing.
Okay, so no anticipated financial impact?
For this specific one, because it is leveraging the systems we already have and are in place, there is no additional cost. But anything like the DMAP upgrades and any of those pieces, we would go back, we would see how to do that with our system, our resourcing schedule, et cetera. I've been talking to council a lot about DMAP upgrades lately, and how that fits in with our overall plan for DMAP.
Okay, so no additional full-time employees, nothing?
For this electronic bylaw, it is literally just enabling it to go onto the existing frameworks we already have in place.
Okay, I'm failing to see why this was necessary if it's just something is easy to opt into. If you're doing both anyways, it just seems like this is pretty basic, so, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Chabot, this was directed to come back to us. So this was a council decision directing city administration to come to us with this. Over to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, no, happy to move the recommendations. As, of course, this has been an accelerated process insofar as moving forward with this decision on whether or not to continue on with the current land use bylaw. And of course, administration's recommendation is that we needed to make sure that we make every effort possible to make sure that Calgarians are aware of what it is that we're proposing. The mail out is obviously one good method. Having the ability to actually go on the city's website is another method that people could utilize. It's, like I said before, belts and braces. It's just to mitigate any potential risk of any challenges to what it is that we're proposing. Hopefully this will mitigate those risks. And happy to support the recommendations that are before us and recommend 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thanks. That's moved by Councillor Chabot, second by Councillor Schmidt. Any other debate on this? All right, seeing none, Councillor Chabot to close. You're closed. All right, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Kelly, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
I wasn't here for the entire hearing, but I vote yes if I'm allowed to.
You are, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. That motion is carried unanimously. Now move to the readings. First reading of bylaw 1H 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 1H 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 1H 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 1H 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, we will now move to reports not requiring public hearing. And first up is 8.3.1, Bearspaw South Feeder Main Independent Review Panel Implementation Plan Update. All right, Acting CEO, Douglas, would you like to start us off?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. The report before you is one that you considered at Executive Committee earlier this month, and it is essentially what Council directed to come back, being the implementation plan from administration in response to the recommendations of the independent panel who reviewed the events associated with the rupture of the Bearspaw South feeder main. There are 7 recommendations before you. Again, there was an extensive presentation and discussion at Executive Committee. There were 7 recommendations before you, Council. The first is acknowledging that administration will deliver on the implementation plan update, which you have an attachment to. There were 2 recommendations, number 2 and 3, around some funding to begin the work that we need to do around organizational and governance, governance and recruitment and transitionary support from the panel, as well as a recommendation to to support the utility reserve by transferring a maximum of $50 million into that reserve. There are recommendations 4 and 5 and 6 are establishing and making some changes to the bylaw for a water utility oversight board, and also to engage a firm to begin to conduct a recruitment process and come back with a compensation framework. And recommendation 7 is in regard to initiating the work towards exploring a municipally controlled corporation. So I just thought I would summarize the recommendations for you. And again, I think there was fairly extensive discussion at Executive Committee. Mayor. Administration is here for any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, would you like to move the item as Vice Chair?
Yeah, happy to move it, and just, do you want me to open right now?
Sure.
It was 14-1 at committee, so all of us were there. We heard the entire report. We had a rather fulsome discussion. I don't know if we need to rehash it at this point. Getting moving on it is more important at this particular point, and it certainly looks like that is what administration is doing.
Thank you. Second by Councillor or Deputy Mayor Pantzopoulos. Okay, it's on the floor. Any debate on this item? Councillor Chabot?
Not a ton of debate. In the interest of time, there's some recommendations that are being proposed as far as amendments, and some of those I don't support, and I think I said that previously, so I ask you to call recommendation number 5 separately. I do believe it stands alone, and when it comes to amendments prior to second reading, I'll likely be voting against those as well, regardless of whether or not my motion to not support recommendation number 5, when it comes to prior to second reading, I'll likely be voting against those amendments.
Any other debate here? All right, seeing none, over to you, Councillor Kelly, to close.
I appreciate Councillor Chabot wanting to call those separately, recognizing that those amendments were brought forward separately. Just as a reminder for all council, those amendments passed 13-2 at the time at Executive Committee. Closed.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that's a call to have number 5 voted separately. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 will be voted as one block, and 5 will be called separately. Is that correct, Councillor Chabot? Okay. All right, we'll give the clerks just a moment to get ready here.
Just a point of procedure there. 7 as well. As in
oh, sorry. Yeah, misspoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Thank you, Mayor. We're just preparing the split out of these recommendations.
Maybe a question, process question for you, Madam Clerk. What is the reason why we have that recommendation 5 and we will still go to an amendment at the time? Would it not have the same item being voted on twice?
This is the recommendation that was adopted at committee, so this is council agreeing to do the amendment, but it will still require to be introduced following first reading.
Okay.
So process-wise, whatever happens at committee, Executive Committee recommended it to council, so it's now up to council to decide if they will want to amend it following first reading. That's why the preamble is there, following first reading.
Okay, thanks.
Council, we're almost there. So the recommendation before you that's going into eScribe is recommendation 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, as well as 7. Excuse the formatting there, but we did our best to do it quickly.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is up on the screen. Council has, everyone has had the opportunity to read this. This is everything less 5. All right, we will call the question.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the recommendations, the motion is carried, 13-2 with Councillor Dhaliwal and Councillor Wynas opposed. Now we will vote on recommendation 5, the split out item regarding the following first reading by council amending the bylaw in attachment 3 as follows.
Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please.
It's not working, so yes.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Tyers, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, thought I had voted.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On recommendation 5, the motion is carried 10-5 with Councillor Schmidt, Dhaliwal, Atkinson, Chabot, and Wynas opposed. I'll move now to first reading of bylaw 7M 2026. First reading of bylaw 7M 2026. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wynas is opposed. Great. First reading is completed. Now I'm seeking a mover and seconder for the amendment. Moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor Pantasopoulos, seconded by Councillor Kelly. You guys are closed. Let's engage the vote, please, on the amendment to proposed bylaw 7M 2026, and that's to the attachment 3.
Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. All right, that motion is carried 10-5 with Councillor Schmidt, Dhaliwal, Atkinson, Chabot, and Wynas opposed. We'll now move to the readings of the bylaw as amended. So second reading of bylaw 7M 2026 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor Wynas is opposed. Councillor Atkinson is opposed. And Councillor Schmidt is opposed. That is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 7M 2026 as amended. Anyone opposed? Okay. Are we unanimously agreed on authorization? Okay, we are unanimously agreed. That is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 7M 2026 as amended. Councillor Winus is opposed. Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor Atkinson opposed. And Councillor Schmidt is opposed. And that is carried. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move to our urgent business. 9.1, procedural request to schedule a strategic meeting for council on 2026, February 25th.
Thank you, Mayor. No formal presentations from me. This is me simply executing on council's expressed wishes during the last strategic meeting of council to schedule an addition session for you to be held on February 25th at 9:30 in the morning. The reason that I have brought this item here as an item of urgent business is simply so that I can execute the legislated notice requirements to members of the public and to give them notice that a meeting is being scheduled. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. I'll debate. Let it be noted that we have a benevolent clerk that is at 9:30 a.m. and not 8 a.m. So thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Kelly is closed. Let's please engage the vote.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to debate it.
Are you wishing to debate it?
Yeah.
Voting has begun, Madam Clerk, is that correct? Nope. All right, the voting has not begun yet. Councillor Johnston, all over to you.
It was cast, but no, not a single vote was entered.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Councillor Johnston.
Will this be at City Hall, this one, the strategic meeting?
Yes, based on there's no location specified otherwise. It's by default here in this chamber unless otherwise specified.
And on the on the eScribe, it has other strategic meetings booked out, June 16th, 2026. Will those be also strategic meetings, or is this the last one?
All of the existing meetings that have been scheduled will still continue to be run. This is just an extra one on top of what we adopted in our council calendar.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote on this.
Councillor Ward, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. That motion is passed with Councillor Chabot and Councillor Winus opposed. All right, moved by Councillor Chabot, second by Councillor Winus to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Good day's work.